practice sessions. Our two finals, let's say, will be a little bit shorter than the final. So we're looking at about 10-minute heats, followed by, it goes about 12 to 15-minute finals, depending on the category. And at the moment, that looks to be the Tillotsen's out on circuit. So once this Tillotsen session finishes in about 5 minutes' time, we'll be ready to go racing with our BSR X5s. So we'll go a little bit commentary silent now until we are ready to start that opening race of the day. And we'll let you review this graphic one more time. Again, it's such a spectacular graphic. This 5-sector Madona circuit, 13 corners, 1 kilometer long, and plenty overtaking opportunities. So just to run through this circuit again, 5 main overtaking zones, which are what you have just seen on circuit, and looking at about 20 degrees air temperature. Going to hit highs of about 23 degrees. That's going to be a little bit later in the day once we make our way into those finals. And a little bit of elevation on the circuit, but a relatively flat track, only 1 meter of elevation changes over the course of this circuit. So not that high. So we're almost ready to get underway with our first race of the day, the BSR X5 out on circuit for the first time in the Latvian Championship. These karts imported from Japan, 44 horsepower, and looking at the lap times that we have seen from them, 44 seconds, give or take. So only a couple of seconds shy of that lap record. Very fast, 0 to 60 in about 3 seconds, and running on the Birol ART chassis. 96 volt batteries as well, so rather heavy, and those batteries can be changed in a very short amount of time. A battery's meant to last for about an entire day's worth of racing, so hopefully for all of the drivers, they won't have to change their battery at all today. But it looks like we are ready to get underway, so we'll be running you through the grid for the opening race of the day very shortly, as the Parc Fermé is being cleared up, and I think our kart will be getting out onto circuit in just a few moments time. This is our first race of the day. We'll be following this up with the amateur, micro and mini maxes, and the green flag is indeed being waved, which means it's time for us to get our karts out on to circuit. So starting and kicking off at 10:15 Latvian time for the opening race of the day here at Madona, round number 3 of RMC Latvia, round number 2 of the Latvian Championship. As our karts make their way up the short hill through turns 1, 2 and 3 to the highest point of the circuit before they begin their descent down through turns 4 and then into this long right-hander of turn 5 that then leads into the hairpin of turn 6, which is what you're seeing now on your screen. We then have our, I believe it's the longest straight of the circuit, roughly similar length to the start-finish straight before you enter into this right-hander of turn 7 and 8. And here you can see the exit of turn 9, our karts getting into formation side by side. It is Oliver's Tams who will be lining up on the front row of the grid to start this race. And alongside Oliver's Tams will be Isabella Rapezzi-Dal and then Martinas Hatankevicius in third place. Good to see Martinas racing in this. I think he normally races in the DD2 category, DD2 Masters. And we're going to have I think these are going to be stop starts. We've got Thornfred Kudu starting in 4th place, the Estonian driver. So we've got 4 nationalities on our front 4 spots on the front 2 rows. Oliver's Tams, Latvian, Isabella is Italian. Then we've got Lithuanian and Estonian on row number 2. Gustav Usakovs is starting in 5th. That's another one of our DD2 drivers, if I'm not mistaken. Ralph Stammers, Chris Ziders, then it's Reinis Fries and Marcis Trancalis. Marci starting in 9th with Oliver Erik Urvak in 10th place, completing our 10-kart field. And well, it looks like we are green. Our pole sitter might have had a little bit of a jump start, but we are racing as we head up the hill, and there is a yellow flag being waved already. So I wonder if that's going to be full started. I think Martinas Tankevicius may be getting a little bit ahead of himself, but there is a green flag waving down at turn number 6. So I think we are all good to be racing. We'll see what the order is as they come over the line at the end of the opening lap. Or maybe, I think actually, no, it was Isabella Rapezzi who had the really good start. Let's see as they come over the line in a couple of seconds' time. That looked to be a red flag that I saw in the corner of my eye. And there is a hand being raised from the number 68, which is Martinas Tankevicius. Yeah, red flags out on circuit, so we are going to be restarting this race. And these cuts can also reverse by the looks of it. That is very cool. I've never seen a car able to reverse before, so that's my favorite part of the day already. So I think we're going to get our cars to come back around, stop on the start-finish straight, and then restart. So we'll restart this race, and hopefully this time we won't have any issues on the race start, and then we can call this race as it deserves to be. So here come our drivers through turns 10 and into 11, and then through the kink of 12 before we get this race underway. And it's a very short run out of the final corner, turn 13, onto this start-finish straight, which is going to make things quite interesting when we get to our big grids in the juniors and in the seniors, because when the pole sitter gets going, we'll have quite a few drivers a little bit further down the field. Right, so it does look like we are ready to get underway. Again, Oliver Tams and Isabella Rapezzi-Dahl on the front row of the grid. Our marshals quickly make their way off the grid, and we are ready to go racing. And racing, we are. Another good start from pole, I think, from Oliver's Tams, and a bit of a fight further down the field for second place, but it is a big lead for your race leader after just a couple of corners. The rest of the field try to navigate their way through turns 5 and 6 on to this back straight that leads into, well, a relatively fast right-hander of turn 7. But then you've got the very quick, or immediately after turn 7, you've got this hairpin of turn 8 that then leads into turn 9. And then the track begins to open up a little bit, the double left-hander of turn 10 into 11. But again, that 11, you've got to pull the car back over to the left so that you can swing it through turns 12 and open up turn 12 as much as possible. Through 13 and over the line, it's Isabella Rapezzi-Dahl who leads the way with an absolutely fantastic getaway, nearly a second clear of Martinez Tankavicius. Oliver Tams, who started this race on pole, has dropped down into third place with Gustav Usakovs directly behind him in fourth position. So those are your top four after the opening lap. Thornfred Kudu is down into fifth position. I'm just trying to see. So there's Isabella Rapezzi-Dahl is up the inside, tries Oliver Tams, but he doesn't go up the inside. He just goes over the back of Martinez Tankavicius. And that could have gone very... No, sorry, that was Usakovs trying to go up the inside of Tams. So Gustav Usakovs almost running over Oliver's Tams, but thankfully both of them still seem to be okay. Their cars are fine, and they are still pushing out on circuit. So nothing too dramatical, as a little bit wide there from Usakovs allows Kudu through, I believe. But a bit of a fight heading now into turn number 6 as they make their way onto the back straight once again. But it is a big lead at the front of the field for Rapezzi-Dahl. And she'll be very happy with the lead that she has been able to gather over this opening couple of laps. So Rapezzi-Dahl leads by over a second, putting in a 45.4 on that lap. Then it's Martinez Tankavicius, who is up into second place, ahead of Oliver's Tams. Chris Zieders now ahead of the Estonian Thornfred Kudu, who is in fifth place. And is that a potential move? I think Kudu trying to defend from Usakovs, and Stammers directly behind him. I'm pretty sure it's Usakovs who has the Latvian, the white and red suit, who's second in this train of 4 karts with Stammers and Zvideris behind him. Again, apologies for, I'm sure, the number of names that I am pronouncing incorrectly. We have just under 5 minutes remaining. Now, the gap at the front of the field is starting to come down. Martinez Tankavicius closing in, but only by a tenth on that lap. Oliver's Tams as well, was quicker than both of our two leaders, 45.0 from Tams. So that gap has come down. He's just 0.2 behind Martinez Tankavicius. And there you can see, just in the corner of your shot, the leading three. So Tams is almost onto the back of Tankavicius. And this is Zidas that we're seeing ahead of Kudu. Kudu, the Estonian driver, sporting the blue Estonian colour suit. And then just behind Kudu is Usakovs, who has the Latvian suit, the dark red and white suit. Well, Repetsi Dal has put in a 45.4, but that is promptly beaten by Tankavicius and Tams, who put in 45 ones and 45 zeros. So the gap is now 0.6 of a second with 4 minutes remaining. And I do think we're going to have a splendid battle for the race win between these three. Isabella Repetsi Dal, who had an absolutely fantastic getaway on the opening lap, stretched out her lead to, well, it was well over a second, I think, when they came over the line for the end of the opening lap. And here they make their ways through turn 11 and 12, down into turn 13. You can see Repetsi Dal taking maybe slightly tighter of a line into the final corner, but Tams is pushing Tankavicius along. 44.7 for Tam, 44.9 for Tankavicius. Repetsi Dal has just eked into the 45 zeros, but still being rapidly closed in. The gap is now half a second, so we'll be getting maybe a little bit of a slipstream coming in for Tankavicius. Oliver Tams, though, is just going to be pushing Tankavicius along. I don't think he's planning to make an overtake until they actually close in onto Repetsi Dal. And with the first lap of the race as well is Oliver's Tams. So once again, they head into this tight turn 11 through turn 12. And again, let's see if Repetsi Dal takes that slightly tighter line. Was a little bit hard to judge. Look over the shoulder from Repetsi Dal. This time around, 44.8 from Repetsi Dal, her best of the race so far, but still dropping a tenth to Tankavicius, dropping two tenths to Oliver's Tams, who came over the line just 78 thousandths behind Martinez Tankavicius. And it's starting to look like Oliver's Tams is just searching maybe for a way through, just feeling where he might want to go for an overtake. You can see the slightly different lines being taken by all three drivers. Tams going a little bit tighter for the majority of these corners. And sometimes, you know, different corners, even on different surfaces, really, these lines do change, and it's also driver preference, how you set up the car. If you've got a little bit more front end, you might want to go for that slightly narrower line, that pointier line. If you've got a little bit less front end, so more mid-corner grip, you want to take more of a kind of a sweeping line into corners. Well, that time round, it was a 45.0 from Repetsi Dal. Tankavicius, 44.8. So the gap is now 0.3 of a second, 1 minute 30 on the clock. And actually, our leading trio are closing in to, I think it's Henrik Jensen, to actually put a lap on the 615, who is down in 14th place. So I wonder if Henrik might actually have an impact on this battle for the lead. Over the line, 44.8 from Repetsi Dal, 44.8, 44.7 from Tankavicius and Oliver's Tams. Meanwhile, in fourth place, Gustavs Usakovs is up into fourth, now ahead of Thornfred Kudu. And Chris Zidads is down in sixth place. Are we going to see a move? Yes, we do. Lovely send up the inside. And there is the back marker we were talking about. Straight out of the way goes Henrik Jensen, so he's not going to pose any issue. But Martinez Tankavicius drops down to third after a very clean overtake from Oliver's Tams. Now, is Tams going to have enough time? He's going to have 2 laps to close in onto the back of Repetsi Dal and indeed go for an overtake. As he comes over the line, the gap is going to be just 0.3 of a second. New fast lap of the race for Oliver's Tams at 44.754. He takes 0.3 out of your race leader and is closing in. Look at the gap that he's already pulled to Martinez Tankavicius. Well, I think Oliver's Tams realized that him and Tankavicius couldn't work together to close into Repetsi Dal. So he's taking matters into his own hands. He's made the move for second, and he's already almost glued onto the back of Repetsi Dal as they head into turn number 9. This short run now into turn 10 is going to have to be a last lap overtake if Oliver's Tams wants to win the opening race of the day for the BSR X5 category. And here they go then to start a new lap through turns 1, 2, now into 3. This short run before they head into turn 4, heading down the hill. Beautiful cambered corner. Now through turn 5 and towards turn 6. This is, I think, where he made the move on Martinez Tankavicius. But no way through, just having to slot behind as we head into turn 7. This was where he made the move onto Tankavicius, down into turn 7. But he's not going to be able to find a way through. And I think Rapetsi Dal might have held on to this. It's a good run through turn 7. But again, the run to turn 8 is too short. Rapetsi Dal just has a few corners to navigate. And I think we'll be able to do it. Out of the final corner then, on the final lap of the race, the checker flag is out, and it is a race win for the Italian. Isabella Rapetsi Dal takes the checker flag ahead of Oliver's Tams. Martinez Tankavicius in 3rd. Gustavs Usakovs comes in 4th place and is 2nd in the non-pro category. Martinez Tankavicius also in the non-pro, winning in that particular class. Then it's Thornfred Kudu in 5th position, followed by Valters Videris. Then comes Ralf Stammers in 7th, Chris Ziders in 8th, followed by Reines Freis in 9th, Marcis Trancales in 10th, and then it is Gatis Vitols in 11th, Oliver Erik Urvak in 12th, and then Andis Zalkans in 13th, with Henrik Jensen finishing in 14th, having been lapped on the penultimate lap of the race. So that has been our first ever BSR X5 race as part of the RMC Latvia circus, as we call it. And there are your full results. So I apologize. It wasn't Henrik Jensen being lapped. It was Andis Zalkans who was being lapped. Henrik actually had an issue. So had a DNF in that race, unfortunately, for him. So we only had 13 finishes. So apologies, Henrik, for saying that you had been lapped. Well, that brings our first race of the day to a close. Our next race is going to be the amateur micro and mini maxes taking to the circuit. And they do tend to put up a good show for us as well. I do tend to say that the most exciting races, in my opinion, is the mini maxes and the juniors. I tend to think that we see a lot of very fun racing, nothing held back, and some really good wheel-to-wheel battles across the field, particularly in the juniors, more so because there's a lot of juniors out on track compared to the minis. The minis, I think we tend to get grids of about 12 to 15, and there's great battles across it, but the juniors, sometimes you have 20 to 25 karts, which makes it incredible. The seniors as well, sometimes we get grids of over 30 drivers, and some incredible races. We've seen finals where we've had drivers from outside of the top 10 winning, which makes it very, very exciting. But we will be getting onto those races a little bit later in the day. So our micro and mini maxes now take to the circuit. So Andris Vaznis and Rikard Zmednis start on the front row of the grid, followed by Valters Vaznis and Pius Samulionis. Row number 3 is August Majos and Tom Gruzins in 5th and 6th place. Then it's Dennis Norkus and Myers Norkus, the two Norkus brothers, on row number 4. Completing the top 10, though, is Patrick Slapins and Emma Titson. And on row number 6 is Ralf Titson, followed by Guste Norkute. And completing the field is Valters Kursis. So a 13 kart field. 3 mini maxes at the front, then it is all of our micro maxes. So only 3 mini maxes in this race. And the mini maxes were a fair bit quicker than the micro maxes by about a second. Very close between Vaznis, Mednis, and the other Vaznis. 3/10 between them in qualifying. Andris Vaznis starting on pole. He's in the green suit with the white helmet. the left-hand side of the grid. Directly behind him is the other Vasnes, Valters Vasnes. However, Pio Samuilionis, very quick in qualifying, nearly a second quicker than any other Micro Max. Very quick between Majors and Gruzin, so we'll keep an eye out for that battle for second place in the Micro Maxes, but we are green and away. We might have a race restart because they were definitely breaking formation, and there is the yellow flag to indicate that we have indeed had a false start. So quite a lot of drivers breaking the tram line. So for those people new to karting, essentially you see those white tram lines at the on the start-finish straight, which is where the drivers grid up if they are in the BSR X5s. But for all of our other categories, you've got a rolling start. You must keep your kart in your tram line until you cross the finish line. So you therefore see two very orderly groups of karts, two orderly lines of karts for the race start. And it just helps to minimize accidents going into turn one, and it keeps the field nice and tight. So when you see race restarts, whether here or in any other karting series, is usually for one of two reasons. Reason number one is what we've just seen, which is drivers breaking formation and leaving those tram lines. And the second reason tends to be for the race leader essentially accelerating too early, which spreads out the field, which is not what we want. We want a nice, close, compact field heading into turn one, which keeps it a little bit more exciting. So, attempt number 2 for our race start. Hopefully our drivers will be a little bit tidier, a little bit neater for this getaway. And here we go. This is a much better. We've got a couple of drivers who are very wide. We'll see what the race officials deem for it. But we're green. And, well, that was over the curve for Ricard Mednis through turn 1. But he's able to keep it nice and tight. One driver going right round the outside of turn 4. Well, that's a cracking overtake from whoever that was. Had the inside into turn 5 and was able to complete the overtake. But your top two, Vasnes, Mednis, nose to tail. Mednis goes up the inside into turn number 7. Great overtake from Ricard Mednis, who takes the lead of this race. That is the 52 that has had an issue. That's Emma Titsen, who started this race in 9th position. So Titsen drops down the order, unfortunately, for the Estonian. And we'll see whether she can try to hunt down the field and gain some all-important positions. Again, it doesn't matter if you have a terrible race. You want to limit the damage so that your average finishing position across the 2 races is improved, and then that will allow you to have a better starting position for the final, which is what truly matters. But Ricard Mednis leads the way and has pulled out a bit of a gap over Andrais Vasnes, who has Valters Vasnes not too far behind. Leading the race in the Micro Max category, pardon me, is August Majors. Pio Samuilionis up into 5th position, ahead of Majos Norkus. And Samuilionis will be trying to hunt down Majors, who has a little bit of a gap. It was 1 second when they came over the line. Pio Samuilionis not with the start that he would have wanted to kick off his day of racing after a very, very good qualifying session where he was in a bit of a class of his own, was Samuilionis. However, now Samuilionis just put in a 51.9. August Majors ahead of him, also a 51.9. Now, in qualifying, I do believe Pio Samuilionis did a 50.9. So we'll see just how much quicker Pios can go over the course of this race. The Lithuanian driver, and actually Majos Norkus, 2 Lithuanians trying to hunt down August Majors, who is a Latvian, at the front of the field in the Micromax category. Meanwhile, in the Minimax is 49.3 for Ricard Mednis, 49.4s for both of the Vasnes brothers. They head through turn 6. Now on the run towards turn 7. Again, that great overtake from Ricard Mednis on the opening lap, up the inside into turn 7. And I think also caught Ricard caught Andrejs Vaznis a little bit off guard. I think Andrejs thought he had a bit more of a gap and thought he could get his head down in the early stages of the race. Bit sideways there from Andrejs. However, Pio Samuilionis 3/10 behind August Majors in the Micromax category. Might actually be making an overtake this time round. 51.3 for Majors. Samuilionis 51.1, so 4/10 shy. As we have blue flags being waved, so our mini-maxes are closing into the back of the Micromax field. Quite early on as well. We do only have 3 minutes left, though, in this race. Now, it's been a good lap from Andrejs Vaznis, who is closing in onto Ricards Mednis. I think Valters Vaznis might have made a little bit of a mistake because he's fallen back from our leading two. And there he is in the corner of the shot, Valters Vaznis. The gap is 4/10 at the front of the field of 49.3 from Ricards Mednis. Now, August Majos is putting in a 51.3, but he's got Pio Samuilionis just behind him. And is, for a second I thought I saw a car going slowly, but Ricards Mednis is fine and is stretching out his lead over Andrejs Vaznis once again. So 2 minutes on the clock as we come over the line. What's the lap times looking like? Another 49.3 for Ricards Mednis, 49.4 for Andrejs Vaznis, 49.7 for Valters Vaznis, who started to fall off the pace ever so slightly. Now, will it still be Majors ahead of Samuilionis? No, so Samuilionis takes the lead of the Micromax category. He's put in a new personal best as well, which also means that is a new fast lap of the race for the Micromax class at 51.073. Now, the two at the front of the Micromax category have a 6-second advantage over Majos Norkus, who is third in the Micromaxes. And he is in turn 2 seconds ahead of Valters Kursis. Well, it is quietening up at the front of the field. Ricards Mednis just pulling out that lead over Andrejs Vaznis, now nearly a second. It might actually be over a second when they come over the line to start their final lap of, sorry, their penultimate lap of the race, pardon me. So once the timer hits 0, the next time they cross the line is the start of their final lap. And here they come into turn 13 with 23 seconds on the clock. So they will have this lap and one more lap. Ricards Mednis putting in a 49.2 that last lap, so a new fast lap of the race. Fair play to Andrejs Vaznis, 49.3, that was his personal best, but not quite enough. Now the gap was 0.6 of a second, and that gap is definitely smaller than before. Now, Ricards Mednis trying to find a way through on this back marker, does it round the outside, and bit of contact. Andrejs Vaznis almost able to take advantage, but not quite able to get close enough to your race leader. Was a possible opportunity, but Ricards Mednis held his nerve and had to make quite a difficult lapping overtake, actually. So credit to Ricards Mednis for keeping his head down and not letting that affect him. And actually, Ricards Mednis just did a 49.2 on that lap, so continuing to improve is Ricards Mednis despite the traffic. And I think that lap could have actually been a 48. It looked to me like he lost more than 0.2, having to go around the outside. But this is the final lap of the race. A little look over the shoulder there for Mednis, but he's got a very, very big gap behind him. Well, not a very big gap. It's about a second. A solid gap, let's say. And a very good drive from Mednis as he comes over the line to take the checkered flag. And with it, the heat win ahead of Valters Vasnis. And András Vasnis comes across the line in third. Then we have our race win in the Micromax category, which is Pius Samoulionis, who did manage to get into the 50s, a 50.893. August Majors crosses the line in fifth place, second in the Micromax class, just 2 and a bit seconds behind Samoulionis. And then coming over the line is going to be Majas Norkus. Actually, no, it's Valters Kursis. So on the last lap of the race, Valters Kursis overtaking Majas Norkus for third place in the Micromax category. Norkus in seventh place. And then it will be Patrick Lapins who comes over the line in eighth overall, which is fifth in the Micromax class. And now I think we're just waiting for Dennis Norkus to cross the line. And that might complete our field. So here are your final results. 8 drivers on the lead lap. Dennis Norkus was the last driver to get lapped. Congratulations to Ricard Mednis on a very, very good heat win. And with that, we're going to jump into, well, I'm going to get a short commentary break, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes' time with our mini maxes. We are almost ready to get underway with our third race of the day, the Rotax Max Mini Maxes. And, well, looking at qualifying, Remigius Kraušinas is looking very fast indeed, nearly 2/10 clear of Emilis Kapkauskas. And Carlis Benson's another 10th behind. Michaelis Zuber right in the hunt as well, as is Martins Lapins, which is what we would expect. Ivo was Dominique Dargis as well. Fairly close field, or not a lot of gaps separating a lot of our drivers. Potentially Martins Lapins a little bit more off the pace than what we would expect, considering that he is usually at the very front of the field. And starting in 5th for this heat will be a little bit further down than he would like. But I'm sure he's going to be certainly a part of this battle for the win. And there you can see Lapins in the 118 kart. The pink helmet and sporting the Latvian suit. That's Carlis Benson's just in front of him with the yellow and purple Lewis Hamilton suit. Carlos Benson's always an exciting driver to watch, and tends to get himself firmly in the mix for any battle that is occurring out on circuit. So I think we are almost ready to get our karts out on to the grid. There's going to be a green flag waved very shortly. And there is a green flag. And our karts will take to the circuit, which means that it is time for us to run through the grid for our opening Minimax race of the day. Remigijus Klausinas and Emilis Kapkauskas make for an all-Lithuanian front row, followed by Carlis Bensons and Mikelis Zube in third and fourth place. Row number 3 is Martins Lapins and Ivo Ars. Martins Lapins, I believe, is your championship leader. Dominik Stargis ahead of Timur Babenko in 7th and 8th place respectively. Completing the top 10 is Martin Sarma and Henry Slapse. And moving on to row number 6 and completing the field, Jokobas Juozaitis in 11th position. So that is your grid. And our drivers are going to get one green flag lap, followed by a formation lap. So a chance for them to warm up their tyres. And, well, Remigijus Klausinas might be feeling a little bit more confident as well, because at the end of that green flag lap, he's actually stretched out a bit of a lead to Kapkauskas and Bensons. So, is he going to be able to check out at the front of the field? Now, normally, knowing the Minimaxes, that doesn't happen very often. But Remigijus Klausinas will certainly be trying to make an exception to that. There's Emilis Kapkauskas on the left in the green and black kart. Remigijus Klausinas in the white and red kart. But make sure you keep your eyes for Martins Lapin starting on the inside column from the third row of the grid, and the blue suit with the blue kart with a pink helmet. Around the final corner, we're ready to go racing. A very good orderly start. No race restart here this time, and it is a good start from Kriaušinas, but right behind him is Emilis Kapkauskas. So Kapkauskas has had a good start. Bensons is in third place. There is a yellow flag being waved, and another one. So I think we've got a false start, which is unfortunate. It looked like the field was really, really close coming over the line. But the race officials have spotted an issue. So we will have to start again. And that might be bad news for Emilis Kapkauskas. Now, normally, the outside is not where you want to be to start a race. However, it's not too bad here at Madona. And that's because even if you're on the outside into turn 1, you then are immediately on the inside for turn 2. So I think, whilst everyone was relatively close together, Remigijus Klausinas might have gone a little bit too early. So this time around, they're being bunched up a lot more. We are green, and away we go through turn 1 and into turn 2. Oh, big accident further down the field. Hopefully both drivers are okay. I saw a driver almost coming out of his kart, but thankfully did stay in his kart. Green flags are being waved, so the race start overall is okay. Carlos Bensons is up into second place, and that is Martins Lapins up into third. It's a perfect start for Remigijus Klausinas, who's got himself about 5 karts of an advantage over Carlos Bensons. And there you can see Emilis Kapkauskas dropping to 4th place. So Kapkauskas, who had a really good start for attempt number 1, and start number 2 has not been as good, as he has dropped down into 4th position. I think he's got Mikelis Zube behind him in 5th. So Zube's not had the best of starts either. Actually, Zube's dropped much further down the field. He's actually dropped down to 10th. So Mikelis Zube and Dominik Stargis were our 2 drivers involved in that incident on lap 1 heading into, I think it was through turn 3. Now, Martins Lapins right onto the back of Carlis Berntsens. Will these two work together to try to hunt down Remigius Kraušinas? Or is Martins Lapins going to go for the overtake as soon as he possibly can? Well, we will have to wait and see. The pair of them seem to be pulling a bit of a gap to Emilis Kapikauskas in 4th place. But the best judge is going to be once we come over the line and see the lap times being set by all of our 4 drivers. So Kraušinas over the line, 48.0. Berntsens Lapins also 48.0. Emilis Kapikauskas 48.1. So the top 3 just a little bit quicker than the rest of the field at this current moment in time. They make their way through turn 7 into 8 and now into turn 9. Emilis Kapikauskas has visibly closed back in, and he might be dragging Ivo Oss along with him. Ivo Oss, the driver who's sporting the Lando Norris helmet, I think it is, at the back of this train. A really good effort from him to stick with this leading group. 47.9 from your race leader, Remigius Kraušinas. Berntsens 48.1, Lapins 48.2, Kapikauskas 48.0. So it does look like Kraušinas might be in a class of his own today, or at least in this opening race. He's got the measure of the drivers behind him, the only driver so far to dip into the 47s. Super late on the break there from Emilis Kapikauskas as he closes in onto Martins Lapins. Kapikauskas, so good on the brakes into that corner. That was ridiculous how much he gained, and he lost absolutely nothing on corner exit as well. Kapikauskas is looking racy, and Lapins is looking like fresh meat for the Lithuanian driver. So not a great lap from Lapins. He's fallen back from Carlis Berntsens. Berntsens 47.9, but Kraušinas has just done a 0.8. There goes a move up the inside from Emilis Kapikauskas. And he's done that into turn number 5. Now Kapikauskas will try to lead this charge towards Carlis Berntsens. Martins Lapins, that last lap was a 48.2, 3/10 shy of what Carlis Berntsens had done. And now Ivo Oss closing in onto Lapins. And I have a feeling that Kapikauskas is going to lead this trio on a charge towards Berntsens, who this lap round, Carlis Berntsens, has looked quicker than Kraušinas. The gap was nearly 7/10 of a second. As they come over the line this time round, it's less than 4/10 of a second. A 47.7 from Carlis Berntsens. Remigius Kraušinas a 48.0, so 2/10 slower than what he had done on the previous lap when he put in a 47.8. Now, Emilis Kapikauskas with clean air in front of him. What is his pace going to look like? Ivo Oss actually did a 47.9 on that lap. So Carlis Berntsens has maybe just been saving a little bit of pace in the opening few laps. Maybe Remigius Kraušinas has taken a bit too much out of his tyre life. Although that being said, I don't know how much tyre saving is a play in the mini maxes. I know it is something for the DD2s and the seniors, senior maxes, maybe in the junior maxes as well. But I think for the mini and micro maxes, you can just full send it the entire race. 47.6 from Remigius Kraušinas. That's what we expected from our race leader. Carlis Berntsens 47.7. Emilis Kapikauskas only able to do a 47.8. Same for Lapins and Ivo Oss behind. Those two able to match Kapikauskas on that particular lap. Nobody else in the grid able to get into the 47s outside of these leading 5 drivers. Jokubas Juozaitis in 6th place. He's had a really good start. He actually started this race in 11th, did Juozaitis. He has made his way up into 6th position. So excellent stuff from Jokubas Juozaitis. Michele Zuber is in 9th place and is actually right behind Timur Babenko. So Zuber could finish this race in 8th position. I doubt he's going to be able to catch the 3 seconds to Henri's Lapse in 7th place. That might be a bit too much of an ask, although Lapse last time round did put in a 48.7, so maybe there is hope for Zuber. 51 seconds on the clock. I think we are going to have 2 more laps once our drivers cross the line. So 47.6 is from the top 2 on the last lap. Let's see this time round what the laps are looking like. Still just under 4/10 and now just over 4/10 of a second between them. Remigius Kraušinas, 47.7. Carlis Bernsen's also 47.7. Kapkauskas, Lapins and Os, 47.9s, 48.0s. And where is Michaelis Zuber? Still a 10th behind Timur Babenko. Unable to find a way through on that last lap. Remigius Kraušinas has just done a 47.591. Bernsen's 47.7. And Emilis Kapkauskas starting to pull away from these two behind him. Lapins and Os 48.0, 47.8. Emilis Kapkauskas 47.8 as well. And there's Ivo Os right behind Martins Lapins. Is he going to have a way through? I think turn 9 is going to be his best opportunity, which has just passed. So heading into the final sequence of corners is the 199. Remigius Kraušinas, who put this on pole by quite a substantial margin, is going to take the race win, not by a huge amount, only 6/10 ahead of Carlis Bernsen's. A very good win for Kraušinas. Bernsen's is in second, then comes Emilis Kapkauskas, Lapins and Os nose to tail in 4th and 5th, then comes Jokubas Juozaitis ahead of Henrais Lapse. Then it's Timur Babenko in 8th, ahead of Michaelis Zuber in 9th, with Dominik Dargis in 10th place. Martin Sama, our DNF, after, I think, the opening lap incident between Sarma and I believe it was Michaelis Zuber. And there on your screen are the race results. Fast lap of the race, Remigius Kraušinas with a 47.591. An excellent lap from your race winner. So we're going to go into a short break, but we'll be back in a few minutes' time with our Micro Maxes. So our next carts are on to the grid, and we are ready to get underway with our Micro Maxes, the Rotax Max Micro Maxes. Again, it's another all-Lithuanian front row. Timas Rimas and Domas Norkus in first and second place, respectively, ahead of Karim Skukutis and Rodrigo Lapins. Marko Klavins is in 5th, ahead of Rems Balodz Nagradovs in 6th, with David Vladson completing the 7-cart field. Now, I'm pretty sure Karim Skukutis is the driver I like to refer to as Lightning McQueen, because he's got a very cool Lightning McQueen livery, and running with the Lightning McQueen number as well, number 95. Now, Kukutis, that is his best qualifying position, or his best qualifying result that he has had this year. Only a 10th of Domas Norkus, but Timas Rimas in a class of his own. We tend to see that. That's what we've seen for the last 2 rounds of this championship. Timas Rimas just clearing the field. And he was nearly 3/10 quicker than Domas Norkus. So we might be seeing that again. Timas Rimas just checking out at the front of the field. And it might be a bit of a battle for second place. Green, and we are racing. Timas Rimas gets a decent getaway. There comes Karim Skukitis going for the move up into second. Has to slot in behind, bit of contact behind. And a very good job by the driver to actually not end up facing the wrong direction, because that car was looking all shapes and sizes, a little bit sideways on the exit of turn 3. But for the moment, Timas Rimas is being kept honest by Domas Norkus, who is directly behind him, and Karim Skukutis is staying in touch with the leading two. Still early stages, just the opening lap of the race. So a long way to go, but positive signs for both Norkus and Kukitis as we make our way through the final sequence of corners through 11, 12, and now the short run before heading into turn 13. And Timas Rimas already starting to stretch out a bit of a lead. He's pulled a kart length to Domas Norkus, who has Karim Kukitis directly behind him as we head up the hill through turns 3 and 4. Now down the hill, maybe a little bit wide. That was from Domas Norkus. It seems to be almost a little bit of a bump as you go through the heavily cambered turn 4. And I think Domas Norkus a little bit wide, and that just caused him to understeer a bit more than he would have liked. Rodrigo Lapins in 4th place has Clavins and Ballos Negrado directly behind him. And Kukitis he's lost a bit of time through turn 7. Came a little bit tighter out of the corner, and now he's lost touch with Domas Norkus somewhat. And Domas Norkus has only dropped a 10th to Timas Rimas. Karim Kukitis 50.5 on that lap, so he's dropped 2 tenths. Here we go through the all-important turn 4. And fair play, Domas Norkus and Kukitis. They are really keeping Timas Rimas honest. Very good showing from the pair of them. And then we've got this 3-kart battle behind Lapins, Clavins, and Balos Negradovs. Very quick through from Clavins as he heads through 7 and 8. Gained a lot of time on the brakes and through the corner as well. And poor David Vladsen, just not quite able to stick with the 3-kart train in front of him. So he's in a bit of a no man's land at the moment, is David Vladsen. 50.2 from Rimas, 50.2 for Norkus, 50.2 for Kukitis. It's a very similar pace from all three. Oh, a little bit wide from Kukitis. Tried to carry a bit too much speed into turn 3. And he's trying everything he can, is Kukitis, to stick with these leading two. He's just starting to fall back little by little. And again, there is Clavins on the brakes, really closing in onto Rodrigo Lapins. I'm guessing Rodrigo Lapins, younger brother of Martins Lapins, who we saw out in the Minimaxes just a few minutes ago. So up the hill once again. Through turn 3 and now down into turn 4. And Clavins is all over the back of Lapins, and that's allowing Balos and Negradovs to really get involved. Negradovs in the yellow and blue kart. 50.0 from Rimas at the front of the field. He's actually stretched 2 tenths to Domas Norkus that time round, whereas in turn stretched a 10th to Karim Skukitis. 3 minutes on the clock. But it's Marco Clavins who looks really, really racy. If he can just find a way through. And he's looking for the move now into turn 1 is Clavins. Oh, nose just chopped off by Lapins. Wasn't able to get far enough alongside by the braking zone. Well, I think for these carts, I don't know if there is a braking zone going into turn 1. It might be full send into 1 and then get onto the brakes for turn 2. They head into turn 9. Last time around, Timas Rimas another 50.0. Personal best from all of the top 5. Rimas 50.0, Nordkus 50.1, Kukitis 50.2. And as we start another lap, 50.0 from Rimas again. Sorry, 50.1 that time from Timas Rimas. Nordkus 50.2. Kukitis only a 50.6. So Kukitis has started to drop off the pace a little bit. The gaps continue to expand. Rodrigo Lapins holding on to 4th place ahead of Marco Clavins. Both of them putting in their personal bests. Rems Balos and the Gradovs actually 50.3 on his last lap. Oh, the pace is really dropping off for Karim Kukitis. 51.2 on the last lap. Well, if he puts in more laps like that, he's actually going to get reeled in by Rodrigo Lapins. So Karim Kukitis needs to improve his pace by a little bit because he lost half a second on that lap. There is Karim Kukitis. The red suit and cart. And there you can see the gap, the ever shrinking gap now to Rodrigo Lapins. And that gap is shrinking by more and more. Now, I know in these races, especially young drivers, they do get tired. I wonder if that maybe is what has happened to Karim Kukitis, who last time round, that's another 51.2 and another half a second loss. We have 2 laps remaining. This is actually going to be really tight, I think, for 3rd place. The front of the field, the gap is starting to expand again. 9/10 between your top 2. But again, fair play to Tomas Nordkus. He did an excellent job keeping Timas Rimas honest for as long as he did. Karim Kukitis is certainly getting reeled in. I think he's just starting to miss a few more apexes and getting a bit tired behind the wheel. Last lap of the race. Can Kukitis hold on to this? Fastest lap goes to Tomas Nordkus, 49.9. Excellent lap from Nordkus. Now this trio, can they reel in Kukitis, who did a 50.9 that lap? So he only lost 0.3 to the trio behind him, but he still did lose time. I think Kukitis should have this. He has upped the pace by enough. Although Rodrigo Lapins is almost right on his tail. But here is Timas Rimas making his way through the final couple of corners. And a very good drive as well from Tomas Nordkus. Timas Rimas takes the checker flag. Tomas Nordkus comes across the line in 2nd position. And it will indeed be Karim Kukitis who holds on to 3rd place, ahead of Rodrigo Lapins, Marco Clavins and Rems Balods Nagradovs in 6th place, with David Vladsen completing the field in 7th. Here is Vladsen around the final corner and crosses the line. And that completes our race. And there on the screen are your final results. A big shout out as well to the only driver able to get into the 49s, Tomas Nordkus, 49.955, fastest lap of the race. Excellent job from him. And we're now going to jump into another very short break before we return with our Rotax Max Juniors. we are green for our juniors. Let's go through the grid. Jack Collinson on pole ahead of Emilis Juozaitis in second position. Gloves Hands and Marcus Jolk in third and fourth place. And on to row 3 is Remy Rubin and Oskaras Pitkovas in sixth position. Patrikas Josias and Juris Zigamantas Stankovičius are in 7th and 8th, with Gustavs Narvais and Keita Spike completing your top 10. Rudolf Alexis and Marks Kononovs are in 11th and 12th. And on row 7, we've got Adam Six and Armand Mednis. Row number 8 is Grandberger and Kimont. And row number 9 is Ninamae and Pluxna. And completing the top 20 is Timur Gaziev and Matvey Ponomarev. And that completes our field. So we have got a couple of our amateur juniors in the Latvian Championship rather than the Rotax Max Championship. So Armand Mednis and Ottilia Granberger, I think it was. Let me just double check that. Ottilia Granberger, yes. So Armand Mednis and Ottilia Granberger are our two LKK drivers, so Latvian Karting Championship drivers, as opposed to the Rotax Max junior drivers. But Jack Collinson and Emilis Juozaitis on the front row of the grid. And let's see how this goes. Collinson keeping the field very slow, very bunched up, heading into the final corner. Emilis Juozaitis alongside the Lithuanian driver. And then Marcus Jolk, Remy Rubin, two Estonians a little bit further down. Keep your eyes out for Marcus Jolk. He has some fantastic drives. He's starting from fourth. It's green. It's a very clean start from the field. Very well behaved as we head into turns number 1 and 2. But Collinson is leading the way. And Klav's Hands is up into second place. Emilis Juozaitis on the outside did have to yield a position. Green flags being waved. No race restart for our fourth race of the day. Actually, fifth race of the day. Now, where has Marcus Jolk dropped down to? I think he's dropped down to 5th or 6th position. So he's going to have a little bit of work to do. He is indeed in 5th place. And is that Emilis Juozaitis back up into 2nd place? I think it is. Remy Rubin up into 4th. But Jack Collinson has a good lead in front of him. And Jack Collinson has looked good in both of the opening rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia, but he hasn't won either final, if I recall correctly. There's always been something or other that's happened. So a good lead for Jack Collinson to get this race underway. So it's Patrikas Josias who is ahead of Marcus Jolk at the moment. We head into the final corner. We get ready to start lap number 3 of this race. So Emilis Juozaitis a tenth quicker than Jack Collinson on that last lap. The gap is starting to get chipped away. Patrikas Josias up into 3rd place. Patrikas Josias definitely a driver to keep your eyes out for. His first round of the year, actually, in RMC Latvia. Patrikas Josias was the Mini-Max champion from last year, represented Lithuania at the RMC Grand Finals last year. Was it in Italy? I think it was in Italy. Very quick driver is Josias, but we hadn't seen him racing in the juniors yet. So Josias making the step up into the junior category. Let's see how he can perform. Emilis Juozaitis was also in the mini-maxes along with Patrikas Josias, if I recall correctly. So both of them making that step up into juniors this year. which is why now we see in the mini-maxes you've got the likes of Carlos Bensons and Emilis Kapkauskas, Remigius Krauschenas now leading it, because Patrick Asiosius has made the step up. I'm sure if Patrick Asiosius was there, he would be giving them a good fight and showing the young'uns how it's done. So Patrick Asiosius now up into this new category, and is doing a good job in his opening race of the season for RM2 Latvia. We'll see whether he can close in on Collinson and Uozaitis. Uozaitis still chipping away at that gap at the front of the field. Now down to 0.3 of a second, 45.7 for Uozaitis, and indeed for Josias, 45.8 for Collinson and Klaus Hans. Jolk and Remy Rubin in the 45.9s. Pitkovas also 45.8. Oskar Pitkovas, who's currently down in 7th position. So over the line we go to start another lap. Checking in the amateur category, Ottilia Granberger is leading. Armands Mednis is about 2.5 behind. The last time round, Jack Collinson 45.6, Uozaitis 45.7, Josias 45.6. Fast lap of the race, Markus Jolk with a 45.613. So very similar laps being done by all of our top 7, really. Over the line, another 45.6 Collinson. Again, there is very little to separate our drivers in terms of pace. For now, Emilis Uozaitis just sitting behind, waiting for, I don't know, a mistake, an opportunity. Doesn't have the outright pace to close into the back of Collinson. Markus Jolk, on the other hand, he might. He's looking very racy behind Klaus Hans. Over the line again, more 45, 6s and 7s. Actually, Jack Collinson 45.3 on that lap. 45.5, 45.4 behind him. Klaus Hans 45.6. So Markus Jolk is going to need to make this move lickety split. There are your top 5, followed by a small gap to Remy Rubin and Joris Zigamanta Stankevicius. That time around 45.4 for Collinson. Klaus Hans picking up the pace, 45.4 from him. Two and a half minutes on the clock as we teeter closer to those 45.1s, maybe even a 44.9. Through the final corner come our junior maxes. Collinson 45.5, 45.4 for Uozaitis. Hans and Jolk 45.6s. And actually closed in by Joris Zigamanta Stankevicius by a couple of tenths on that lap. There is Markus Jolk, the black suit and the full green helmet. So we're about to complete lap number 10, and Jack Collinson continues to lead from Emilis Uozaitis and Patrick Asiosius. 45.3 from Collinson that time round. 0.4 and a 0.5 for Uozaitis and Josias respectively. So we're going to be heading on to the penultimate lap of the race now. 2 laps to go. Collinson continues to lead, another 45.3 from him. There's Marcus Jolk, still searching for a way through on club hands. Ottilia Granberger still leading in the amateur class. Nearly 4 seconds ahead of Armand Mednis, who is also a few positions behind as well. Marcus Jolk now coming under a little bit of pressure from Zygimantas Stankevicius. We start the final lap of the race. Collinson with another 45.3. The gap is nearly a second. Zygimantas Stankevicius looking to the outside of Jolk. He takes the defensive line. More defensive driving heading into turn number 6. Zygimantas Stankevicius will be searching for a way through. Remy Rubin might be able to take advantage of this. And see, it looks for switchback after switchback, but no way through currently. As the Estonian continues to hold on to 5th. Early on the brakes, and I thought for a second Remy Rubin was going to go around. Jolk continues to defend. Oskaras Pitkovas now at the back of this. Jack Collinson takes the checkered flag ahead of Emilis Uozaitis. Patrikas Josias in 3rd, and there is our group just behind. Zygimantas Stankevicius overtaking Marcus Jolk in the final couple of corners. So Klaus Hans in 4th, then comes Joris Zygimantas Stankevicius in 5th. Marcus Jolk in 6th ahead of Remy Rubin and Oskaras Pitkovas in 7th and 8th place. Rudolf Alexis in 9th ahead of Keita Spikes and Gustavs Narvaez in 11th. Juris Fluxner in 12th ahead of Marks Kononov, Adam 6th and Hugo Kimont in 15th. Ottilia Granberger in 16th and 1st in the amateur category. Matvey Ponomarev in 17th ahead of Timur Gajiev in 18th. Armand Mednis in 19th, 2nd in the amateur class. Then is Sebastian Ninemae in 20th. place. So with that, again, we will take a short break before we return momentarily with our DD2s. Onto the field are our DD2s, and it's Martins Junovskis and Romans Rodionovs on the front row of the grid. Roland Juris Spruder and Tonis Johannes Tomingas are on row 2. Then we have Noyes Gerolaitis and Andreas Opkaup on row number 3. Row number 4 is Ricard Kansims and Paul Eke Betlem. Completing the top 10 is Roman Rodionovs in 9th ahead of Martin Janovskis. Well, we have said Joel Kasper Uepere has been improving over the course of this year, and out-qualifying Edgar Zvilkant is, well, absolutely incredible. Roman Rodionovs didn't have a qualifying time, so he's down in 9th. He's going to have a lot of work to do. if he wants to put himself in a good position for the final. Because Juepere and Vilkens might be in a bit of a class of their own, trying to stretch away. Rodionovs, who can every now and then put up a fight with Vilkens. Edgars Vilkens is the target for any driver in this DD2 category. And maybe Juepere is going to be the new target. But keep your eyes on that man there. Roman Rodionov starting from penultimate position in 9th place. He's on the inside of the grid, so on the right-hand side of your screen. Actually, it looks like Rodionovs is on the outside. So I remember Rodionovs having that dark red suit, 456. Yeah, so Rodionovs is actually on the outside. And he's going to swap to the inside at the last second as we go through the opening couple of corners. Juepere leads from Vilkens with Roland Jurisprute just behind Rodionovs. No positions gained through the opening couple of corners. Vilkens is already on the back of Juepere. These two have already actually pulled from Tonis Johannes Thormingas. Thormingas up into 3rd place. You can identify Thormingas. He's got the white and blue Estonian suit on. Represented Estonia in the RMC Grand Finals last year. Did Thormingas. And Juepere will want to be taking that Estonian pride from Thormingas. And at the moment, he's in a good position to do that, leading this race. As they make their way down the hill. And there goes a move up the inside from Edgars Vilkens. Bit of contact following through is Tonis Johannes Thormingas. So Thormingas did not need to get a second invitation to go up the inside. Edgars Vilkens says, look, I know you think you're all that, Juepere, but let me just remind you, I'm the master of the DD2 class. Sends it up the inside. Aggressive move, but clean move. To be honest, I think Juepere left enough space on the inside and Vilkens maybe just went in a bit too hot. That's what led to contact. And it's the contact that pushed Juepere further out wide than he needed to be, and that allowed Thormingas to go through. So I think Juepere might feel a little bit aggrieved by that. But I don't think there was enough in it to warrant the penalty. I'm sure the stewards will be well aware of everything, so they'll double check and award penalties if they feel they need to. But from first time viewing, I think that was one of those where it was a robust, maybe a bit aggressive move from Vilkens, but it was clean enough. Now, where is Rodionovs? Rodionovs has gone from 10th up into 8th position. There you can see Rodionovs at the back of this train of cars. But Edgars Vilkens is now starting to pull away at the front of this field. Vilkens has just done a 43.9, a 10th quicker than Thormingas, or 2 tenths quicker than Thormingas, only a 10th quicker than Juepere. But Juepere now is stuck behind Thormingas, his fellow Estonian, and he's going to have to find a way through. If he doesn't, it's going to cost him a lot of time. Visibly see the gap that is being pulled at the moment. 7 minutes on the clock. Fastest lap of the race, Roman Rodionovs, who is now up into 7th place. Him and Andres Opkalp found a way through on Nois Gerolaitis. But 43.9 from all of our top 4. And then you've got Rodionovs, who is quickly trying to close in. Rodionovs and indeed Andres Opkalp. So Vilkens continues to stretch out a lead at the front of the field. 43.8 that time round. Actually matched by Opkalp and Rodionovs. Those were the only two able to match the pace of Edgars Vilkens, and that was a very nice move up the inside for 4th position. which was Roland Spruder up the inside of Joel Kasper Juepere, if I'm not mistaken. I'll double check that. No, I think it was Janovskis up the inside of Spruder. We'll see when they come over the line, but I think that is Martin Janovskis up into 4th place. Indeed it was, so Janovskis up into 4th, Opkalp and Rodionov still trying to close in. 44.0s last time round from the pair of them. They definitely gained on the group ahead. 43.8 for Wilkens and Juepere is through on Thormingas. So Juepere up into 2nd place, but now has a 1 second deficit, maybe a bit more, to Edgars Wilkens. He's going to have to do a lot of work to close in. So we'll keep an eye on those gaps. 43.6 for Wilkens, 44s for the group behind. And Martin Janovskis looking quite racy in 4th position. He just did a 43.8. Opkalp Rodionov has just closed in onto the back of Spruder, and this group of carts that essentially goes all the way up to Juepere in 2nd, although Juepere is starting to look like he's going to break clear. Well, over the line we go. It's a 43.9 for Edgars Wilkens. 44.0 for 3 drivers behind Juepere, Thormingas and Janovskis. Rodionov, I thought might have gone for a move up the inside of Opkalp, but decides against it. Rodionov still in 7th place, having started this race in 10th place, pardon me. And visibly, that is a fastest lap of the race, I think. Not quite. Fastest lap of the race, Edgars Wilkens, 43.684. But Juepere gained a 10th nearly on Wilkens on that lap. But I think Edgars Wilkens is more than happy as long as he just keeps on putting in solid times. Rodionov actually has dropped back a little bit from Andreas Opkalp. Two minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And gaps are starting to stretch across the field. Rodionov has dropped back actually now from Andreas Opkalp. Rodionov's not really showing the pace that we expected of him in this race. I mean, in terms of fastest laps, he's got the 2nd quickest lap of the race, but he's just not had the consistency to stay on the back of the group in front of him, and indeed to work his way through that group. Up the hill they go. 1 minute on the clock, 3 laps remaining in this race. make our way through turn 8, into 9 once again. It's looking like Tomigas is still under pressure from Janovskis. Janovskis unable to find any way through. Waiting and biding his time. 2 laps to go. Janovskis is going to have to go for something soon. There's no way through the opening chicane. Maybe up the inside into 4. No. Just had a little sniff maybe of an opportunity. Janovskis still just sitting behind, waiting and biding his time, which is all he really needs to do. Edgars Wilkens has, I think, stretched out his lead to UFR by a few tenths. Well, we are on to the last lap of the race and the last opportunity for Janovskis to find a way through on Tomigas. Opkalp searching for a way through on Spruder and Rodionovs directly behind him. Is that a potential move? No, not quite for Opkalp. But rounding the final corner is Edgars Wilkens as he heads into turn number 12. Here comes a move, late move, last lap from Janovskis. Wide goes Tomigas, and Tomigas, well, will finish in 4th place, but it is Edgars Wilkens who takes the win from Jon Kasper Juepere and Martin Janovskis with a last corner send on Tomigas. Excellent overtake, and pits Tomigas to the line by 0.08 of a second. Excellent stuff. Roland Jurisbrude in 5th ahead of Andreas Opkalp. Romans Rodionovs in 7th ahead of Nois Gerolaitis. Richard Kansins and Paul Eke Bethlehem complete the field. So that brings our DD2 race to a close. Next up will be our Rotax Max Senior Maxes. Green flag has been waved and our seniors will head out on to circuit. And the seniors never really disappoint. Dovydas Gutelevicius and Fernando Paimere on the front row of the field. And then Fernando Paimere is in 3rd as well, ahead of Rafael Zernask. So it's Dovydas Gutelevicius in 2nd. Linas Volungevicius in 5th, ahead of Artyom Sestakovs. Then comes Adrian Stions and Kaspar Kiskuela in 7th and 8th place respectively. Alice Stolzermane and Marta Spike complete your top 10. Then comes Jonas Liotkauskas and Martin Zvalts. Rikard Skekulis and Endrik Beats are on row number 7. Row number 8 is Marius Karshauskas and Matas Balchus, pardon me. Laurinas Karalevicius and Hans Markus Narus are on row number 9. Ilya Sheremeta and Kate Droviseva are on row number 10. Row 11 is Kauri Jesper Somets and Rens Smits. And row 12 is Ginas Rimkus and Kevin Lenus. Row 13 is Kristin Hjovaen and Tomas Karlevicius. Row 14 is Maya Gomberga and Sara Tabo. Tabo a little bit out of position. And Kallis Kirikovs down in 29th place. So Kirikovs, it was saying that Kirikovs was starting on pole at one point, but it is Gudilevicius Paimra on the front row of the grid, Lithuania and Estonia, then it's Zernask and Keikers, Estonia and Latvia. Linas Volungevicius starting in 5th place. Volungevicius has had some sketchy qualifying results in his first 2 rounds of the season, finished 2nd in the super finals for the opening round, so starting much higher up, a much better look for him, but away we go. Dovidas Gudilevicius leads the field. Paimre holds on to 2nd position, heading up the hill. Paimre maybe goes for a move, no, sits in behind Rodrigo Keikers up into 3rd place. So Keikers getting a fantastic start from 4th. It's not often we see drivers on the outside of the grid gaining a place, contact further down the field between 2 drivers. Well, that is not what they would have wanted, as they both managed to get themselves out of the grass. That's going to be one for the stewards to look at later on. For your top 4, Gudilevicius, Paimre, Keikers, Zernaska, as they make their way into the final sequence. No Wallström today. And the Finnish driver was present in the opening 2 rounds of the RMC Latvian Championship, but not here today. And also not here is Tom Strel. So this is a really good opportunity. There's actually a few drivers not competing, as that was a really nice move. I think that was Zernas up the inside of Sestakovs. So Sestakovs is here. Who is missing? Well, we had a Swedish driver, I forget his name. He was very quick in the last couple of rounds. Wallström as well, Tom Strel too. So a few of our heavy hitters not in today's senior event, but it's some feisty racing further down the field. And it looks like Dovidas Gudilevicius is making full use of this opportunity as he leads the field from Paimre, with Rodrigo Keikers in 3rd position. We head down the hill through turn 3 and 4 and down into turn 5. This Madona circuit looks absolutely fantastic, and it looks like one of our drivers wasn't able to get to the end of the opening lap, which I think is going to be Tomas Karlevicius. I saw a stricken kart on the exit of turn 5. Gudilevicius is just putting in the laps at the moment, stretching out lead to Fernando Paimre. So 44.9 from Gudilevicius at Paimre, 45.164, actually identical time set by Rodrigo Keikers. Seven minutes on the clock. And that is Alice Stolzermane, who is up in 6th place, working her way up through the field. Stolzermane was certainly starting out of position. We normally see her qualifying at least in the top 5. So Alice Stolzermane with Rafael Zernask and Adrian Stions directly behind. Stolzermane now has some clean air to work in, so we'll keep an eye on her lap times. Alice will certainly be working her way up the order and trying to close in onto Volungevicius, who is the next kart up ahead. Well, at the front of the field is a 44.5. That's been matched by Artyom Sestakov and actually beaten for fastest lap of the race. Volungevicius is also 44.5. Alice Stolzermane 44.6, despite having to do an overtake on that lap. Down the hill into turn 13 they go once more. 44.3 from Gudelevicius. Dovydas Gudelevicius absolutely flying on circuit right now. What did Alicia Stolzermana do? 44.6, so a couple of tenths slower than some of the drivers up ahead. Fernando Coimbra still holding on to second place ahead of Rodrigo Kakers. Actually pulling a bit of a gap to Kakers as well is the Estonian. Half a second ahead now. 44.3 from Gudelevicius, 44.4s from Coimbra, Kakers, 44.5s from Sestakov, Volungevicius, and indeed Alicia Stolzermana. It is close to this battle for third. Well, second really, because Coimbra is not that far up ahead. .2 last time round for Gudelevicius. Well, 44.3 is the lap to beat at the moment from Gudelevicius, as we've got one car off to the side. Minutes on the clock. 44.3s from our top two, 44.4s from almost everyone else in the top 7, top 8. Gudelevicius continues to lead, continues to extend his lead. Another 44.3. The gap is 1.5 seconds at the front of the field. Good lap from Rodrigo Kakers, 44.3 from him, matching what was just done by Gudelevicius. Well, 56 seconds on the clock. Got a battle further down the field. Can't quite tell who that is. I think it was a 356 I think that's a 310 of Endrick Pete behind Ilya Sheremeta. .7 seconds the gap at the front of the field, penultimate lap of the race. So Pete's now ahead of Ilya Sheremeta. That's the 390. And there we've got the 372. I'm not sure who's in the 372. That's Ricard Kekulis. Well, final lap of the race. Dovydas Gudalevicius has made it look a little bit easy as he makes his way through turn 13 to take the checker flag in somewhat dominant fashion. And Fernando Paimre in second ahead of Rodrigo Kakers and Artyom Sestakovs. Linas Volungevicius in fifth ahead of Elise Stolstermane in sixth. Rafael Zernas, Adrian Kions, Karlis Kirikov and Matas Balchus complete your top 10. Then it's Ricard Kekulis ahead of Endrick Pete, Ilya Sheremeta and Marius Karshauskas in 13th and 14th. Hans Markus Narusk in 15th ahead of Martin Zvalts in 16th. Kate Robiseva, Ginas Rimkus, Jonas Leotkauskas, Kevin Lenus in 20th. Then it's Kaur Jesper Somets in 21st, Laurian Askaralevicius in 22nd. Christian Hjovain in 23rd ahead of Rem Smits and Maya Gormberga in 25th. Sara Tabo is our last finisher in 26th. DNFs for Kasper Kiskuela, Marcus Spike and Thomas Karalevicius. So that brings our senior race to a close. We will be back in a few moments' time with our amateur, heavy and master DD2 race. So here we go for our DD2s. Mikolas Mažinas and Rikard Kalnsiems on the front row of the grid, ahead of Ivers Uz and Rudis Klavins on row number 2. Kaldis Brisis is your pole sitter for the amateur class, ahead of Juris Zalitis in 6th place. Edmunds Zusevics is 2nd in the amateur class, ahead of Armens Kanks. Valters Dreimanis is ahead of Markus Spikis. Markus Spikis, one of our heavyweight drivers and the pole sitter for the heavyweight class. Then it's Jan Vitkar ahead of Kristaps Smiltniks, and Juris Spikis ahead of Endais Vasnis. In 15th place is Antonevics Dimitris ahead of Artuts Zenis, and completing the grid in 17th is Argo Tam. Well, here we go. Our field is nicely bunched up and ready to go racing. Mikolas Mažinas, Rikard Kalnsiems on the front row of the grid. Quite a big grid as well for this DD2 race. Usually we only have about, I think, 10, maybe 15 max, 17 drivers and multiple drivers in each category. We've got 5 amateurs, we've got 5 heavies, and we've got 7 masters. So this should be a really, really good race. Mikolas Mažinas, Rikard Kalnsiems on the front row of the grid. Mažinas in the white kart and Kalnsiems in the Birol ART, the red and white coloured kart, starting in 2nd place. Keep your eyes out for Kaldis Brisis. He usually mixes it up with the masters. And we are green, we are ready to go racing, and away we go. A good start for your pole sitter, Mikolas Mažinas, who will lead the field. Ivers also look to get a very good getaway as well from 3rd position. I think he's managed to get past Rikard Kalnsiems in 2nd. We will confirm that when they come over the line, with your top 2 starting to break clear of the rest of the field. Just a few corners into the opening lap. And here they go on the run down towards turn number 10. For the first time today, and then down this excellent sequence of corners into turn 13 and over the line. Mikolas Mažinas leads the way ahead of Iverzus. Rikard Kalnsiems in 3rd. Juris Zalitis also gained a position. He's up into 6th place. Edmund Zusevics down into 7th. Those were the only changes on the opening lap of the race. They head through turn 7 and 8 once again. A little bit sideways there, Iverzus, as he got on the power coming out of turn 7. Iverzus, fastest lap of the race, as he's right behind Mikolas Mažinas, 45.5. Expect those times to be coming down over the course of this race. So your leading amateur driver, Kaldis Brisis, in 5th place overall. Edmund Zusevic 2nd in that category. He's in 7th place, so just 2 places behind Kaldis Brisis. Your leading heavyweight driver is Markus Spikis, who is in 10th place. Then it's Juris Spikis, who is in 12th. He's just ahead of Kristaps Smiltniks, actually having overtaken Smiltniks on the last lap. But Mažinas still leads the way. So Majinas still leading out of turn 9 and into turn 10 as we look to complete lap number 2 of the race. Ivers Usto still putting in good times. However, he lost 2/10 on that lap and is now coming under pressure from Ricard Skalteams, who sends it up the inside. What a move from Ricard Skalteams. I did not see that one coming, and neither did Ivers. Great move from the Latvian up into second place and can now try to hunt down Mikolas Majinas. Well, that move came from left field, as they'd say in America. And now Skalteams will lead the charge towards Ivers or towards Mikolas Majinas. Ivers will see whether he can tag along with Skalteams. Over the line they come then, 44.9 for your race leader Mikolas Majinas. Skalteams though, 45.0. And that was with that overtake. So Skalteams is looking quick and off onto the grass. That's a 5.95. Who is that? Or was it the 5.05? Oh, we got a driver well off. Wonder if there was potentially an accident. So the 5.95 is Armand Kanks, one of our Masters drivers. But there was another driver off. Red flag. So clearly there's been an incident in the opening sequence of corners. I'm going to hazard a guess that Armand Kanks was one of those drivers. I don't know who the other driver was. Presumably the driver we saw out of their car. They did look to be okay. Hopefully there are no other drivers who have been involved in that accident. And it is just those two. Maybe it's just a bit of a stricken cart that they need to clear off the circuit. So our carts will come to a stop on the start-finish straight, as you can see at the moment. A reminder that after this race, we have our Tillotson P4s taking to the circuit before the lunch break. So not sure what has caused this red flag. But the grid at the moment, Mikolas Majinas leading from Ricard Skalteams. Then it's Ivers Us in third, followed by Rudis Klavins. Carlis Brikis is in fifth place and leading in the amateur class from Edmund Zusevics, who's second in class. He's down in seventh. Is Juris Zalitis, who is in sixth in the Masters category. Armand Kanks in eighth, ahead of Valters Dreimanis and Jan Viktar. Dreimanis and Viktar are third and fourth in the amateur category. Then we've got our heavyweights, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th overall. Marcus Spikis, Yuri Spikis, Kristaps Smiltniks, and Antonevics Dimitris. Endais Vaznis, Artus Zenis, and Argo Tam. That was the order of your top 17 prior to this lap. So with a red flag, we don't know who was involved and who has dropped down the order. We know for certain Armand Kanks was involved in that to some degree, but we don't know any of the other drivers. Presumably, maybe Edmund Zusevics or Valters Dreimanis, considering those were the two drivers around Armand Kanks. But again, that is purely speculating on our part. So some of our drivers are out of their carts and race officials talking to them. As soon as we know a rough time that we'll be getting this race restarted, we will let you all know. But hopefully all drivers are okay. There's a few drivers with their helmets off as well, which would suggest that we might have a bit of a wait Although that being said, it doesn't exactly take too long to whack your helmet back on and head out onto track. It is quite a hot day here at Madona. Hitting over 20 degrees. I think highs of 24 degrees, if I remember the weather forecast rightly from earlier.
Uz ratu paņēma un aizgāja taisni.
Jā, nu tā ir. Aizmugurēs
Uzsita jā un aizgāja taisni. Nu labi, ka tā vēl.
Jā, jā. Kā ir šitā tā, kas strīmas? Mēs pēc tam skatāmies.
Kaut kur viņi jau tagad var skatīties.
Nē, strīmā viņš iet, bet mēs jau paskatīties.
Pēc tam vai viņi var kaut skatīties? Es domāju, ka jā. Es neesmu prasījis, bet... Klava, kur mūs vispār var redzēt? Klava, kur mūs vispār var redzēt? Vaicā. Nē, viņam tur savas ģeles.
Nē, tagad iet YouTube, no live stream.
Viņš jau tur arī paliks noteikti. Ja laivas rakstās, vajadzētu palikt, jā.
I think during this break, we'll just go a little bit commentary silent until we have an update on when the race will restart, which will hopefully be in a couple of minutes' time.
Es vispār neesmu kartings skatījies. Prasīja, kurā vietā mums redzēt?
So it does look like our drivers are getting back into their karts and getting ready, which I think means that we are almost good to go racing once again. Now, I did see a recovery vehicle going out onto track, so presuming the karts have now been recovered. So all drivers are back into their go-karts, and hopefully we will be going green to restart this amateur heavy and master DD2 race, which will be led by Mikolas Mažinas and Ricard Kalnseams. Now, I'm not entirely sure what the procedure for this is going to be, because either it's going to be a 2x2 race restart, so same as it would be for a normal race start, or it will be single file. I'm not entirely sure what the procedure is in the event of a red flag, so we'll see when they come around whether they do get into single file or into double file. Mikolas Mažinas, Ricard Kalnseams. Kalnseams who had just made that absolutely stunning overtake on Ivers Us, now right behind Mikolas Mažinas, so has a really good opportunity to challenge Mažinas for the win. Otherwise, I think it was about a second or so behind, which would have required a bit of catching up to do. So it is looking like it will be a single file race restart, which is good news for Kalnseams, because otherwise he might have had us back past him again, and then he would have had all of that hard work to do once more. So single file race restart, we are green quite early for Mikolas Mažinas, but because it's not a 2x2 race start, he can go as early as he wants. And Mažinas has caught the entire field, well, he's caught Ivers Us sleeping. Ricard Kalnseams was not sleeping. He stuck right to the back of Mažinas through the final corner. So Mikolas Mažinas leads from Ricard Kalnseams. He'll be doing everything he can to try to stay tucked to the back of Mažinas over the remaining 5 minutes of this race. Don't forget, these tyres would have got very cold while they've been waiting. So 44.9 was the best time that we saw previously in this race, and the last lap were 46s. 45.9 actually, if your name is Ivers Us. So still need to wait for these tyres just to warm up a little bit more for them to get the maximum amount of performance out of them. I think that is Brisis at the back of this train in the white suit with a silver helmet. Or is that Armand's Kanks? I'm not entirely sure. Brisis is just behind Clavins. So he's in the black and green suit, the second car in this two-car train. And then Juris Elitis is just behind in the white suit with a silver helmet. So that's Elitis at the back of this train. And that's Clavins at the front of this, as that's Mažinas who's been overtaken. So Kalnseams has overtaken Mažinas, and following through is Ivers Us as well. So Mažinas has dropped from first down to third. It's Kalnseams who pulls off an excellent overtake. I think he did that into turn 6. So Mikolas Mažinas down to third. Kalnseams leads from Ivers Us. Then is Mikolas Mažinas in third position. Well, that's made things very interesting now. And that was Carlis Brisis looking for a way through on Rudis Clavins. It's a shame we missed the start of the overtake. We just saw the end of the overtake. Kalnseams going past Mažinas. Mažinas seemed compromised, and that had allowed Ivers Us to take full advantage of the moment to sneak through. So onto the back straight once again. Miklas Mashinas seems to be sticking to Ivar Zus, but can he find a way through? That's the big question. Cal seems at the front of this field, 44.9 also from Uz, 44.8 from Mashinas. So Mashinas, the quickest driver out on circuit, but will that be enough? His last lap was the fastest lap of the race. There's one thing to be fast, another thing to overtake. New fast lap of the race for Mashinas, but that's quickly beaten actually by Rudis Klavins. And up the inside, Mashinas was going for the move. He did try to go for the move. He had his front end chopped off. And if he hadn't backed out of that, he might have been getting a penalty for a takeout on Ivar Zus. Fast lap of the race, though, Rudis Klavins, 44.805. So we've almost broken into the 47s. Oh, sorry, 47s, 43s, pardon me. And Ivar Zus looks like he's closed back in to the race leader. 44.6 from Ivar Zus. Wow, what a lap. And that was a lap that Miklas Mashinas almost overtook Ivar Zus as well. Well, Ivar Zus has certainly got the hammer down. Now, it's also a faster lap in other categories as well. In the heavyweights, Marcus Spikis has just done a 45.2, and a 44.9 by Carlis Brisis is the fastest lap of the amateur category. Wow, 44.7 from Yuris Zalitis in 5th place. Some really quick laps. 44.6 from your race leader, Richard Kansims. 44.5 from Rudis Klavins, who's trying to close in onto Miklas Mashinas. So the times do keep improving. This is the penultimate lap of the race. Marcus Spikis is leading the heavyweight class. Carlis Brisis is leading in the amateur class. Dusevics is a couple of seconds behind him, so Carlis Brisis should have a fairly safe class victory for this heat. We start the final lap of the race. Ricard Kansims leading. He's not had it easy. He's had to pull off 2 stellar overtakes to make this work. And he's your deserving race leader with the fast lap of the race as well now, of 44.534, 2 tenths quicker than Ivar Zus. Miklas Mashinas gaining a tenth, but 4 tenths behind coming onto this lap. There you can see Miklas Mashinas. His white cart. So into the final couple of corners, through 11 and 12, and into turn 13. Ricard Kansims takes a fantastic victory ahead of Ivar Zus and Miklas Mashinas, a 44.4 on that last lap of the race as well, just to cement his excellent drive in this opening race. So Kansims wins from Uz and Mashinas. Then it's Rudis Klavins in 4th. Carlis Brisis wins in the amateur category for heat number 1. Then in 5th or 6th place overall is Yuris Zalitis, followed by Edmund Zusevics, who is 2nd in class. Armand Kanks is in 8th ahead of Jan Viktor in 9th. Then come your heavyweight drivers. Marcus Spikis winning in the heavyweight class ahead of Yuris Spikis. Then it's Kristaps Smilniks and Antonevics Dimitris. Endis Vaznis is in 14th place ahead of Arturs Zenis. Argo Tam is in 16th, and Valters Dreimanis is our only DNF. So what happened? So Armand Kanks was able to resume the race after the red flag and managed to finish in 8th. So Valters Dreimanis was our other DNF. So that brings a close to our DD2 race. We're now going to go into a very short break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with our Tillotson T4s. So we are, well, green. We're semi-green. We're yellow for our Tillotson T4s. Daniel Petteris, Berzins, and Edwards Jimenez on the front row of the grid. Then it's Maris Lazdans and Ralph Leyens are on row number 2. Kirill Dmitrievs is in 5th ahead of Marko Plivniks in 6th. Edwards Bidzans is in 7th ahead of Artur Gorenko in 8th. Then it's Christopher Lakis and Rudolf Toms Berzins completing the top 10. Kirill Savins is in 11th ahead of Ores Maris Revals in 12th. Then comes Miroslav Novik, Dase Grossberger in 14th. And on to row number 8, it is Ingus Justs and Ralf Igals. And completing the field is Christians Lazdans. Now, Christians Lazdans had a very quick lap time from what I can see. So Christians Lazdans should have been about 2nd or 3rd. So watch out for Christians Lazdans because he had a lot of pace in qualifying. So we are almost ready to get this race underway. Daniel Petteris Berzins will lead the field from Edwards Jimenez. After this race, we do have our lunch break. I think it'll be a slightly shortened lunch break with the red flags and everything else that has been going on. So here we go, Berzins and Jimenez on the front row of the grid, but keep your eyes out for Christians Lazdans in the 985 starting at the back of this field. We'll see what he can do as, oh dear, that is not looking good for Jimenez. His engine has stopped. Ralph Leyens has nowhere to go, and Jimenez desperately is trying to start his engine. He might need to get out of the car to start it. He has been able to start it, but he's going to have to start from the back of the field. Daniel Petteris Berzins leads the field away, and well, we've already had our taste of drama. Fair play to Jimenez, who was able to restart his engine. He was trying desperately for the final few corners to get it going. Well, Jimenez and Lazdans are going to have to clamber up through the field, and Jimenez seems to be the one driver with a green helmet, so it'll be quite easy to spot his efforts through the pack in the over the course of this race. But already with a large lead is Daniel Petteris Berzins, which we've become somewhat accustomed to seeing. And there is Jimenez on the back of, I'm guessing, Ralph Igals, because Christian Lazdans has already gained a position, if I'm not mistaken. Petteris Berzins leads the way, and it is Lazdans in seconds ahead of Dmitrievs in 3rd place. There goes Berzins, and already 2 places have been gained for Edwards Jimenez and indeed Christians Lazdans. So they are in 15th and 14th respectively. Lazdans ahead of Jimenez. Nice move up the inside into turn 5 from a couple of our drivers. And this is exactly what you need if you are a Lazdans or Jimenez fans. Big battle for 2nd place. That will allow Lazdans and Jimenez to really close in, or side by side through turn 7 and through turn 8. Switchback on the exit of turn 8. And there you can see Jimenez, as having caught up to the next group of drivers, he needs to be quick in his way to carve through the field, but he needs to make sure he doesn't pick up any unwanted penalties, because that would not be very good. Rudolf Berzins has also lost a place on the opening couple of laps. Maris Lazdans has dropped down the field, as has Friedrich. So Lazdans has lost a lot of places on that lap. Jimenez has gained a few places. Also, I should say, we're not talking about Christians Lazdans here. We're talking about Maris Lazdans, who has dropped down a few places on that lap, as we are almost nose to tail. Nice move going up the inside from the 9 to 8. That's Ralph Leyens up the inside of Kirill's Dmitrievs. So Dmitrievs having dropped down a position, now under pressure from Edvards Bidzans. Bidzans on the outside heading into turn number 10. Will have to yield and slot in behind Kirill Dmitrievs, who is going a little bit defensive actually heading into turn 13. Going left and then right is Bidzans. He's searching for any way through on Kirill Dmitrievs, but he won't find anything into turn number 1 as they head through turn number 4 and down into this sweeping right-hander of turn 5 that just keeps on going and going and going before you eventually get into turn 6, and that seems to be a good exit for Bidzans, who is through and ahead heading into turn number 7. So Bidzans up into 3rd position. Now Dmitrievs under pressure from Christopher Zalakis. So Lakis up into 5th place, searching for a way through, and looks again more defensive driving from Kirill Dmitrievs. There you can see he's moving all the way over to prevent any way through for Christopher Zalakis into this opening complex of corners. This is one big overtaking opportunity here into turn 5. A little bit too far back is Christopher Zalakis, but defensive from Dmitrievs has allowed Lakis to really get involved. He's now going to try to go around the outside, maybe go for a switch back on the exit of turn 6. But no, he has to slot in behind as Dmitrievs still under pressure from Lakis, who's just searching for any way through. As they head into turn 11 and 12. Now down into 13. Daniel Spetteris-Berzins continues to lead by nearly 3 seconds. So is Dmitrievs continuing to defend. What's happened further down the field? Christian Zlasdan's up into 13th place. Edvards Kemenis. Oh, accident. Well, we kind of missed that happening. We saw the premonition to it, really. Dmitrievs white lining it in front of Lakis, which he is entitled to do. And either Lakis got a little bit impatient, or maybe Dmitrievs a bit early on the brakes. Either way, the pair of them have had it coming together. And I think Marko Pridnik's also got somewhat involved in that as well. Well, these two are nose to tail, and that is Ralph Leyens and Edvards Bidzans. Now, the question is, what is happening in the battle for 4th place? So, it's still Dmitrievs ahead of Lakis. Who dropped down? It was Pridnik, Skorenko, and Maris Lazdans. So, it wasn't Bidzans and Dmitrievs. Those two are fine. Bidzans behind Leyens, which you can see here. Dmitrievs still has Lakis right behind him. But Lazdans, Pridnik, Skorenko had that coming together. So apologies for suggesting that it was Dmitrievs and Lakis who had the coming together. It was not. Now, Christian Lazdans is up into 9th position. And Edvards Kemenis is up into 7th. So Kemenis is now right on the back of Rudolf Toms Berzins. And then it's another second or so. Well, actually, it's only a couple of tenths to Lakis and Dmitrievs. So it's been a good recovery drive from Edvards Kemenis. Here they are, nose to tail. And there is Kemenis in the green helmet, working his way back up the order, up the inside now of, I think that is Lakis. So he's gone up the inside of Christopher Lakis. Now he's got Dmitrievs to find a way through. As we have a very nice little track map on the top right of your screen. But Spetteris-Berzins continues to lead. There is a mechanical flag out. Now, I'm not sure who the mechanical flag is for. That might be one of our drivers who, it might be Pridnik's, Gorenko or Maris Lazdans, because they had that coming together, so presumably one of them might have some damage on their car. Very nice move up the inside going through turn number 6. Not sure who it was. Christian Zlazans is up into 8th position. However, Jimenez is right behind Dimitriev's. No way through, though, into turn number 9. Still having to slot behind. They head into the final sequence of corners. Maybe a dive into the final corner. No, again, defensive from Dimitriev's. And Jimenez cannot find a way through. Well, the defensive drive from Dimitriev has helped Jimenez work his way up through the field, but maybe it's not helping him make the move, but he has found a way through, up the inside into turn 4. And Dimitriev was just a little bit late in closing the door. You go through turn 3, your car naturally goes wide, and Edwards Jimenez took full advantage of that to go up the inside. And now, Jimenez, for the first time in a while, has clean air in front of him. Let's see what pace Jimenez has. Fast lap is a 50.5 from Daniel Petris-Berzins, which is nearly, well, a second a lap quicker than what anyone else on track is doing right now. So let's see what Jimenez can pull off. Christian Zlazans is in 8th place in the 985. There he is in the white helmet with a black suit. Not going to be able to go up the inside into turn number 4, or indeed into turn 5, because Lakis is defending in front of him. Lakis, although goes a bit wide, that has allowed not only Christian Zlazans through, but Rudolf Toms Berzins through as well. Berzins in the white and blue suit with the white and red helmet. And there is the checkered flag out. I didn't even realize we were on the last lap. I was so busy watching this battle for 5th place. But Daniel Petris-Berzins wins from Ralph Leyens, Edwards Bidzans. Then comes Edwards Jimenez. Kirill Dimitriev holds on to 5th place ahead of Christian Zlazans, who recovers up to 6th, having started from the very back of the field. Rudolf Toms Berzins in 7th ahead of Christopher Zalakis, Kirill Savins, and Miroslav Novik in 10th position. Then, moving on, in 11th is Dace Grossberger in 11th, then comes Ralf Igals in 12th, Ingus Jus in 13th, then it's Maris Lazdans in 14th, and Marko Pridniks is our final finisher in 15th place. Oris Maris Revals and Artur Skorenko did not finish this race. So, with all of that said and done, also should mention fast lap of the race, 50.5 for Daniel Petris-Berzins, a very quick lap. Edwards Jimenez on that last lap of the race did a 51.0. So he was half a second a lap quicker than the drivers in 2nd and 3rd, but half a second off Daniel Petris-Berzins. That brings an end to our T4 race and an end to our opening races of the day. We're going to be heading into a lunch break, and we will be returning shortly after with our second set of races for the day. The BSR X5s will be our first race back from the shortened lunch break. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all had a good lunch break. I'm certainly feeling a little bit refueled, recharged, ready to go. And speaking of recharging, electric go-karts. They have not been recharged because their batteries last the entire day of racing. So they only need to get charged at the end of the day. Now onto circuit go, our electric BSR X5s, the first time that they are racing as part of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvian camp. And it is Oliver's Tams on pole ahead of Isabella Rapetzi-Dahl in second. Then it's Martinas Tankevicius, followed by Thornfred Kudu and Gustavs Usakovs in fifth position. Ralf Stamers is in sixth ahead of Chris Zieders. In eighth is Rainis Fries, and then in 9th and 10th is Marcis Trancalis and Oliver Erik Urvak. In 11th and 12th, we have Gatis Vitols and Henrik Jensen. And moving on to row number 7, Andis Zalkalns and Valters Zvideris. So let's see how this race pans out. So, some good battles in race number 1. Keep your eyes out for. Personally, I've seen a lot of Usakovs and Tankevicius racing. They're very quick drivers. They are not in the pro category. That is Tams, Rapetzi-Dahl and Gudu. We only have 4 pro drivers. The rest are non-pro drivers. But it's excellent to see this this grid coming to the RMC Latvia race weekends and having a very big grid as well. 14 drivers on the first kind of appearance of this grid to our calendar. Also, speaking of that, Tillotson T4s, great to see growing kind of event on event. But we are good to go racing. Oliver's Tams and Isabella Rapetzi-Dahl on the front row of the grid. I'm pretty sure it was Rapetzi-Dahl who won race number 1 ahead of Tams. Usakovs started a little bit higher up the order but dropped down. Now he's going to be starting on the inside. Standing starts for these BSR X5 electric karts. Now, in the previous race, we did see, I think it was Rapetzi-Dahl getting away before the green flag or something, and then they had to restart the race. So everyone is in their correct positions, which means that we will be able to start this race momentarily. So green flag, and away we go. It's a really good start from third position. I think it was Martinas Tankevicius who got a lightning getaway. Lightning charged and lightning getaway. 2 side-by-side Tankevicius. Contact, 3 karts off. And I think Tankevicius was one of them. Whoever started from the inside of the grid in third place tried to get up into second. They got up into second and then had contact through turn 4. Is there going to be a restart? I don't think there will be. So let's see who are our casualties when we come over the line for the first time and everything updates itself. So as we come over the line to start lap number 2, it is Oliver's Tams who leads ahead of Thornfred Kudu. Then it's Ralf Stamers, Chris Zieders, Rainis Fries, Oliver Erik Urvak, and Marcis Trancalis, who is down into 7th place. So it's 3 of our very heavy hitters. Isabel Rapetzi-Dahl was involved in that, as was Martinas Tankevicius and Gustavs Usakovs. So, 3 of our top 5 involved in that incident. And that's going to make things much, much easier for Oliver's Tams. Now, are any of those 3 still in the race? No, none of them have crossed the line, so all 3 of them are out. That's going to make the A-final, the final race of the day very interesting, because Oliver Tams will be presumably starting that race on pole, and Rapetzi-Dahl, Tankevicius, Usakovs are going to be starting around the kind of 5th to 8th spots. So, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens. A very nice move up the inside from the 6-2-1, I think that was. So that's Chris Zidders up the inside of Ralph Stammers, up into third place, the final podium spot for this heat. We start a new lap. Lap number 4, 46.3 at the front of the field. Remember, 42.0 is the lap record, and we'd seen our DD2s. They were doing mid 44s, if I recall correctly. So not far off DD2 pace. Maybe a touch slower than the junior maxes. Forget what lap times our junior maxes were doing. Actually, let's check, because we've got the previous results on the good old Sportity app. Let's check in qualifying. Junior provisional qualifying times. 45.2 were the junior times. That was Jack Collinson put it on par with a 45.1. So we're pretty much matching that pace already, and that was our juniors. The seniors, on the other hand, doing high 43s. So a little bit slower than the seniors, and probably same pace as the juniors is what we're seeing from these BSR X5s. And also, as well, actually, for a second I thought Tankevicius and Usakovs were two of our pro drivers, but they are not. They would be pros in their own respective categories, which is the DD2 Masters for Tankevicius, and Gustav Usakovs is just a plain DD2 driver. I say plain DD2 driver. Very, very good driver is Gustav Usakovs. So clearly wanting to have a go in these BSR X5s. And I think they both probably enjoyed their first race of the day. I don't think they're enjoying this race because they're sat on the infield, having to watch the racing unfold in front of them. And hopefully for them, they can fix their karts in time for the final race of the day. So Oliver Stams rounds the final corner to start lap number 7 of the race. 45.5 from Tams last time round. Not quite squeezing into the 44s. But no real changes anywhere else for positions. As we're currently looking at the battle for second, I believe, the Estonian Kudu ahead of Chris Zidders. Don't know if it's Zidders. But here they come over the line. 2, 3, 4, very close together. No attempted move into turn 4. Just a bit too far back to really go for that. So Kudu and Zidders still nose to tail, and Chris Zidders, I don't think he's searching for a way through. He's just sitting behind at the moment. Oh, never mind, he is, because he's going up the inside into turn 13. You know what? I said that intentionally. I was trying to commentate a curse away into an overtake, and we got exactly that. You're welcome, everyone. Well, very nice move up the inside. And position gained. Stamers up into second place ahead of Zidders, and Reines Fries in 4th position. He's closing in as well. That's the driver in the white suit and the white helmet, Walter Zvideris. The red suit and the red helmet just behind the pair of them. The potential move here That's Zvideris going to go up the inside of Zaiders. Zaiders having been overtaken by Reines Fries as well. I think I missed the potential move into the final corner, but Zvideris following through and up into 5th place. And Zaiders has gone from 3rd down into 6th in the space of a couple of laps. So 25 seconds on the clock, and Oliver Tans is about to cross the line, which means we've got 2 laps to go in this race. That's the 612 of Reines Fries. The Latvian driver currently in 4th position. Again, excellent aerial view of the final 4 corners of the circuit. So Oliver Tams rounds the final corner to start his final lap of the race. Fast lap of the race though goes to Thornfred Kudu, 44.904, half a tenth quicker than Tams' fastest lap, and actually 2.5 tenths quicker than Tams on that last lap. So really good pace from Thornfred, but a little bit too little too late. He's 1.7 seconds behind, and then it's another 4 seconds nearly to Ralf Stamers, who we can see there in 3rd place. Here's Oliver Tams heading into the final sequence of corners. And Oliver Tams will win race number 2 of the day for the BSR X5 race. Thornfred Kudu is in 2nd. Winning the non-pro category, the amateur category, is Ralf Stamers, Reines Fries and Valters Zvideris. Complete the top 3 in the amateur category. Then we've got Oliver Erik Urvat in 6th overall. Then comes Marcis Trancalis, Gatis Vitols, Henrik Jensen, Andis Zalkans, and Chris Zaiders will be completing the field. Chris Zaiders is a couple of laps down, but is going to make it to the end, I believe. Isabella Repetsidal, Martina Tankevicius, Gustavs Usakovs are all out. Actually, I think Zaiders didn't cross the line, so he's technically a DNF. So 4 DNFs in this race. And there are your results on the screen. Fast lap of the race, 44.9, goes to Thornfred Kudu, who took 2nd position. And with that, we're going to go into a short break before we return with our amateur, micro, and mini maxes for their 2nd race of the day. So the green flag is waved in Parc Ferme. And out onto the circuit come our amateur, micro and mini maxes. Race number 2 for them at Madona for round number 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. Rikards Mednis and Andrais Vaznis are on the front row of the grid. Pius Samis starts in 3rd with Valters Vaznis alongside him. Toms Gruzins is in 5th with Majas Norkus in 6th position, followed by the next Norkus, Dennis Norkus in 7th with August Majors in 8th place. Patrick Salapins is in 9th with Gustav Norkute in 10th place. Then we've got the 2 Tietzens, Emma Tietzen and Ralph Tietzen, the 2 Estonians in 11th and 12th place. Rounding out the field in 10th place is Valters Kursis. Now, we did see an incident for Emma Tietzen on the opening race of the day, and that dropped her down the order. So we'll see whether Emma can clamber her way up from her 11th place start in race number 2. As here they come, making their way out of turn 9 in towards 10, 11, 12, and then the final corner of turn 13. And then we'll get this race underway. Hopefully they all are very good and sit in their tram lines, and they don't accelerate too early through the final corner. Very easy to do because it is such a short run out of the final corner to the start-finish line, which is why you can see one of our race officials on the circuit really trying to slow them down. I remember my first pole start, gunned it as soon as I exited the final corner, and it was a race restart. And I thought, why? I can go when I want. No, you can't. You have to wait. And they have waited, and we are green and underway. Looks like an okay start. Green flags are waving, so no race restart. And Andrais Vaznis leads the way. Rikard Mednis up into 2nd place. Actually, no. Rikard Mednis led the race at the start. He's actually fallen behind Andrais Vaznis at the very start of the race. So a good start for the outside of the grid. Again, not something we see all too often. However, we'll see how this race does progress. So, Vaznis from Mednis, from Vaznis, from Samuilionis. Samuilionis started in 3rd, has dropped down to 4th potentially. We will confirm all of this once they come over the line. I did see, I think that was a 196 or the 16, up a couple of places in 4th position. So, here we go then, over the line. And Vaznis is leading, but round the outside goes Rikard Mednis to retake the lead of the race. Absolutely fantastic from Mednis. And now Valters Vaznis is in 3rd place behind his brother behind his brother Andrais. And Rikard Mednis tries to pull a gap at the front of the field. We'll see how successful he can be with that. Pio Samuilionis is leading in the amateur category, in the Latvian Championship category. Our top 3 all racing in the Rotax Max category, as opposed to the amateur. I think the amateur only counts towards the Latvian Championship, if I'm not mistaken. So they make their way through the fast-flowing turns 1 and 2, and then into 3, which then narrows down into 4 as they begin their descent down the hill. Mednis with a comfortable gap at the moment, 0.8 of a second, and he is stretching that out as this continues. Samuilionis, on the other hand, is 1.6 seconds clear of August Majors. That's the battle for the amateur class victory. That's currently Samuilionis, who is in 4th position. Just 3 mini-maxes at the front of the grid, and it is not amateurs. Well, both categories are amateurs, pardon me. Now 3 mini-maxes at the front of the field, then come all the micro-maxes, so Samuilionis leading in the micro-max category. Mednis continues to lead from Vasnis and Vadnis. Andrejs ahead of Valters. You can see coming out of turn 7, Ricards just uses a little bit more circuit, lets the car all the way out so that he's skimming the curb, whereas Andrejs Vasnis just going a little bit tighter through the corner. It looks like Mednis is just that little bit smoother, more flowing with the kart than Andrejs currently. And these are very young drivers. They've got a long way ahead of them in their karting career. This is why we so often see some drivers really strong in micromaxes or in the baby category. And sometimes that talent doesn't always carry through into the next category. Sometimes you see drivers who struggle in one category, and then when they go up, they become a completely new animal and become almost titans of that class. So the important thing is how they practice, how they improve, and Andrejs Vasnis getting a little bit stuck behind one of our back markers. I think that's Gusten Norkute. Valtteri Vasnis able to follow through, and as a result has closed in onto Andrejs by a small amount. So Ricards Mednis. Let's see what this lap is like for Mednis compared to the two Vasnis brothers. 49.7 was the last lap from Mednis. This time round, as he comes over the line, 49.8. Vasnis 49.6, 51.0. So Andrejs Vasnis with a very good lap on that last occasion. Just brought the gap down by a tiny bit. Samu Leonis, on the other hand, has just done a 52.5. He's been closed in by a 10th by August Majors. However, the gap is over 3 seconds, so that's going to take a bit of effort from Majors to chip away at that gap. And there is only 1 minute 16 on the clock, which means we've got 3 more laps. As Mednis comes over the line. And he's looked very comfortable today, as Ricards Mednis. So Mednis into the final corner once again to start the penultimate lap of the race. 49.4 that time round, 49.7 from Vasnis. But first lap of the race is sitting with Andrejs Vasnis. Did a 49.464, so 100th quicker than the lap that Mednis has just done. But Pio Samu Leonis looking very, very quick. 51.3 is his best in the Micromax category. However, last time round, 1.5 seconds was gained by August Major. So we might have a fight on for the win in the Micromax category, because August Major is really closing in onto Samu Leonis, who has had a couple of slow laps. His pace has really dropped off. He was doing 51s, then 52.5, 52.5, 53.5. Let's see this time around. 49s for our top two. But what about Samu Leonis? And how close is August Majors as we head on to the last lap of this race? Samu Leonis should be crossing the line about now. There he is, 51.2. That's much better. 53.2 from August Majors. So Crisis averted, the gap is back to 3 seconds. As we watch Ricard Smednis navigating his way through turn 10, up the inside of a back marker into turn 11. That was the 51 of Gustav Norkute being lapped. Round the final corner, Ricard Smednis makes it 2 from 2. Andrejs Vaznis will pick up second ahead of Valtis Vaznis in third place. And then it's the wait for Pius Samoulionis. Pius Samoulionis actually has been lapped, so Samoulionis, actually no, Samoulionis hasn't been lapped, pardon me. But Samoulionis takes 4th with a 51.3 on his final lap, so back into the 51s for Samoulionis to end his race. And August Majors second in the Micromax category behind Samoulionis. Maya Snorkus will take third in the Micromax category. And there's a bit of a cluster of karts here. All very, very close together. Actually, Dennis Snorkus beats Maya Snorkus. And then comes Valters Kursis and Tom Gruzins. Patrick Lappins, the last driver on the lead lap by a couple of seconds. And that brings our Amateur Micro Mini-Max to a close. We're going to jump into a very short break and we'll be back for our Rotax Max Mini-Maxes. On to track come our mini-maxes for their second race of the day. Remigius Graušinas and Emilis Kapkauskas on the front row of the grid. Carlis Bensons and Michaelis Zuber are on row 2. And row 3 consists of Martins Lapins and Ivo Os. Row number 4 is Dominiks Dargis and Timur Babenko. Lithuanian driver in 8th position. Then it's an all-Latvian row 5, Martin Sarma and Henrais Lapse. And Jokubas Juozaitis completes the field. Well, we saw some good racing in race number 1. However, Remigius Graušinas just looked unstoppable. Really, really good pace from Graušinas. Able to build, was about half a second on the opening lap. And over the course of the race, I think he stretched it out to about 1.5 seconds. So not much quicker was Graušinas, but it was enough. Kapkauskas, Bensons, Lapin, Zuber, Os, all around the same kind of pace. But Graušinas just seems to be a level above at Madona. Will he be able to keep that trajectory, that pace here for race number 2? It's an all-Lithuanian front row of the grid, followed by about 5 Latvians. Graušinas, Kapkauskas, Bensons, Lapins, these guys have raced against each other many a times, not just here in Minimaxes, but in the Micromaxes as well. Out of the final corner, we're ready to go racing. Graušinas on the inside in the white and red car. Kapkauskas is going to lose a position immediately because through goes Bensons, and I think through goes Michaelis Zuber as well. So Zuber is through and up into 3rd position, I believe. That looks to be Lapins down a bit. Bensons has gone for the move. He's gone through on Graušinas. Graušinas back up the inside, and contact between the two of them. Graušinas went back up the inside of Carlis Bensons. The two of them made contact. Bensons has dropped down a number of positions, and Remigius Graušinas has dropped down into 2nd. Well, that's going to be one for the stewards to look at. I don't know if Graušinas went a little bit wide or if Bensons turned into him. I'm sure both of them will say it wasn't my fault, it was his fault, I hate him. Or maybe hate's a strong word, but I think in this very moment they'll be quite upset with each other. So leading the race then over the line is Emilis Kapkauskas, but here comes Remigius Graušinas. Immediately through he goes. Graušinas not wasting even half a second to get back ahead of his Lithuanian compatriot up the inside. There goes Bensons up the inside into turn 4. He's going to cover up the inside into turn 5. He doesn't want a repeat of what happened with Graušinas into turn 1, but this time with Michaelis Zuber. So Zuber drops down into 4th position. That's one driver off. That's the 163. Ivo Os. Oh no, Ivo Os, who started this race in 7th or 6th position, has dropped right down the order, and that's going to be his heat down the drain. Well, if he can still get in the kart, finish this race, he could be looking at starting in maybe 7th position for the final race of the day. If he's lucky in a few other karts DNF, maybe he could even start in the top 5, which wouldn't be too bad for him. But Graušinas leads from Kapkauskas, then it's Carlis Bensons and Michaelis Zuber in 4th position. Martins Lapins has had an uneventful race. That driver's not had an uneventful race. He's gone off into the grass. Who is that? That's a 138 or the 178. Henrais Lapse, I think. So Lapse just missing the braking point, heading into turn 4, and just goes careering off into the grass. That might be a position for Ivo Os, potentially. I think it might very well be a position for him, because it does look like that driver, being Henrais Lapse, has gone very slowly or come to a potential stop. But Graušinas leads from Kapkauskas, and he's already pulled a gap. But here comes Carlis Bensons. Bensons, oh, more contact! Bensons is off. He goes over the curb and almost collects more drivers. So Bensons and Kapkauskas have it coming together. Oh, very, very chaotic right now. Oh, well, Bensons, 2 incidents across 3 laps. One with Remigius Graušinas, now one with Emilis Kapkauskas. Carlis Bensons, well, I always say, when Carlis Bensons is in a race, things get very excited. I absolutely love watching Carlis Bensons out on circuit because he will go for any move out there. He is a fantastic driver. He's got a lot of pace. and he's got a lot of aggression. Has he maybe been a bit too aggressive in this race? Again, it's going to be one for the stewards to look at, but 2 incidents in one race doesn't bode too well for him. And there is, well, Emilis Kapkauskas still trying to get his car out of the grass and onto the track so he can get going again. And Bernsons is in 3rd position. He's going to go for a move up the inside. Well, no contact this time, but Michaelis Zuber with a very nice switchback coming out of the corner on the exit of turn number 6. And he's keeping Bernsons behind him as they go through 7 and 8. Oh, more contact. That's a 187 and 176, a 187. Very unhappy. And at least from body language, it looked like Timur Babenko was quite frustrated with Henry's Lapser. Now, Ivo Was has gained a few positions, so he's up to 9th. Jokubas Juozaitis has retired from the race. I think Emilis Kapkauskas might have retired from the race as well. So our Micromaxes might have to wait a little bit of time before they get to go out on circuit, because there are a few cars to be recovered at the end of this race. We've still got 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Now, Henry's Lapser is about 20 seconds. Oh, that's a 178. So that's Henry's Lapser, who has come to a stop. So Ivo Was is going to finish 8th in this race. You know what? With how things are going, Ivo Was might end up starting on the front row of the grid for the super final if there are any more incidents. But Ivo Was is now up into 8th place as still Henry's Lapser unable to get going. So he's being ushered out of his car. He's going to get pulled to the side. The car's going to get pulled further off the track so it doesn't potentially get caught up by any further incidents. Carlos Bernsons is through on Michaelis Zuber. Now Martins Lapins is closing in onto Zuber for that 3rd position as well. Fast lap of the race is a 47.8. That's been picked up by Remigius Klauschner, the only driver actually to drop into the 47. We've had a 48.0 from Carlos Bernsons, but that is the next quickest lap so far. Otherwise, it's 48.2s from the likes of Lapins and Dardakis. Speaking of Dominic Dardakis, he's a further 2 seconds back from this back, so you can just see him in the corner of your shot. And last lap round, 48.6, so he doesn't seem to have the consistency to really close in to this group of drivers. 47.9 at the front of the field. The pace is so good from Remigius Klauschner. Now Martins Lapins is slowly closing on to Michaelis Zuber. Not by a huge amount, but by just enough to maybe start putting Zuber under a little bit of pressure. So Remigius Klauschner, there's the fastest lap graphic, 47.879, nearly 2 tenths quicker than anyone else in this race. Will he be able to carry that pace into the final race of the day? And with how things are looking at the moment, you certainly think so. .47.8 that time round, and a new fast lap of the race for Klauschner. A 10th quicker than Bernsons and Zuber. Lapin's actually losing a little bit of time on that lap to Zuber. So Ivo Was is in 8th place now. He's 16 seconds behind Babenko. And he's only gaining about a 10th a lap, so I think he's going to have to settle for 8th unless there is an incident up ahead. We're about to start the final lap of the race. So Klauschner continues to lead. Here he is. It's not been the easiest race in the world for him, but once he's got to the front, he has shown absolute excellent quality, pulling out a 3-second lead to that driver, Carlos Bernsons. Round the final corner comes Remigius Klauschner to make it 2 out of 2 today. Carlos Bernsons finishes in second for the second time today. Then is Michele Zube, Martin Lapins in fourth. Dominic Starkis crosses the line in fifth place. And now we wait for Martin Sarma and Tibor Babenko coming across the line pretty much nose to tail. Sarma in sixth, Babenko in seventh. And now it's Ivor Ross and Emilis Kapkauskas that we are waiting for. There's Emilis Kapkauskas, a couple of laps down. And really struggling for pace at the end. So I think we might have some damage on that kart. And Ivor Ross in 8th position. So there are your final standings. The fastest lap of the race goes the way of your race winner, Remigius Krauschenas, with a 47.769. The pace and the consistency was excellent from your race winner. And we're going to go into a short break before we return with our Micromaxes in a couple of minutes' time. We are green for race number 2 for our Micro Maxis. Timas Rimas, Thomas Norkus on the front row of the grid. And row number 2, Karim Skukitis, Mr. Lightning McQueen himself, and Rodrigo Lapins in 4th position. Marko Klavins is in 5th, ahead of Rems Balods Nagradovs in 6th, with David Vladson completing the field. Now, we saw some really good pace from Thomas Norkus. Who came second in race number 1. Normally we see Timas Rimas just shooting off into the distance, but it was really positive to see Thomas Norkus sticking to the back of Timas Rimas for as long as he did. Karim Skukitis is also much improved compared to the opening round of the season, where I think in the opening round of the season he was battling for, kind of 5th, 4th, but now he looks like firmly cemented as the 3rd best driver. And he was sticking with Rimas and Norkus for a long period of time as well. So excellent to see for both Norkus and Kukutis that kind of increase in pace. And hopefully that does continue over the course of today and over the course of the season as well. But Timas Rimas, we'll see whether he's feeling a little bit more pressure compared to before, now that Norkus is a bit closer to him. Norkus as well, having been able to stick to Rimas for so much longer, he might get a little bit of a confidence booster. It might just help him find that extra tenth or so he needs to really put Rimas under pressure. Now Micromax is, as always, being told, slow it right down. Nice, slow start. Stay around the final corner. Keep your eyes on the right-hand side of your screen. Rimas and Kukatis. Kukatis immediately going to the inside and up into second position and past Thomas Norkus. So Rimas leads from Kukatis, then it's Thomas Norkus in third position. However, Norkus straight back up the inside of Kukatis into turn 5. Kukatis going to fight back now on the inside into 6, goes for the switchback, and this is allowing Timas Rimas to pull away. So Karim's Kukatis up, or I should say back up in second place. Thomas Norkus drops it down. I think actually a couple of positions. Rodrigo Lapins might have been able to take advantage of that up the inside. Or was it a late move? There's almost contact between Norkus and Kukatis, but Kukatis holds on to third position. Excellent battling for second place between these two drivers. But Karim's Kukatis holds on to second place for now. Timas Rimas is gone. That gap must be nearly a second, if not more than a second, as they come over the line. 1.1 seconds was the gap as we start lap number 2 of this race. This is going to be a move. It is indeed up the inside. Kukatis hangs it out wide, but can't find the grip to stay on the outside. So this time, Norkus is through and will hold on to the position. And if Kukatis wants to reclaim second, he's going to have to fashion and create a move of his own rather than just going for a switchback and biting back against Norkus. Rodrigo Lapins is in fourth place. He's actually not too far behind these two, courtesy of a lot of battling between them on the opening lap of this race. But Kukatis is staying in touch with Thomas Norkus as we head into turn number 4. Now down into 5. He's not going to try to pull off the Norkus special, which is up the inside into turn number 5, although a bit wide from Norkus coming out of 6. Kukatis can't quite get alongside though. So he will have to sit behind. Now Kukatis just searching for any angle, trying to make Norkus go a bit defensive so he can get a switch back. There's a little bit of contact between them on the exit of turn number 9. And right behind the pair of them, Rodrigo Lapins has really closed in. We'll see whether Lapins can take advantage of this. And we've got a good run out of the final corner. Lapins tries to go alongside, has to back out of the move. Kukatis takes his racing line into turn number 1. So, just for reference, 50.3 for Timas Rimas, 50.9 for Norkus and Kukatis, and Marko Klavins behind them, he did a 50.4. So he's almost matching the pace of Timas Rimas. Is Klavins, Marko Klavins in 4th position. So through turn 5 and into 6 they go onto this relatively long straight. That leads into turn 7, followed quite quickly by the left-hander, hairpin off turn 8. Then you've got turn 9 as well. Kukatis falling back into the clutches of Klavins. Rodrigo Lapins starting to pull away. Just a little bit. Again, Clavin searching for a way through into turn 1, but Kukatis just says no. I've got that one covered. Nordkus has stopped pulling away. So Nordkus last time around 50.4, 50.5, 50.4 for Kukatis and Clavins. It's a very similar pace between these three. Not a lot to separate them. Still searching for a way through is Marco Clavins with 1 minute 30 on the clock. We'll have a few more laps to go of this race. The next time we'll see these Micromaxes out on track will be for their final race of the day. Presumably Timas Rimas on pole, then Domas Norkus and Karims Kukatis. I think Marco Clavins might be starting in 4th. I think Lapins finished in 4th last race, although I cannot fully remember. Just checking the steward's decisions to see if Carlos Benson's has been summoned, but it looks like there hasn't been any summons for that race. So I guess all of the moves that we saw in that previous race were fine. They've been deemed as racing incidents more than anything. So 15 seconds on the clock as Timas Rimas comes over the line. He's done a 50.339. Again, just pulling a 10th a lap on Domas Norkus and Karims Kukatis. At the moment we're seeing Rodrigo Lapins with Rems, Balos and Negradovs just behind him. So 2 laps remaining in this race, and Timas Rimas is about to cross the line to start his final lap. He's led every single lap today, and we'll be hoping to continue that trend heading into the final race of the day here at Madona. Nearly a 4-second lead he has. Another couple of tenths gained over Norkus and Kukatis, who are still separated by a couple of tenths of a second. Here they are, heading through turn number 7 into 8. Just a few corners remaining. Marco Clavins has dropped back a little bit from these two now. The checker flag is waved. Timas Rimas makes it win number 2 of the day, and Domas Norkus will take second ahead of Karims Kukatis, who is much closer to Norkus than he was at the end of race 1. Marco Clavins in 4th, followed by Rodrigo Lapin, Rems, Balods and Negradovs in 6th, and then David Vladson in 7th place. Your fast lap of the race, a 50.175 set by Timas Rimas, over a tenth quicker than anyone else. So again, we're going to jump into a short break and we'll be returning with our junior maxes, with I believe Jack Collinson starting on pole. We are green in Park Ferme. To start our second race, Jack Collinson and Emilius Juozaitis on the front row of the grid. Row number 2, Klaus Hand and Markus Jolk. Row number 3, Remy Rubin and Oskaras Pitkovas. He rides out for Pitkovas. He's looking at some really good results. Patrikas Josias starting down in 7th place ahead of Joris Digamantas Stankevicius. He rides out for Josias. He's been looking quite quick today. Gustavs Narvaisa and Keita Spike complete your top 10. Then it is Rudolf Alexis and Marks Konenovs. Adam Six and Armand Mednis in 13th and 14th position. Then it's Ottilia Grandberger and Hugo Kimont in 15th and 16th place. Sebastian Ninemae in 17th ahead of Yuris Fluxner in 18th. Then Timur Gajiev and Matvey Ponomarev complete your 20-car field. Well, Jack Collinson looked really, really good in race number 1 and tends to look very good in the races. Or just in general, very quick driver is Jack Collinson. But at some point during the day, he gets put under a lot of pressure, and he usually copes with that pressure incredibly well. I still remember the first time I commentated on him a couple of rounds ago, the opening round of the RMC Championship. Jack Collinson white-lined it for the entire race without putting a foot wrong. Very, very impressive driver is Jack Collinson. He's not come under any of that pressure yet today. We'll see whether Emilius Juozaitis, Klaus Hand, Markus Jolk, and I'm really looking to Patrikas Josias, his first round in the RMC Latvian Championship this year. He stepped up from the Minimax category. Expect to see him improving as the year goes on. Jack Collinson keeping everyone nice and slow. There's Patrikas Josias, the red and gold helmet. Oh, we've got a car that's come to a stop. Well, that's not good news for, I think that's a 284. Is that Oskaras Pitkovas? Oh dear. Well, Jack Collinson leads the field away. It's a clean start. Through up into second goes Klaus Hand in the green helmet. There's a little bit of contact behind us. Emilius Juozaitis tries to fight his way back up into second place and has been able to do so successfully. 3 abreast further behind, and a little bit of contact between a couple of our drivers, but no one off and no real accidents to speak of. Jack Collinson looks over his shoulder, and we'll see a very healthy lead circling nearly a second. Markus Jolk had an awful getaway. He's dropped down to 7th place, and that was just over the line. He might have dropped a few more places by the time he made his way into turn 1. So Markus Jolk has a lot of work to do. Joris Digamantas Stankevicius has also lost a couple of places as well. Remy Rubin, Patrikas Josias, Gustavs Narvais are a few of your big winners from that opening lap. As they make their way through up the hill to lap number 2 of the race. Jack Collinson leading this race by 0.6 of a second. Markus Jolk now having to try to fight it back. He's in 7th position. Is he going to go up the inside? He is indeed. Lovely move from Markus Jolk up the inside of Gustav Narvais. And there's Patrikas Josias, who has just made a move on Remy Rubin. As a little bit wide was Markus Jolk. I don't know if he got a bit of contact from behind him, but Rudolf Alexis has just overtaken Narvais as well. So Alexis is up into 7th position. If I'm not mistaken, we'll double check that once everyone comes over the line very, very shortly. So Remy Rubin down to 5th, Patrikas Josias up into 4th place, Markus Jolk in 6th, then is Gustav Narvais and Rudolf Alexis. I'm not sure who had gained that position on Narvais. It wasn't Markus Jolk when I looked, it was someone else. But anyway, Markus Jolk is up into 6th place and trying to continue his good work up through the field. At the front of the field though, Emilius Juozaitis taking a 10th out of Jack Collinson. However, you can still see that gap is around half a second. See whether it comes down at the end of this lap as we head into turn number 13. Bring a close to lap number 2 and to bring it close to lap number 3 and to start lap number 4 of this race. 45.9 for all of your top 4. Right, from Jack Collinson down to Patrikas Josias. 45.8 the fast lap of the race goes to Markus Jolk, who is closing in onto Remy Rubin. There you can see Marcus Yoke with the green helmet at the back of this train. The full green helmet. A couple of carts ahead, that's Klaus Hans with the light green helmet, the kind of neon green helmet. Baltic looking racy up the inside. Or is there going to be contact? No, just enough of room left by Klaus Hans, who now has the inside into 6. Beautiful switchback from Josias. And following through is Remy Rubin and Marcus Yoke. And unfortunately for Klaus Hans, he ends up losing not 1, not 2, but 3 positions. Marcus Yoke trying to hang around the outside of Remy Rubin. That one doesn't work, but fair play to Marcus Yoke for trying it as he searches for a way through. Patrikas Josias up into 3rd position. Klaus Hans has lost a lot of time in that whole kerfuffle. So we start a new lap of the race. Marcus Yoke, super racy behind Remy Rubin, going to go up the inside into turn number 4. Covers off the inside into 5. Is Remy Rubin going to try to fight this one back? Marcus Yoke gives a little finger wag forward. And Remy Rubin seems to be relatively compliant. And says, okay, I'll sit behind you. Let's go, go, go. Jack Collinson at the front of the field, only 4 tenths ahead. He's lost another half a tenth to Emilis Jozaitis. It's not a lot you can visibly see. It's a very big gap from Emilis Jozaitis back to Patrikas Josias in 3rd position. So Emilis Jozaitis will be feeling very confident if he can close into Jack Collinson to fully send it for an overtake. So Collinson ahead of Jozaitis. Again, that gap, is it dwindling? Well, it's actually gone up by half a tenth on that occasion. 45.6s for them, 46s for the group behind. Marcus Yoke ahead of Remy Rubin. Let's see what the pace is looking like for Marcus Yoke now that he has had a lap in clean air. I think he's going to have to send Patrikas Josias as well. But Jack Collinson looking untouchable at the moment. 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Less than 3 minutes on the clock. Jack Collinson rounding the final corner. 45.5, 45.6 for your top 2. 45.2 from Marcus Yoke. Well, Yoke is showing some incredible pace. He's only a tenth behind Patrikas Josias. But surely there's no way he can catch the top 2 in the 4 or 5 laps remaining in this race. We're closer to 5 laps left in this race. Marcus Yoke right on the back of Josias. No move into turn 13. We know where Marcus Yoke likes to go for the move, and it's at turn 3 and 4. And a little sniff into 1. This is where you want to get a good run so you can sling it up the inside. Too far back, and too far back to do it into 5 as well. And 4, 5, 6. Those are the spots where Marcus Yoke will probably go for a move. We've seen a few overtakes into turn 7. Not a huge amount, and then there's the last corner dive into turn 13, which we did see from one driver early on today. Fantastic overtake it was. I think it was up the inside of Thorngas. I forget who made the move. Might have been Opgalp. I can't fully remember who it was. Still nose to tail, Josias and Yo can't get up the inside. Just over a minute remaining. Jositis now 7/10 behind Jack Collinson. Jack Collinson continuing to just slowly eke that lead out. It was sitting at 4 to 5/10. Not a huge gain, but it is a gain nonetheless. Marcus Yo still searching for a way through. Can he do it this time into turn 4? No, again too far behind. And Josias late enough on the brakes to keep Jolk at bay. Well, Josias has just done his personal best of the race of 45.451. 45.5 from Marcus Jolk. 45.5 from Jack Collinson at the front of the field. Sorry, 45.4 from Jack Collinson at the front of the field. 45.5 from Emilis Jositis. 2 laps remaining, and that's going to quickly come down to 1 lap because Jack Collinson is nearing the end of his lap. Is there any way through for Marcus Jolk on this lap? Heading up the hill, no, again too far behind. He's too far behind to do it into turn 5. He'll be too far back to do it into turn 6. So he needs to make sure he gets a good run through the final sequence to have a go into turn 13 if he wants this final spot on the podium. He's quite close, maybe into 7, but no defensive from Patrikas Josias. And that's just allowing Marcus Jolk to open up these following corners that little bit more. There is Jack Collinson with Emilis Jositis. Marcus Jolk, oh, he's about half a car length behind, heading into turn 10 and 11. This is it, the final spot, final opportunity for Marcus Jolk. Is he close enough? I don't know. Jack Collinson takes a checkered flag. Marcus Jolk can't do it. Emilis Jositis takes second. Patrikas Josias holds on to third ahead of Marcus Jolk. Remy Rubin in 5th place ahead of Club's Hands. Joris Gigamantis Vicious is in 7th position. Then comes Gustav Narveis in 8th. Keita Spike and Rudolf Alexis completes the top 10. Juris Bluxner is in 11th ahead of Max Kononovs. Then your amateur drivers, Ottilia Granberger beats Admans Mednis to make it 2 out of 2 wins today. Adam 6 in 15th ahead of Hugo Kimont in 16th. Then comes Matvey Ponomarev in 17th, Timur Gadjiev in 18th, Sebastian Ninemae in 19th, and Oskaras Pitkovas finishing at the very back of the field, less than a 10th down as well. So some issue going on for Pitkova. I think he was involved in one of those incidents at the start of the race. Was Pitkovas, and he tried to fight his way back through. So we're going to jump into a short break, and we will be back momentarily with our DD2s. On to track go our DD2s, and let's run you through the grid for this race. That is an adorable dog. German Shepherd. I'd say German Shepherd ranked 2nd on list of dogs. Anyway, Joel Kasper Juepere in 1st place ahead of Edgars Vilkan. That's going to be a great battle. Roland Juris Brude in 3rd ahead of Tonis Johannes Formingas in 4th place. Then comes Noyes Gerolaitis ahead of Andreas Opgaup in 6th position. Ricard Scanseems in 7th. Keep your eyes out for him. Paul Eke Bethlehem in 8th. Then comes Martin Janovskis and Roman Rodionov. So, Rodionov's again having to start from the back of the grid. Keep your eyes out for him. Scanseems looked quite quick in race 1. However, in race 1, Edgars Vilkans got through on Juepere at the very first lap of the race. Juepere needs to make sure that doesn't happen again, because when it happened last time, he fell behind Vilkans. He also allowed Formingas to go through, which meant that Juepere couldn't stick with Vilkans as a result of it. So, some wrongs need to be righted here for Juepere, and Edgars Vilkans, I'm sure he'll have his head firmly screwed on. Speaking of that last lap, last corner overtake, I think it was Ricard Scanseems who did it on Johannes Formingas. I know it was definitely on Formingas, and it was either for 2nd or 3rd. If it was for 2nd, then it was Juepere who did it. If it was for 3rd, then I think it was Scanseems who had done it. Maybe it was Spruder. Rodionovs was a little bit further behind in that race. But it looks like we are pretty much ready to go. And we are green for this race. Johannes Formingas having a good start. Oh, lots of contact already. And it's disaster for Joel Kasper Juepere, who has dropped down, I think, pretty much to the back of the field. Well, he just cannot catch a break, can he, Juepere? He put it on pole for both races. And, well, both times it has gone disastrously wrong. Edgars Vilkans is having a big look over his shoulder. So I don't know if that's a look of guilt, knowing that did he cause the incident? Maybe there was a bit of loading going into turn 1. But what I do know is Johannes Formingas is leading this race. And Roman Rodionov has probably gained a couple of positions, actually more than a couple of positions by the looks of things. Right, here we go. Let's look through the order, as that, I'm guessing, is Juepere up the inside into the final corner. So Formingas leads from Edgars Vilkans. Then Ricard Scanseems up to 3rd, having started this race down in 8th place. Then comes Martin Janovskis, Roman Rodionov in 5th. So Rodionov gained 5 places. Then is Joel Kasper Juepere in 6th. So not terrible for Juepere. Roland Juris Sprude was a driver who dropped down to last and overtook Paul Eke Bethlehem into the final corner. And there is Edgars Vilkans going up the inside of Johannes Formingas into turn number 7. So Edgars Vilkans once again leading the way. And, well, let's see what the likes of Rodionovs and Juepere can do. There is Janovskis on the back of Scanseems as they head into turn 3. Rodionovs just behind Rodionovs. Will he go for a move? No, he's going to sit behind Scanseems, went defensive into turn 5. And right behind Rodionovs in the red and white suit is Joel Kasper Juepere. Vilkans continues to lead and stretching out his lead as well by 0.2 of a second on that lap over Johannes Formingas. Lovely move up the inside from the 4.22 of Martin Janovskis. So Janovskis is through on Scanseems. So now it's Rodionov's turn to find a way through. And then will be Juepere. Roland Juris Sprude still in 9th place behind Noyes Gerolaitis by a couple of tenths of a second. So Janovskis in 3rd position. He's not really being able to pull the clear of Scanseems. Oh wait, no, he has. Scanseems just really falling into the clutches of Rodionov. Such is the gap that Martin Janovskis has pulled. Already 0.3, and that was over, what, half a lap? He was able to pull that gap. Maybe Rodionos has to go for a move into this final corner. And that is a move from Rodionos, I think. Or was it Juepera? One of the two has made a move, and now Dominguez is coming under pressure from Janovskis for second place. That is Rodionos up into fourth position. So Roman Rodionos has found a way through on Ricard Skansims. Rodionos trying to set up a move into turn number 4. He's a bit too far back to go for the send. Now, Dominguez, will he be white lining this in front of Janovskis? Rodionos will certainly be hoping so, as I'm sure will Juepera. 5 minutes on the clock, so there's still plenty of time remaining in this race. Again, you can see how Janovski is trying to take that late apex through turn 3, so he can send it up the inside of turn 4, but the curve just unsettles the car too much. Never mind, he can just go up the inside into turn 6. He gets it stopped as well, and they both point forward and say, right, let's just go, work together. I'm sure Johannes Dominguez will be well aware that Rodionos will be trying to hunt him down. Roland Jurisfruda up into 7th place, so he's found a way through on Gerolaitis and on Obscalp. Ruda is now behind Juepera. I think Juepera has just found a way through on Kalmsin. No, Ruda has found a way through on Juepera. So Juepera really struggling. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, about half a second a lap quicker than anyone is Edgars Vilkans. Although that being said, on this lap, Martin Janovskis did have to overtake Dominguez, so maybe not quite half a second a lap quicker. There's a new PB from Edgars Vilkans, a 43.642. 'Fastest driver on circuit last time round was Roman Rodionos with a 43.9. He's gained a couple of tenths onto Thomas Johannes Dominguez, and is only 7 tenths behind now. So Roland Jurisfruda has had a mistake somewhere. He's lost 3 places. Juepera, Opdal and Gerolaitis have all been able to pass him. Minute 45 on the clock. Fastest driver on the circuit, Martin Janovskis, 43.8. He's taken 2 tenths out of Edgars Vilkans on that lap. He's got another 1.5 seconds to try to find. Oh, big move up the inside. Was that Rodionovs going for the move? No, Kalmsims going for the move on Rodionovs. Yep. think it's Uepero on Kallenstein, pardon me. Yeah, Uepero was trying to go for the move on Ricardo Kallenstein, but unable to make it work from the looks of it. There you can see Rodionos up the road on the back of Domingas, who's in turn only a few tenths behind Martin Janovskis, or 1 second behind Janovskis. Uepero struggling to find a way through. As things stand, he's going to be starting the final race of the day in about 4th position, maybe 3rd. But he needs to gain another position if he wants to be certain that he's going to be starting 3rd or indeed in 2nd place. So Wilkins continues to lead the way. Two laps remaining, including this lap for Edgars Vilkans. And Tony Johannes Domingas definitely has Romans Rodionos right behind him. Don't forget, Romans Rodionos had to start both races at the back of the grid. If he could take 3rd here, he might be starting the final from 3rd, which might be the perfect spot for him to start the race from, right behind Edgars Vilkans. But he needs to get past Tony Johannes Domingas. Well, it is final lap, a couple of corners remaining. I think Domingas is clear, but we did think this last race as well, and then he got overtaken into the final corner. Around the final corner comes Edgars Vilkans, Martin Janovskis in 2nd place, and Tonis Johannes Domingas. This time he'll hold on to the position on the last lap. 3rd place ahead of Romans Rodionov. Ricard Kallenstein, Jolkasko Uepere, Andres Obkab come across the line, nose to tail at 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. Nois Gerolaitis in 8th ahead of Roland Juris-Gruda and Paul Eke Bethlehem in 10th position. Fast lap of the race goes the way of your race winner Edgars Vilkan at 43.6, but really good pace towards the end from Martin Janovskis. Maybe he'll have the opportunity to challenge Edgars Vilkan in our final race of the day. However, we're going to jump into a short break and we'll be back momentarily with our Rotax Max seniors. So our senior maxes are out onto circuit for their 2nd race of the day. Heat number 2. Gudelevicius on pole ahead of Paimre. Then it's Zernask and Kakers on row number 2. Keep your eyes out for Rodrigo Kakers. Linas Volungavicius starting race number 2 down in 5th place ahead of Artyom Sestakovs, another driver who really knows how to turn things up for the finals. Adrian Sions in 7th ahead of Kaspar Kiskuela in 8th place. Then on row number 5 comes Alice Stolzermane and Marta Spike. Jonas Liotkauskas and Martin Waltz are on row number 6. with Riccardo Keikulis and Hendrik Pietz on row 7. Marius Karshauskas and Matis Valskus are on row number 8, ahead of Laurinas Karlevicius and Hans Markus Nares on row number 9. Ilya Sheremeta and Kate Drobiseva are on row 10 and completing the top 20. And then comes Kauri Jesper Sommet and Rems Smith on row 11. Guinness Rimkus starts in 23rd ahead of Kevin Leines. Then it's Christian Hjorvain in 24th and 25th. 26th is Thomas Karalevicius. Maja Gomberga is 27th ahead of Sara Tabo in 28th. And then completing the field is Karlis Kirikovs. We are pretty much ready to get going then for race number 2. Dovydas Gudelevicius looked in fine form for that opening race. Will he be able to carry that pace here in race 2? Well, here they come round the final corner. We're good to go racing. Gudelevicius leads the field away across the line. And it is a good start for him. Fernando Paimer drops into 3rd as Rafael Zernaska moves up into 2nd place as the field tumbles their way down through the downhill left-hander that is turn 4 and then into the sweeping right-hander of turn 5. So Gudelevicius leads from Zernas, then comes Paimer. Then I'm not entirely sure. It looks like it's been a good start from Elisa Solsormano, who might be up into about 5th place or something. I think that is Elisa Solsormano's helmet, but I'm not entirely sure. We'll see shortly. Well, over the line, Paimer down to 3rd, as we mentioned, because Nask is up into 2nd. Elisa Solsormano is up into 8th ahead of Kasper Kiskuela. Eliot Kauskas also gained a position ahead of Marta Spike. Karlis Kirikos, who started dead last, has moved up into 22nd, so he's had a very good start. But Gudelevicius is just pulling out a huge gap at the front of the field. Rafael Zernas with a bit of a bottleneck forming behind him, as Paimer has to back off, and then Kakers almost rear ends him. Actually, Volungavicius is ahead of Rodrigo Kakers. Now, a bit of an accident further down the field. Hopefully, no more of an accident as one of the carts rejoined onto the circuit. So Linus Volungavicius up into 4th place, Rodrigo Kakers down to 5th. Elisa Solsormano up into 7th place ahead of Adrian Tions. Elisa Solsormano is being pushed a little bit wide. 303, I think it is. So there's Solsormano with the kind of pinky purple helmet, searching for a way through on, I'm guessing, Artyom Sestakov. Goes up the inside of Sestakov and pulls off an excellent overtake as Elisa Solsormano. So that's Sestakov's behind, and then it's Adrian Tion, I think, in the kind of Stena replica helmet. So Sestakov is, Tion, is in 8th place. Sestakov is up to 5th place, so Artyom Sestakov in 5th, Solsormano in 6th, then Rodrigo Kakers has dropped down to 7th place. Then it's Kasper Kiskuela, Adrian Sions, Martin Valls, and Hendrik Pietz. Lots of position changes across the field. Continuing to move up the field. Karlis Kirikov now up into 19th place. Ricard Keikulis up into 14th. Gudelevicius, though, 1.1 seconds clear at the front of the field. Wow, what a drive from Gudelevicius. I don't know if Zernask is white lining. I don't think he is, because Paimer isn't right on him. 45.3 from your race leader, 45.4 from the drivers behind. Linus Volungavicius also on a 45.3, as are the likes of Sestakov, Solsormano and Kakers. So a lot of pace across the field. Pressure here for I think that's one of the Tony Kart drivers. Is that Hendrik Pietz, maybe? Not 100% sure. So there is Paimre, still right behind Rafael Zernas with 6 minutes on the clock. As Elisa Stolzenman picked up the faster lap of the race, 44.890. 44.9 from pretty much the entire field on that lap, with the exception of Stolzenman, who is right now 5 tenths behind Artyom Sestakovs. And Stolzenman, little look over her shoulder. We'll see Kakers just behind. So Paimre struggling. Look over his shoulder. He's got a bit of a gap to Volungavicius. He just can't get close enough to go for the move on Zernas. Dovydas Gudulevicius now 1.2 seconds clear at the front of the field. Well, if you're Paimre, where do you make the move? Or how do you close in that little bit more? Another 0.5 from your race leader. 0.6 is 0.5. There goes Paimre up the inside. He's found the opportunity into turn 4. Following through is Linus Volungavicius, who turns in early into 5 to slam the door shut. And now there's more pressure because that's Artyom Sestakov who tries to go through. But Sestakov ends up losing out to Elisa Stolzenman. Spin further down the field. And thankfully the driver doesn't get collected by anyone. But Gudulevicius now leads from Paimre and then Volungavicius. Zernas has dropped down. I think Elisa Stolzenman has found a way through on Zernas. Quite a lot of drivers have found a way through on Zernas. Another driver goes up the inside. That's Stolzenman up the inside. And even more drivers following through as well. I think Pete followed through. So Kiskuela, Kakers both got past Stolzenman on that lap. So a bit of a rough lap for quite a few drivers. Mainly being Zernas and Stolzenman. So Zernas, who was running in second place, has gone from second place all the way down to 8th place in less than a lap. That has to be gutting, absolutely gutting if you're Rafael Zernas. And hopefully he won't be getting into his own head about that and gets his head down and starts putting in the good laps that we know he is capable of. So Gudulevicius will cross the line. What is the lap time looking like? 44.3, 44.7 for the drivers behind, although that was Paimre and Volungavicius overtaking Rafael Zernas. So 2 minutes remaining, or just over 2 minutes remaining. We're seeing the 3:10, and that's Hendrik Pietz, who's behind Rafael Zernas. So that time round, Paimre and Volungavicius, a couple of tenths off Dovydas Gudulevicius. So Dovydas Gudulevicius is just untouchable today. Really, really excellent pace from Dovydas. Hopefully he's saved enough tyres and everything else for that final. Because we know in the finals, the likes of Volungavicius and Sestakov really know how to show up. What we saw in round one was in the heats, it was all about 3 people: Tom Strel, Fernando Paimre, Elisa Stolzenman, and then randomly in the final, all of a sudden, you've got Sestakov showing up, Marcus Bapp showing up, and Linas Volungavicius showing up. In the end, I think it was Sestakov who won from Linas Volungavicius. Will Volungavicius be able to do something similar today? Nice move up the inside. I'm not sure who that was from. I think that was Balchus up the inside of Hendrik Pietz. Oh wait, no, that's in front of Stolzermane. So that was Cakers up the inside of Piscuela. So Rodrigo Cakers up into 5th place. We're going to have 2 laps remaining as Dovydas Kudelevicius crosses the line. Let's just double check that it was Cakers overtaking Piscuela. Yes, indeed it was. So Cakers up into 5th position. So last time round, Paimbre taking a 10th out of Kudelevicius. And at least Stolzermane coming under pressure. Was that Stolzermane? I'm not sure. It's not Stolzermane, never mind. But either way, a driver thought about going for the move, decided against it, then got a bump from behind, so had to go for the move. And now it's all kinds of chaos further down the field. We're on the final lap of the race and rounding the final corner. Dovydas Kudelevicius is going to take the checkered flag. And, oh sorry, starting the final lap now. So my timings were just a little bit off. So Kudelevicius onto the final lap of the race. He's lost 3/10 actually on that last lap to Fernando Paimbre, but maybe he's just taking it easy. There is Dovydas Kudelevicius. And Fernando Paimbre and Linas Volungavicius in 2nd and 3rd place. Doing a good job, are the pair of them, to hold on to those final podium spots. So over the line, Dovydas Kudelevicius makes it 2 from 2 today. Paimbre takes 2nd ahead of Linas Volungavicius. Then is Artem Sestakov just ahead of Cakers and Stolzermane. Wow, there was 1.5 tenths separating the 3 of them over the line. Hendrik Pietz is in 7th ahead of Kasper Piscuela in 8th. Then is Matas Balchus in 9th and Rafael Zernas in 10th. Talis Kirikov up to 11th, having started from dead last in this race. Marcus Pike in 12th. Then is Adrian Sions, Marius Karshauskas and Jonas Liotkauskas in 15th, Ilya Sheremeta in 16th ahead of Martin Svalt, Hans Markus Narus in 18th ahead of Lauren Naskaralevicius and Kaur Jesper Somets in 20th. Kate Robiseva is in 21st ahead of Christian Kjovaen in 22nd. Kevin Linus in 23rd ahead of Rens Smits in 24th. Maya Gomberga in 25th. Then comes Thomas Karalevicius, Ricard Kekulis and Guinness Rimkus in 28th, ahead of our only DNF, which was Sara Tabo. So that brings an end to our seniors. We will be back in a couple of minutes' time with our amateur heavy and master DD2s. So, we are ready to go for our second Amateur Heavy Master DD2 race. Starting on pole is Mikolas Mažinas ahead of Ricard Kalantseams in second. There is Ivers Us and Rudis Klavins on row number 2. Row number 3, Karlis Brisis, who is your highest placed amateur driver, ahead of Judis Zalitis. Then Edmund Zusevics, who's second in the amateur class, ahead of Armand Kanks, who starts in 8th position. Valters Dreimanis is another one of our amateur drivers, who's starting ahead of the heavyweight pole sitter, Markus Spikis. Jan Vitkar is ahead of Kristaps Smilsniks. Then comes Juris Spikis ahead of Endais Vaznis in 14th. Antonevics Dimitris is in 15th ahead of Artus Zgenis, and Argo Tam completes the field down in 17th place. Now I'm trying to remember what happened in race number 1 for these drivers. I think Mikolas Mažinas dropped down the field early on. Was that? No, that wasn't in this. That was in the BSR X5 race. I think Mikolas Mažinas did win this race. I can't fully remember how everything did unfold. So, Mikolas Mažinas, Ricard Kalantseams line up alongside each other to start race number 2 of the day. Iversus in the orange and white. So Descartes starts in 3rd, we're green, and we are away. Very good start for Iversus in 3rd, up into 2nd position. Green flag is waving, so the race start is all okay. No incidents from what I can see into turn number 3, or indeed into turn number 4. So a clean start for our DD2 field. And already Mikolas Mažinas is starting to pull out a little bit of a lead. Field make their way through turns 10 and 11, through 12, and in turn 13 they start lap number 2 of the race. Very close between our top 6 as they come over the line. Mažinas, Us, Kalantseams, Klavins, Zalitis, and Karlis Brisis. So Brisis down into 6th on the opening lap. Your highest place amateur driver is Karlis Brisis, doing a good job sticking with the Masters as well, is Karlis. Turn 13 they go. Look over the shoulder from Mikolas Mažinas, and Iversus is right there and does not look to be going anywhere right now. So, over the line to start lap number 5 of this race. And the top 3 starting to pull away from the rest of the field. So Mažinas, Us, Kalantseams, just with a tiny gap over the likes of Rudis Klavins and Juris Zalitis, Karlis Brisis. Brisis has a healthy 1.5 second lead to Edmund Zusevics, who is in the same class as Brisis. They are 1st and 2nd in the amateur category. Thought there was potentially going to be a move up the inside from Ricardo Calcines, but decides better off it. And because he had to back out of that, he's now fallen a little bit behind Ivers Us. Maybe somewhat into the clutches of Rudis Clavins. They make their way into 11 and 12. And through the final corner. And over the line, 44.9 from your top two. And as expected, Callan seems a few tenths off that. The rest of the field all in the mid 45s really. A few low 45s as well. Well, fast lap of the race goes away of Ricardo Calcines, 44.6. Is he going to go for a move? No, that's Calcines again. Just looking up the inside of Iverzus, and it's not going to work there, and it just costs him time. He ends up losing a few kart lengths to the leading two, and now he's got all of that work to do all over again. So Madona still leads from Iverzus. Then comes Ricardo Calcines. Calcines still trying to find a way through on Iverzus. Calcines looks to be the quickest driver on the circuit right now. Although Iverzus might have more pace than Maginès. He's just sitting behind. He's not really got enough, I think, to really challenge Maginès. He's happy to sit behind for now. Maybe wait for an opportunity later on into this race. 4 minutes to go though, so he doesn't have too long to try to search for an opportunity, and he's right on the back of Nicolas Maginès coming out the final corner. Maybe this is his opportunity. Look over the shoulder from Maginès, and Maginès I think might have to start going defensive. And Calcines is there as well. I wonder if Iverzus is maybe going to be a little bit worried of Calcines going up his inside. Then that means that Iverzus can't really go for those wide lines. Never mind, he doesn't need a wide line. He goes up the inside. Maginès tries to fight back. He's unable to do so. Maginès able to cover off Calcines, and that opens up the door for Rudis Clavins to fight back. So Clavins is able to overtake Calcines. Iverzus charges to the front of the field. Nicolas Maginès drops down to second. Now Iverzus looks like he's got his head down, and he's going to pull out a gap at the front of the field. 3 minutes on the clock. Surely Calcines isn't going to wait around. Calcines is going to be furious. And he knows that time is gradually ticking away in this race. A new fast lap of the race or new personal best for Iverzus at 44.669. He's kind of unleashed himself now. Clavins defends in front of Calcines, searching for a way through. Calcines, well, that might be a bit of a push to pass from Calcines, heading into the braking zone, and now Calcines on the outside heading into turn 7. As Rudis Clavins holds on to the position. There goes Calcines back up the inside to reclaim third place. For a second, I thought Clavins was going to fight back into turn 10. But now he's got Brisis behind him. And with Brisis comes Judis Alitis. But Callum Seams is now so far behind Nicolas Martinez that it's going to be very difficult for him to close back in. Only 90 seconds on the clock, which means 3 laps to go in this race. Well, the gap is down to half a second at the front of the field, so a bit of pace being injected by Nicolas Martinez. But I don't know if it's going to be enough to close in, let alone challenge Iverzus for this race win. Rickard's count seems also with a 44.6. He tries to break clear of Rudis Klavins behind him. The penultimate lap of the race. And Iverzus leads from Nicolas Martinez after an excellent overtake from Iverzus about 4 or so laps ago. And on to the last lap of the race we go. Fast lap of the race, still being held by Rudis Klavins. 44.533 is 0.2 behind Ricard's Callum Seams. The checkered flag is out. Iverzus picks up the race win ahead of Nicolas Martinez, Ricard Countines in third. Dennis Rudis Klavins, Carlos Brisis wins in the amateur class ahead of Judis Alitis, Edmund Vucevic second in the amateur class. Then comes Armand Kanks, Jan Viktor in third in the amateur class. Then we've got our heavyweight Marcus Spikis ahead of Valter Streymanis. Kristaps Smiltniks second in the heavyweight class and 12th overall ahead of Judis Spikis also in the heavyweight class. There's Endis Vaznis, Argotam, and Artus Zenis. Our one and only DNF was Antonevics Dimitris, who had a DNF in the opening few laps of this race. Fastest lap of the race goes the way of Rudis Klavins with a 44.533. So that brings an end to our DD2s. Now comes our final heat of the day, which is the Tillertsons, before we head into our finals. So away we go for our final before we get into our super finals. Daniel Petteris-Berzins leads our Tillotson T4 field out of the pit lane and on to the formation lap. So let's run you all through the grid. Daniel Petteris-Berzins starts on pole with Edvards Jimenez alongside him. Maris Lazdans and Ralph Leyens start on row number 2. Row number 3 is Kirill Dmitrievs with Marko Bridniks alongside. Then it's Edvards Bidzans in 7th with Arturs Gorenko in 8th. Christopher Zlakis is in 9th with Rudolf Toms Berzins in 10th place. Row number 6 is Kirill Savins and Oris Maris Revald. And on to row number 7, Miroslav Novik and Dace Grossberger in 13th and 14th place respectively. Ingus Just and Ralf Igals are on row number 8 with Christian Zlastans completing the 17-car field. Now hopefully there won't be any red flags because I saw the incident that caused the red flags. I think it was Christopher's Christian's Lastans who had the incident with, I forget who it was. I think it was Kirill Dmitrievs. And that, it was nasty. Dmitrievs was essentially thrown out of the kart. And yeah, that's what caused the red flag. So hopefully Dmitriev is feeling fit and ready to go. Our drivers make their way through the back few corners. So, around the final corner, we go to start the final for the T4s. The final of the finals. Daniel Petteris-Berzins leads from Edvards Jimenez. Maris Lazdans in 3rd place. A good start from Lazdans, who is immediately up into 2nd place. Edvards Jimenez drops down to 3rd. So not as terrible of an opening lap as it was for Jimenez in the last race, where he dropped down to about 10th or something. Or last, yes, he wasn't able to get the engine started, was he? So he had to start from the back of the field as he tried to get that working. Here comes Jimenez, so up the inside into turn 6. Is he going to be able to hold it? No, because round the outside of 8 he has to go. And he can't go up the inside into 9 either. Well, what looked like almost a done move, and it would have been perfect because he would have been right onto the back of Berzins. Has not quite worked out for Edvards Jimenez. And he's still in 3rd, although Lazdans is all over the back of Berzins. So Berzins defending here, not something that we often see from Daniel Petteris-Berzins, who's normally in a bit of a class of his own. Now watch out for Jimenez, he's really trying to open up this corner and maybe to go for a move into turn 4, but no, too far back this time round. It just looked like he was posturing. You can see how much wider he was going into turn 3, and up the inside he goes into turn number 6. Through goes Jimenez, but again he doesn't get the drive coming out of the corner. Berzins still having to defend. What is going on with Daniel Petteris-Berzins? This is not what we expect from the driver who wins pretty much every single final and super final in the Tillotson T4s. It's almost like he's struggling with an engine issue or something that's just bringing his pace down, and meaning he's just got to defend going into almost every single corner. However, up in 2nd is I think Maris Lazdans, Kirill Dmitrievs, one of the two. So Lazdans up into 2nd, Dmitrievs in 3rd. Edvards Jimenez, every time he tries to go forward, he ends up going backwards at the moment, which has only happened once, but it's pretty much every time he looks at making a move, something else happens, as there goes Dmitrievs trying to go up the inside of Lazdans. Everyone's getting bottled up by Daniel Petteris-Berzins, who just can't find any pace at the moment. This is really, really strange. And there, once again, Edvards Jimenez continues to go backwards. And then he goes upwards, but he doesn't go up the field. He goes up in the air, goes wide, and loses another 3-4 places. So Edvards Jimenez, well, this is not what he would have wanted, as Berzins continues to white line it, just about covers the inside from Maris Lazdans. well, Daniel Spettelis Berzins, whatever's going on, I hope he can fix this in time for the finals because, well, actually, you know what? I hope he can't fix it because this is giving us some absolutely excellent racing to watch. And Berzins is putting on a bit of a masterclass of defending. There has to be an issue with that car. We've never seen Daniel Spettelis Berzins under this much pressure before. And there's no real need for it. He just can't seem to get away on the straights at all. Round the outside tries Bidsons, and Bidsons actually makes it work as well. This is brilliant. Well, I think someone's... Actually, I'm not going to say that. But Kirill Dmitriev loses the position to Bidsons. Daniel Spettelis Berzins continues to lead. There you can see the green helmet of... Wow. That is not been a good start for Edvards Jimenez. Maybe the first lap wasn't good, but the first 4 laps have been awful for Jimenez, who twice looked like he was going to move up into second place, and both times it failed horribly for him. Head down through turn 4. I think I saw Jimenez going for a move up the inside of someone who I don't know, but Jimenez has dropped down to 9th place. Or wide goes Bidsons, try to hang it around the outside of Berzins, so that one wasn't going to work out. Berzins says you need to try better than that. And now Berzins has a lead. So Berzins can now get his head down for a few laps and try to put in a couple of hot laps. Let's see what the pace is looking like. So for context, the lap times that were being set by Berzins in the previous race, if I get up the final one, Tillotson T4. So Berzins did a 50.5 was his best lap time. Berzins has clean air. So if Berzins can't get into the 50s, you know that there is something definitely wrong with his car, or something's going on. Because he did a 50.5 in race number 1. So if he can't even get into the 50s for race number 2, there is certainly an issue occurring. Jimenez is slowly trying to work his way back up through the order. Jimenez is now up into 8th position. Berzins is being reeled in. He is being closed back in. I know it's still, well, this is probably going to be a mid-51 lap time from him. He did a 51.8 on the last lap. He didn't come under much pressure on that lap. It's another 51.8. He's over a second a lap slower than in final 1. So definitely an issue for Daniel Spettelis Berzins. And now that everyone knows this, that's going to make the final really interesting, because I don't know if the Tillotson drivers were aware coming into this race that Berzins had an issue and would be having to defend. And I think that might have caught out a lot of drivers in terms of how they're approaching the race, what you have to do. Now they're going to know going into the final, well, Berzins is going to be a moving roadblock. At the moment, it's okay for Berzins, because even though he's slower, he's now got a bit of clean air, which means that he can drive. And as a result, losing time on the straights because of an engine issue, etc. But he's quick enough through the corners that he's not losing that much time. The issue is when he's got drivers right behind him, he has to go defensive, because otherwise they'll just drive past him on the straight. That is, I think, the issue facing Berzins. But he's just on a 51.2, so the pace is coming back to him, but not by a lot. Again, he's still running 7/10 slower than what his best time was in final 1. And I don't think that's from the tyres dropping off or anything like that. He's actually pulled a couple of tenths over Marko Pridniks. And I think the only person who's quick enough at this very moment to catch him or pass him is the driver, who is down in 8th place, Edvards Jimenez. And Edvards Jimenez, there on your screen, is going to take a while to come through. He's got Kirill Dmitriev in front of him. We've got a spin at the back of the field. They're all able to get going again. So Spettelis Berzins crosses the line, 51.1, 51.3 is behind. So Berzins is safe now that he's been able to pull a gap. Well, this is also interesting news for Edvards Jimenez, because going into the final, he's going to be aware of this issue. And he's going to be thinking about how he can try to take full advantage of this. It's now Berzins almost getting overtaken by Dace Grossberger, who looked to the outside heading into turn 7. And that looks to be a good run for Jimenez, but he's going to be tight from the exit. That opens up the door for Grossberger. And through. Actually, no, that's the other Berzins. Rudolf Tom's Berzins was able to get through on Jimenez. Dimitriev's continuing to hold on to 7th place. 51-0 this time from Daniel Petrovich Berzins. Still half a second slower than he was. Maybe he doesn't have an issue. Maybe he just thought, you know what, I'll have some fun and just white line it in front of everyone for 4 laps and see what happens. If that is the case, that's very brave stuff from him. Well, that looks to be Jimenez now ahead of Dimitriev. I don't know where Dimitriev has gone. Is that Dimitriev still ahead of the pair of them? I think it is. So Dimitriev, Berzins, Jimenez. Wow, it's 4 seconds from Dimitriev up to Edvards Bidzans. There is Bidzans in that 3-cart train. 6th, 5th and 4th. Then a bit of a gap to 3rd and 2nd. And then a good few seconds up the road, or well, 1.5 seconds up the road, is Daniel Petrovich Berzins. Another 51.0. He can't get into the 50, so he's definitely struggling for pace compared to race 1. His fastest lap is half a second slower than what he did before. We're on the last lap of the race. We're heading through the final few corners. Daniel Petrovich Berzins rounds the final corner to take a 2nd race win, and I think that might be one of his favourite ever race wins, because that took a lot of sweating from him to pull that off. Well, 2nd place, Marco Pridnix, then Ralph Lanes in 3rd, Maris Lazdans, Edvards Bidzans in 5th, Christopher Zlakis in 6th ahead of Kirill Dimitriev in 7th, then comes Edvards Jimenez in 8th, Rudolf Toms Berzins in 9th, Dasik Grossberger completes the top 10. Inges Just in 11th ahead of Miroslav Novik, Ralf Igals in 13th, then comes Kirill Savins, and my timing tower has now updated. So Christian Slazdans, Artur Skorenko did not finish, and Berzins with the fast lap of the race of 50.8 on that very last lap. That brings an end to all of our finals. We're going to be heading into our first super final of the day, which will be the BSR X5s very shortly. So onto track we go for the first super final of the day, the BSR X5 pros and amateurs. Let's run you through the grid for the final time for these fantastic electric cars. Oliver Stans and Fonfred Kudu on the front row of the grid. Then it's Ralf Stammers and Valters Zvideris on row number 2. Row number 3, Martina Stankovičius and Reinis Fries. And on to row number 4, Gustavs Usakovs and Marcis Trankalis. Row number 5 is Oliver Erik Urvak and Chris Ziders, completing the top 10 as well. Row number 6, Gatis Vitols and Isabella Rapetzi-Dahl. And completing the field is Henrik Jensen and Andis Zalkans. Now, something to note and watch out for. Isabella Rapetzi-Dahl, Gustav Usakovs, Martina Stankovičius had that lap 1 incident or lap 2 incident in final number 2, which is why they're starting further down the field. So really watch out for them, particularly Isabella Rapetzi-Dahl, who started on pole for race 1 as well. So a lot of pace behind that number 610 kart. And we'll see how she's able to do to work up through the field. The Italian driver starting down in 12th place. Oliver Tams, though, very quick, will be trying to just get his head down and just pull clear of the whole field in the opening few laps of this race. So our field is almost gridded up as they head through turn 13. Remember, standing start for these karts. So they get a formation lap or 2, and then they come to a stop. And then they're ready to get going. Now, really watch out for some drivers. They absolutely power away like crazy. Their acceleration is phenomenal. 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, give or take. 44 horsepower in these karts. So when the lights go green, some cars just get away so well that if the car in front of them doesn't get away well, they've got to dart to the inside or outside, and they lose so much pace. Away we go, and we are racing. It's a really good start from Ralf Stammers. Kudu drops down a position. Green flags are being waved, but it's Oliver Tams who leads the field as they make their way to the top of the hill and down the hill through turn 4 and into turn number 5. Well, we'll see what the order is once they come over the line and whether it's been a good start for the likes of Stankovičius, Usakovs and Rapetzi-Dahl. But we know it's been a solid start for Oliver Tans because he is clear at the front of the field by a fair amount to Ralf Stammers, who in turn has a very comfortable gap to Fonfred Kudu. They make their way through the final corner. Oh, I thought there was an attempted overtake there. Martina Stankovičius is up into second. Gustav Usakovs is in third. So it's been an incredible start from 2 of our drivers who were starting well down the field. And we said to watch out for them as we do have a spinner. They struggled to keep their kart going in the right direction once they entered the grass. So Martina Stankovičius now trying to hunt down Oliver Tams in this final. Now, how has the start been for Isabella Rapetzi-Dahl? Up to 10th, I believe. Isabella started in 11th place, only 1 position gained. Not the start that she would have wanted. She would have hoped to be, well, 8th place maybe. However, on the plus side, she's not lost any position, so she'll see that as not being too negative. Well, the 610. What the lap time's looking like. 45.9 for your race leader, 46.0 for Stankovičius, 45.7 for Usakovs. So Gustav Usakovs absolutely flying along right now. Excellent to see Gustav Usakovs showing this pace. However, Usakovs is onto the back of Stankovičius. Now, will these two be able to work together? Or will they, and by they I mean Usakovs, go for the move or bit of a spin in the background? A lot of dust being kicked up. And Usakov's on the back of Tankavicius, 45.2 last time around, half a second quicker than Tankavicius, who lost 0.2 to the race leader on that lap. Usakovs cannot waste time behind Tankavicius, up the inside, robust, aggressive move, but executed flawlessly by the Latvian driver. Usakovs up to second and can now hunt down Oliver's Tams. Well, I think this is going to be quite interesting. So that's the 667 that went off at the back end of the circuit. Oliver, Eric, Urvak. So this battle at the front is interesting because you've got a few of the pro drivers who I think are the regular BSR X5 drivers. Again, apologies if I've got this wrong. But then I think because this event is part of RMC Latvia, we've got a few drivers who wouldn't normally race in this category joining to race to see how it is, maybe to help build up some excitement over the series, to encourage more people to race in it. And that's the likes of Gustavs Usakovs and Martinas Tankavicius, who we usually see racing in other series. So there's going to be a lot of pride on the line here for Oliver's Tams, who will want to make sure that he doesn't get beaten by effectively a guest driver being Gustavs Usakovs. So let's see how this all pans out, and that's my understanding of why a few of these drivers are pro, for example Tams, and some drivers who are very quick drivers like Usakovs and Tankavicius are not in that pro category. I might just be getting all of that wrong though, so apologies if that is the case. But Usakov's new fast lap of the race of 45.081. He's taken 0.4 out of the race leader. Tankavicius has also upped the pace, 45.2, so he's quicker than your race leader as well. So everything's starting to come together for a fantastic battle for the race win. We'll see though whether the battle does kind of unfold in front of us. Isabella Repetzi-Dahl in 8th place, too far back, 6 seconds behind these guys. I don't think we're going to see Isabella getting involved unless we have some serious white lining from Oliver's Tams. Through the first sequence of corners we go. Usakov's 44.9. 45.1 from Tankavicius, 45.0 from Oliver's Tams. Usakovs is still the quickest driver out on circuit. And he is showing that flawlessly. But we've seen it before. It's one thing to close up to someone, it's another thing to overtake. And we've not seen, a huge amount of overtaking at Madona. I don't know if that's just because this circuit is a difficult circuit to overtake. It looks like there would be quite a few good overtaking opportunities, but we've not seen as many overtakes here as we did at the the last few rounds. The Algarve, maybe. What's the other one that we go to? Shaolei. The Tams and Usakov still nose to tail, 45.3, 45.2 from these two, 45.1 from Tankavicius in 3rd place. Well, round the final corner we go. Round the final couple of corners we go. 4 minutes on the clock. Looks like Tams has been able to stretch out a little lead over Usakovs on this lap. 44.9, a fast lap of the race from Tams. Usakovs 45.2, same for Tankavicius. Maybe Usakovs has just used a little bit too much life out of his tyres on the opening few laps of this race, and Tams just keeping very cool and collected, monitoring everything very, very well indeed. Tams is definitely starting to stretch this gap to Gustavs Usakovs. Repetzi-Dahl still down in 8th place, a couple of tenths behind Reinis Fries, who's in turn a second behind Chris Zidder. So Repetzi-Dahl maybe 7th is the most that she can hope for here, which considering how the day started for her is not where she would have wanted to be. Now actually 6 tenths behind Reinis Fries. Now the front of the field, 44.8 for Oliver's Tams, Gustavs Usakovs 45.1. So Tams continuing to improve his pace, continuing to find more and more time. Whereas Usakovs and Tankevicius are, well, just about matching their personal best. Maybe going a little bit slower. .44, 45.2 this time round from our leading duos. New personal best that time from Thornthread Kudu in 4th place, but he's 2 seconds behind our leading 3. We are back, so apologies for the a couple of the issues that we've had, but we are back in time to witness a race win because Oliver Stams has driven absolutely excellently. He dealt with the pressure of Gustav Usakov without batting an eyelid. Well, I'm sure he's blinked once or twice in this race, but nonetheless, Oliver Tams will be rounding the final couple of corners to take the checkered flag. Excellently done. Gustav Usakov in 2nd, Martin Tankevicius is in 3rd place. And 4th will go the way of Thornthread Kudu with Walter's Siebericht in 5th. Then comes Rainis Fries. Isabella Rapetzi-Dahl did make her way up into 7th eventually ahead of Marcis Trancalis. Here is Trancalis coming over the line. Then it's Gatis Vitold and not Chris Zeiders. Henrik Jensen ahead of Chris Zeiders, who I think has had maybe a bit of a slow lap at the end. A few drivers having some slow laps. So Andis Daltans in 11th and Chris Zeiders in 12th place. Actually, DNF not finishing this race. Ralph Stamers and Oliver Eric Woodback were the other 2 DNF. So, with that said, that brings an end to this race. We're going to jump into a short break before we return with our next super final, the amateur micro and mini match. Stay tuned. We are green. Start our super final for the amateur micro mini matches. Grid. Ricard Mednis and Andrejs Vaznis are on the front row of the field, followed by Valters Vaznis and then Pius Samulionis, the highest placed micro max. August Majors is in 5th ahead of Majos Norkus in 6th. Then comes Valters Kursis ahead of Patriks Lapins in 8th. Completing the top 10 is Dennis Norkus and Toms Gruzins. We then have our all-Estonian row 6 of Ralf Tietzen and Emma Tietzen, followed by Guste Norkute completing the field. Well, Pio Samulionis has looked incredible in the Micromaxes, and hopefully we'll get to see him racing against the Rotax Max Micromaxes in the near future, because he has been very, very quick and in a class of his own. Let's see though how the Minimaxes goes. It looked like it was a bit closer in Final 2 compared to Final 1, so maybe the Super Final will bring things that little bit closer once again. Here come the drivers then, heading into turn 13, being led by Ricard Mednis. Now, we did see Andrejs Vaznis actually getting ahead of Mednis in Final 2. He got a really good start from the outside of the grid and was able to leapfrog him. We are green and we are away, hopefully, for the final time. No race restarts from what I can see. Green flags are being waved all around. And Ricard Mednis leads our Minimaxes through the top of the hill and then down through turns 4 and 5. No accidents or any drama to speak of, thankfully. Pio Samulionis dropped behind August Majors at the start of the race, so we'll see whether those two are still in the same positions when they come across the line at the end of the opening lap. Andrejs Vaznis coming under a lot of pressure from Valters Vaznis at the moment. It's not been the best of opening laps for Andrejs. However, we'll see how things pan out over the next couple of laps. They are almost nose to tail. So, Pius Samulionis is ahead of August Majors. So, Samulionis continuing to lead, already nearly a second clear of Majors. And heading down into turn 13, they come once again. Nose to tail between the two Vaznis brothers. Valters be waiting for an opportunity to go for this move. This is the fastest that we've seen Valters all day today. In final 1 and 2, Andrijs was almost sticking with Ricard's Mednis, and Valters was dropping back. Now it looks like Valters is bringing the charge to Andrijs, which is excellent to see. Valters finding that extra bit of pace here for the super final. Definitely see which one of them is the older brother, because Valters Vasnis's head barely comes over the top of his steering wheel. Andrijs has a little bit more height to him. So either Andrijs is the older brother, or Andrijs is a very tall younger brother. Or Valters could be a very short older brother. But you get the idea. They are very close together. Heading through 4 and down into 5. For a second I thought Valters was going to go up the inside into turn 8. It looked like he carried a lot of speed through 7, and he was already on the outside. But the outside, even though it became the inside, Valters decided against it. You can see the pair of them taking very different lines. Which of them is the right line, I don't quite know. Down the hill into turn 5 they go once again. And trying to navigate through a back marker, but Valters Vasnis, who looked for the switchback, just got caught up at the wrong time as they navigated, I think, the 55 of Ralph Dietzen. Unfortunately, that's going to cost Valters a lot of time, and that actually might mean that Andrijs is able to just pull away now from his brother. Valters now stuck behind another back marker, goes round the outside. I'm guessing that's Emma Dietzen. Or actually Gusten Norkute, and now it's Emma Dietzen. But all of a sudden, from being on the back of his brother, he is now over a second behind. It's going to be a lot of work to do in the remaining 5 minutes of this race. So, Ricard Mednis still leading by 4.5 seconds. Theo Samuilionis leading in the Micromax category. He has a 3-second gap to Valters Kursis, which is actually one of the closest gaps we've seen in the Micromax category so far today. Bit of a slow lap that time round from Theo Samuilionis. The last time round, Valters Vasnis was a 10th quicker than Andrijs Vasnis. I think that was in the traffic though. So let's see what it is this time round, because the pair of them have had clean laps, and you can see visibly that closing in is Valters. So Andrijs 49.9, 49.5 from Valters Vasnis. And actually, they're only, well, Valters is only 2/10 off the fast lap of the race set by Ricard Mednis. So Valters is really showing up in this super final with just under 5 minutes to go. Over the line they come. 3 minutes on the clock. Not been a great lap this time for Valtis. He's lost 0.3. He's going to need to find a little bit more time again. We know he's got pace. Well, he's done a 49.5. It's just, can he do that consistently? If he can do that consistently, he can be right up the back of Anderijs. Because his fastest lap is 0.3 quicker than the fastest lap of Anderijs, but consistency might not be there for Valtis, which is what you would expect for, you know, someone who's a little bit younger, still getting used to the kart and everything. But there's no doubt there is talent there for Valtis. This time he's able to follow through the back marker. That is Ralph Dietersen without any issues at all. And they're almost nose to tail. Don't take each other out, lads. But give us a good race, why don't you? A little bit defensive that looked for Anderijs. And Valtis is right there with over 2 minutes on the clock. He's going to have a lot of opportunities to try to make an overtake. Again, a little bit wide for Anderijs. Now, if I remember, a couple of weeks ago at round 2, Anderijs got caught behind a back mark and actually lost a lot of time. That allowed Valtis to beat him. So they're currently 1-1. And Valtis, he's just caught the back marker at the wrong time again. Oh dear, Valtis, he's got a lot of work to do now in the remaining 3 laps of this race. Oh, it's starting to look really good for Valtis. But just as quickly as that, it's all gone away. If he catches back up to Anderijs, that would be incredible. They've got Patrick's Lappins to put a lap on soon. He's not that far up the road. .8 from Valtters Vasnis. The gap comes down again to 1 second, taking 0.2 out of Anderijs. But again, will it be enough? Theo Samuelionis continuing to do a good job. And also a good job as well. New personal best from Valtters Kursis of 51.4, which is only half a second off Samuelionis, which is pretty much the closest anyone has got to him all year. So 7 seconds on the clock, which means that we're about to head onto the final lap of the race. See the 51 momentarily of Gusten Norkute. Another decent lap from Valtters Vasnis, who takes 2 more tenths out of Anderijs. But again, I think it's just been a little bit too little too late, a bit unlucky with the back markers. But here is your race leader, Ricard Mednis, who has led every single lap today, and now just has 1 more corner to navigate. Well, actually a back marker in 2 corners. Round the final corner comes Ricard Mednis to win the super final for our Latvian Championship Mini-Maxes. Anderijs Vasnis takes second ahead of Valtters Vasnis. Although I say that, they're not waving a checkered flag. It looks like they're showing a last lap board. So is there a bit of a discrepancy between the timing tower, the online timing tower, and what's happening out on circuit? Because that is definitely a last lap board being shown, not a checkered flag. So I have a feeling that we are now onto the last lap of the race. But we'll wait and see exactly what happens. There's a checkered flag. And Ricard Mennis wins ahead of Andrais Vasnis. Valters Vasnis takes third. And those are your top three in the mini-maxes. For your micro-maxes, it will be Pius Samuelionis, who comes around the final corner. He's had an excellent day. He's led pretty much every single lap of the micro-max category. Valters Kursis is in second. And then August Majors will be in third place. So we wait for him to come over the line. And Majas Norkus will thus be in fourth, ahead of Patrick Salapins, Dennis Norkus, Gusten Norkuta, and Emma Tietzen in eighth, with Ralph Tietzen in ninth. And I think Tom's Gruzins is going to be a DNF, unfortunately. So that brings an end to our racing for the Amateur Mini and Micro Maxes. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with our Rotax Max Mini Maxes. For a second, I thought that deer on the screen was a real deer. And I was thinking, that is such a cute deer. And then I realized it is a fake deer. I feel completely baited by production. Good job. And a very good deer sculpture sitting underneath the Estonian flag. So onto circuit we go for our Rotax Max Mini Maxes. And let's run you through the grid for their super final. Remigius Kraushinas and Carlos Benson's on the front row of the grid. Then it's Martin Slapins and Emilis Kapkauskas in fourth place. Michelis Zube in fifth, ahead of Ivo Os. Then it's Dominiks Dargis in seventh, with Timur Babenko in 8th place. Completing the top 10 is Martins Sarma and Jokobas Juozaitis, with Henrais Latze completing the 11-car field. Now, we saw some excellent racing early on. and some accidents. Most notably, Emilis Kapkauskas and Carlis Berntsens. Well, there will be no love lost between those two, and expect to see a thrilling fight between them for this race. Remigius Kraushanas, though, he has been untouchable, unstoppable today. Even when he was momentarily overtaken, he just bounced straight back, straight through on Carlis Berntsens, and then proceeded to check out at the front of the field. So this is going to be interesting. Martins Lappins as well, starting in third. He's been a shadow of his former self. Normally we see Lappins right up there, but well, not only has he been unable to challenge Kraushanas, he's not really seemed to be on the same pace of Berntsens and Kapkauskas. Maybe Lappins has been saving it for this final. Here we go. It's race time for the final time for our Rotax Max Mini Maxes. We are green and away we go. A good start from the inside of the grid. Martins Lappins up into second place. Big accident. One driver off into the wall. Three drivers across the grass, one of which is Emilis Kapkauskas. I wonder if we're going to get a race restart. No, the green flags are waving, so that's it. Well, I'm not sure who that is. Hopefully it's not Remigius Kraushanas. If our race leader went off like that, that would have been horrendous to see. Well, it's horrendous for everyone, but even more so if it was the driver who had just been driving perfectly all day today. Remigius Kraushanas leads from Martins Lappins. Carlis Berntsens has dropped down, I think, a few positions. Yes. So it was Carlis Berntsens involved in that. Now, who else was involved? I think Kapkauskas might have. Ivor Was has gained a few places. So, over the line, Kraushanas leads from Lappins. Zube is up into third. Ivor Was in fourth. Jokubas Juozaitis. So, Carlis Berntsens, Dominik Stargis, Emilis Kapkauskas all involved in that incident to some degree. But Emilis Kapkauskas losing a fair chunk of time, which is definitely not what he would have wanted or needed. Now, Remigius Kraushanas, does he have the pace to gap Lappins? And indeed, Zuba behind him. From what we've seen today, you'd certainly think so. Let's have a look, though, at the lap times as they come over the line. Kraushanas crosses the line, puts in a 48.1, 48.3, 48.4s for the drivers behind him. 48.2 for Jokubas Juozaitis, so Juozaitis looking fairly quick, fairly racy. Dominik Dargis pretty much out of this race, over a minute behind the rest of the field. So Kraushanas continues to lead through the final corner. Crosses the line. 47.9. 48.1s, 48.0s for the drivers behind him. Michele Zuber starting to close in onto Martins Lappins. Oh, that was close, as that's Carlis Berntsens, I think, going up the inside of Martin Sarma. Is that Ivo Oss, actually? But Martin's Lappins being closed in by Michele Zuber. Ivo Oss, I think, ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis, that is behind him. Lappins and Zuber that little bit sideways as they go through turn 3. Martins Lapins coming under increasing pressure from Michele Zubet. Ivo Os, that one extra position behind in fourth place. He'll be looking to close in to this battle for second place. What's going on with Kapkauskas though? He's on a 47.9, so that's decent pace. But he's right behind Henrijs Lapsa. He's overtaken Lapsa, and now he's 2.7 seconds behind this group that goes up to second place. Carlos Bernstens, though, is behind Timur Babenko, who's in turn right behind Henrijs Lapsa. So Bernstens has a few overtakes to make, and Dargis is, well, a further 13 seconds back. Zubet still on the back of Lapins. Looking very quick as well is Michele Zubet. 27.6, so it's the quickest time we've seen so far. The only driver to get close to that is Carlos Bernstens with a 47.7. We'll see what Emilis Kapkauskas can do now that Kapkauskas is in clean air. Well, Kapkauskas has just done a 47.8 in his first lap in clean air, faster than most people out on circuit, with the exception of your race leader. And actually as well, Ivo Os putting in some good times as he closes in to Lapins and Zubet. Here they come over the top of the hill. You'll nose to tail. Rauschenas, big lead to Lapins, who then has Zuba right on his tail. Ivo Os just a little bit further behind. Ivo Os last time around 47.7. And Emilis Kapkauskas also 47.7 as he tries to close in, but he's nearly 4 seconds behind this group. He's 1.9 seconds behind Jozaitis, who's 1.5 seconds behind these three. He really needs them to battle, and there's only 4 minutes left in this race. And there comes the move into the final corner. Michele Zubet pulls the trigger. Ivo Os trying to follow through. And Ivo Os is up the inside. Lapins from second down to fourth in the space of about 5 seconds. Now Ivo Os, can he challenge Michele Zubet? From the looks of it, the answer is yes. Zubet's already going defensive. Ivo Os gets a really good run coming out of the corner. They're going to be side by side, heading down the hill into turn 7. Zubet holds the inside. Also looks for the switchback. And then looks for the switchback on the switchback. Is he going to be able to go up the inside? No, has to back out of it. Slot in behind. This is good news. If you're a fan of Jokubas Jozaitis, you can visibly see him closing in to these two. Meanwhile, 47.6 from Kapkauskas, 47.7 from Carlos Bernstens. Surely it's a bit too much to hope for those two to be able to close into this battle as well. Ivo Os, he's all over the rear end of Michele Zubet as he searches for a way through, a little bit too sideways through turn 3, means that he can't go for the move into turn 4. He'll have to slot in behind. And Jozaitis continues to close in 48.3 for the driver at the front of this group, Michele Zubet. And he's lost, well, nearly a second to some of the drivers behind. Ivo Os still searching for a way through. Lapins might go for a move up the inside. No, they're going to stay nose to tail. Ivo Os carries so much speed into the corner. He gets a good run out, but no, he's not going to be able to go for the move down into turn 10 either. Maybe Ivo Os is just biding his time ever so slightly. But just staying patient is Ivo Os at the moment. Good to see a little bit of a calm from our Minimax driver. Again, he's close. No way to send it up the inside into turn 5. That corner does invite overtakes, so you need to pull the car over to the left-hand side of the circuit, and there's a gaping hole up the inside for someone to just launch it. Ivo Os is looking quick, and now so is Martins Lapins as well. Last time around, these guys did, what was it, 48 zeros, 48 ones. Kapkauskas is actually closing in quite quickly on Jozaitis. He gained, well, 4/10 on that last lap. So there's a chance for Kapkauskas to get a fifth. But I'm sure he'll be absolutely devastated with that. He wanted to win or at least fight for the second place spot. Oh, Ivor was maybe a little bit wide there. Martins Lapins, nope, he won't go for the send. He just slots in behind for now. And here goes Ivor Was up the inside. He's finally pulled the trigger. He's gone a little bit wide on the exit. They're now going to be side by side. Zuba on the outside. Lapin's got to follow through. And Martins Lapins did not need another invite. So Lapins gains one. He's gained two. He's got through on Ivor Was. I looked at the timetable for a second, and when I looked back, Martins Lapins had got through on Ivor Was. Ivor Was now needs to fight this with everything. He's got 2 laps remaining, including this one. And where does Ivor Was go for this move? And look who's closing in. Jokubas Juozaitis and Emilis Kapkauskas are just on their tails. Juozaitis came over the line, 8/10 behind this group. Ivor Was, again, he gets a good run coming out of turn 6, but he can't go for the move into 7. Defensive from Lapins through turn 7, and now Ivor Was is just searching for any way through. He can't find it. Lapins will go defensive, and that's going to open up the door maybe for, I think, Zuber to go for the move, but Zuber cannot make the move stick. That's now compromised Ivor Was. And as we get ready to head on to the last lap, all of a sudden, Martins Lapins has a half a second buffer to the duo behind him. Emilis Kapkauskas right behind Jokubas Juozaitis. He's got to go for the move up the hill into turn 4. Surely, is he going to be close enough to go for the send? No, he is not, but it's a little bit wide from Juozaitis. Kapkauskas searching for a way through. He goes for one switchback. Is he going to go for the switchback again? No, he's going to try to hang around the outside. Side-to-side contact. Kapkauskas can't make the move. Well, Jokubas Juozaitis holds on to 5th position, and holding on to 2nd position is Martins Lapins ahead of Ivor Was, who's searching for his best result of the season. 3rd would be his best result. He's not had a podium yet this year, but a 2nd would be such a sweet way to round off the weekend. Remigius Klausinas crosses the line and takes a deserving, a thumping victory. Martins Lapins over the line to take 2nd ahead of Ivor Was, who picks up his first podium of the year. For RMC Latvia, Michele Zuber in 4th ahead of Jokubas Juozaitis in 5th. Then it is Emilis Kapkauskas in 6th place ahead of Carlis Bernsons. Well, Kapkauskas and Bernsons in 6th and 7th, and not something I would have predicted. Timur Babenko in 8th ahead of Henrais Latze in 9th. Then it is Martin Sarma in 10th, and Dominikis Dargis down in 11th, who came out the worst from that lap 1 incident. Real shame for Dominik's Dargis. But that rounds out our racing for the Minimaxes. We'll be back in a couple of minutes' time for our Micromaxes. On to the circuit we go for our Rotax Max Micro Maxes. Timas Rimas starts this race on pole ahead of Domas Norkus. And on row number 2 is Karim Skukitis and Rodrigo Lapins. Then row 3 comes Renz Balods Nagradovs and Marco Klavins. Row number 4 is David Vladson all by himself. It's a very lonely 4th row for David in our Micromaxes. Now, we did see Domas Norkus and Karim Skukitis really starting to up their pace relative to Timas Rimas. Will they be able to find that little bit more just to keep Timas on his toes? Maybe even challenge for this super final win, because Timas has been looking largely untouchable today. But Karim Skukitis, particularly in final two, Lightning McQueen was looking that little bit faster than he normally does. And, well, we'll see whether he can carry that pace here into the super final and maybe challenge Domas Norkus for that second place spot. Karim Skukitis has not had a podium this season, and we did see Ivos pick up his first podium of the year. Will Karim Skukitis be able to pick up his first podium and maybe even a second with it? Or, dare I say, a race win? Well, here come the field. Timas Rimas, Domas Norkus on the front row of the grid. Karim Skukitis starting from third place. We often see third in second coming out of turn one. Will that happen again today? Looks like a relatively clean start. A little bit early maybe, but otherwise okay. And it's close between first and second, but once again, Domas Norkus is up to the lead of the race. Yellow flag being waved, so that is going to be a race restart. So clearly they did go a fraction too early on the race start. And that is probably why Timas Rimas was overtaken by Domas Norkus into turn one. So we're going to start that all over again. Hopefully this time Rimas just is a little bit more patient before he gets going out the final corner. So the field will bunch up and we'll get ready to go racing once again. Marshall really slowing them down, and they do oblige. Good Micromax drivers. Here we go then, out of the final corner. Attempt number 2 for our super final. That is a much better start and already movement happening. Timas Rimas holds on to the lead. Karim Skukitis will have to stay in third position. And Norkus on the back of Rimas. So no changes across your top 3. And I think there is a lap-ins as well in fourth. So your top 4 stay as they were through the opening sequence of corners. And your top 2 are pretty much nose to tail. And you can already see that they're starting to pull a gap. Actually, Karim Skukitis is sticking with them in pulling that gap to Rodrigo Lapins and the rest of the field behind. Well, I say that Lapins puts in a couple of pretty good corners to close back in to Karim Skukitis. We'll see what the gaps are looking like when they come over the line. Timas Rimas already starting to stretch out a bit of a gap to Domas Norkus, which is exactly what he needs to start this super final race. Over the line they come, and it is 3/10 between the top 2, 7/10 between the top 3. Head into turn number 6, onto the back straight, a run towards turn 7. Tell you what, Rodrigo Lapins is looking very racy as he misses the apex into turn 7, maybe a little bit too greedy that time round. But Karim Skukitis just seems to be, I think he's just being dropped ever so slightly by the top 2. We'll see with the lap times when they come across the line to start lap number 3 of this race, but visibly you can see that the top 2 are stretching clear of Skukitis, who is pulling from lap-ins, in fairness to him. 50.1, 50.2 for the top 2, 50.4 for Skukitis, 50.5 for lap-ins. So both Norkus and Skukitis are going to need to find a little bit more time. They want to stop Timas Rimas from driving away with this race. Through turn 10, and Timas Rimas definitely stretched out a bit of a lead over Domas Norkus. Skukitis seems to have kept the gap to Norkus, maybe even actually closed in to the Lithuanian. So 50.1, 50.4, 50.4. So Kukitis gains about half a tenth on that lap. Kukitis now onto the back of Tomas Norkus. Timas Rimas has checked out. That gap is going to be over a second now, by the looks of things. As they make their way over the line. The gap is 1.3 seconds, very slow lap for Tomas Norkus. He dropped 6 tenths to Timas Rimas and he dropped 3 tenths to Karim Kukitis, who is now right on his tail. 6.5 minutes remaining as well in this race. Karim Kukitis has fallen back a little bit on this lap to Tomas Norkus. Tomas Norkus 50.5, Kukitis 50.6, your race leader 50.1. Some good times actually further down the field, 50.4, 50.3, 50.2 for Lapins, Balos Nagradovs and Marko Klavins respectively. Marko Klavins with a very good lap time, 50.2. It looks like we're going to have a big battle for second starting to emerge. Well, it is super close in the battle for fourth place. Lapins has Balas Nagradovs just behind him. Balas Nagradovs in the bright yellow and blue cart. He's in turn coming under pressure from Marko Klavins. Into the 49s for Timas Rimas. His pace is just extraordinary up at the front of the field. Almost looked like we were going to get a move from Marko Klavins, but decides against it. And Tomas Norkus has stretched clear now of Karim Kukitis. Over the line, they come to start a new lap. Timas Rimas. Another 49.9, 2.2 seconds clear at the front of the field. Low 50s being done by Tomas Norkus, but Karim Kukitis dropping into the mid 50s now. And this trio behind that were or had recently set low 50s are now doing 51s. Minutes on the clock. And a nearly 3-second lead for Timas Rimas over Tomas Norkus. Karim Kukitis 6 tenths behind. He's taken 2 tenths out of Tomas Norkus on that last lap. Timo Surimas 49.879 on that last lap. 2 minutes remaining now. Still 6/10 between Norkus and Kukitis. And here we have the battle between Rodrigo Lapins, Rems Ballas and Negradovs and Marko Klavins for 4th place. Just over a minute on the clock now. Another 2/10 has been gained by Karim Skukitis, so the gap is now 4/10 of a second. And visibly you can see that he's closed in, but there's only going to be 2 laps to go. Timo Surimas crosses the line. 49.9, and there is a sub 3/10 gap between Norkus and Kukitis. Kukitis who's just put in his personal best of the race of 50.184. So 2 more tenths gained. But will he be able to find a way through? Oh, they're very close together. So Norkus, white suit, white helmet, white cart. Kukitis, red suit, red helmet, red cart. Not been a great opening sector for Karim Kukitis. Fallen back a little bit. And Klavins very close to Ballas and Negradovs in the battle for 4th place. So over the line comes Timo Surimas to start the final lap of the race. Karim Kukitis, I just don't think he's got that extra bit of pace to find a way through. Pretty much identical times between himself and Norkus on that last lap. We're going to see a move. No, I thought Klavins was going to go up the inside of Ballas and Negradovs, but in the end decided against it. This is close, but heading into the final corner, Timo Surimas has driven absolutely fantastically today. Picks up his 3rd win of the day and wins the super final. Domas Norkus beats Karim Kukitis to the line by barely a 10th of a second. And then in 4th place, Rodrigo Lapins. He's pumping the air. He's happy with that 4th place. Excellent to see. Ballas and Negradovs in 5th ahead of Marko Klavins, with David Vladson in 7th place. So we're going to actually fast lap 49.866 set by Timo Surimas. So 3 race wins, 3 fastest laps. It's been a perfect weekend for Timo Surimas. Domas Norkus, Karim Kukitis. Excellent to see, particularly Karim Kukitis just looking a little bit quicker as the season goes on. And maybe next time out he'll have that little bit extra to really fight Domas Norkus for 2nd. But we're going to jump into a short break and we'll be back momentarily with the Rotax Max Junior Maxes. On to circuit we go then for our junior super final. Jack Collinson and Emilia Shiozaitis on the front row of the grid. Marcus Jalk and Klaus Hans are on row number 2. Patrikas Josias is in 5th, ahead of Joris Zigamanta Stankevicius in 6th. And on row number 4 is Remy Rubin and Gustav Narvais. And row number 5, completing the top 10, is Rudolf Alexis and Kita Spike. Row number 6 is Juris Pluksna and Oskaras Pitkovas. Row number 7 is Ottilia Grandberga and Marks Konenovs. Row number 8 is Adam 6 in 15th, with Matvey Ponomarev in 16th. Then comes Admant Mednis and Hugo Clement on row number 9. And completing the field on row number 10 is Timur Gadziev and Sebastian Ninemae. Jack Collinson, well, he's led every single lap today. Will this finally be the super final win that has been coming for a long time for Jack Collinson? I say a long time. I've seen him do 2 races this year, and it's looked like a matter of when, not if. He's been unlucky not to have won a super final yet this year, but surely today something will come his way. And I hope I've just not commentator cursed him. Emilis Jozaitis has looked quick. Marcus Jolk has shown really good pace, and Jolk is starting in 3rd. So if Jolk can get through on Jozaitis into turn 1, he could pose a really big challenge for Jack Collinson. And let's not forget Clough's hands as well. He's looked quite quick. Patrikas Josias and the others maybe a few tenths off the pace. They might need a little bit more. Well, it's only Collinson and Jolk who are covering that radiator at the moment. They seem to have a plan in store for us. Jack Collinson nice and slow, and we are green, we are away. Marcus Jolk, will he get the start? No, Jolk doesn't get the start, and he almost drops down into 4th position. So Collinson leads from Jozaitis and Jolk, and there's a bit of a crash further down the field. 2 carts collected, 1 cart going off at track. And well, that is unfortunate for, who is that? That is the 289, I think, or the 209. If it's the 209, that's Joris Zigamanta Stankevicius. So very bad news for him. We'll find out who else was there involved in that incident when our drivers come over the line. So the top 5 are in a train, and then it's a bit of a gap down to 6th place, which I think is Remy Rubin, who is in a bit of no man's land in between 2 very big trains of carts. So here we come then, over the line. Collinson from Jozaitis, from Jolk. Now Jolk needs to make this move, and he needs to do it quickly, because otherwise Jack Collinson is going to be pulling away up the field. And no way through into 5, maybe into 6. Yes, there it is, Marcus Jolk up the inside of Emilis Jozaitis. No contact, no nothing, clean overtake. And Jozaitis, though, going to fight this one back up the inside into turn 7. Not what Marcus Jolk needed. And now it's all going very badly for Marcus Jolk, because he's having to defend from 2 other junior drivers directly behind him, one of which is Clough's hands in the light green helmet directly behind him. Marcus Jolk, again, it looked like he was through up into 2nd, and again, he ends up losing time from it. You can't really blame him for going for these moves. They've been good moves, they've been good overtakes, but the drivers he passed have just bitten straight back, and it has compromised Marcus Jolk, and that is the kind of thing that can cost a super final, because Jack Collinson is not a driver who's going to make mistakes, neither is Emilis Jozaitis for that matter. And now Marcus Jolk is going to have to gain all of that time back, and Jolk will probably be thinking later on, he'll be thinking back through this race and think, right, so when I overtook Emilis Jozaitis, should I have defended? But then you defend, that just means Emilis Jozaitis has now more chance to put pressure on you. Jack Collinson pulls further away, so it's one of those situations for Marcus Jolk where no matter what you do, you'll end up regretting it. And Jolk was really hoping that Emilis Jozaitis would just say, okay, yeah, you go through, you can lead the charge. That's not what Emilis Jozaitis said, which Emilis Jozaitis is perfectly entitled to fight back for the position. But it has just been a very, very costly 2 corners for Marcus Jolk. And Patrikas Josias is right behind him. Josias might be able to just tag along to Marcus Jolk on the charge back towards on the charge back towards Emilis Jozaitis. 46.1s for the pair of them, 46.2s for our top 2. So the pace is definitely there for both Jolk and Josias. But we'll see whether they can consistently show this pace. Over the course of this race. Well, 45.875 has just been set by Marcus Yolk. Yolk is on a charge. And we've seen this pace from him all day today, but he's just always been in the wrong place. And by the wrong place, I mean he's not been in second. So he's been trying to fight his way back through the field, and that has just cost him time and time again. Well, last lap, 45.6 from Yolk, another 10th gained. Patrikas Josias, 45.9, so he's falling back from the leading three. Skaras Pitkovas trying to clamber his way back up to the field. He's up in 7th position. And don't forget, Pitkova started down in 12th. Marks Kononovs started down in 14th, and Kononovs is up into 8th. So these two are trying to clamber their way up through the order after having had a rather disastrous Heat 2, I think it was, Finals 2. Collinson half a second ahead of Uozaitis. Yolk a further 3.5 tenths back. There's still so much time left in this race, 7.5 minutes. Yolk is on the back of Uozaitis. He's not going to hang around. He's going to send this move again with absolute certainty, and it's going to come into this next corner. Maybe not this lap, but in another lap or two, he's going to go for the move, and he's going to make sure there is no way for Uozaitis to fight back. It's taken him about 3 or so minutes to close this deficit back down. Now that he's closed it down, he needs to make sure he can do something with it, and with this opportunity that he has re-earned for himself. Well, over the line, it was less than a tenth between second and third. Now the gap's expanded, 6 tenths between the top three. As they head through turns 5 and into 6. Jack Collinson is doing everything he needs to at the moment, but is starting to get reeled in. As Uozaitis just saved his tyres a little bit better in the finals compared to Jack Collinson. Has he got a little bit more rubber to use? He's using it quite well at the moment as he slowly reels in Jack Collinson. Latvia from Lithuania, from Estonia over the line. Collinson 45.5, 45.4 for Uozaitis and Yolk. The gap 6 tenths of a second over the line between all three. We've got one cart off to the side, that is Sebastian Ninemeyer. Here comes Marcus Yolk. Surely this lap, I was so close over the crest of turn 3. 5 minutes on the clock. Marcus Yoke still on the back of Emilius Jozaitis. He's close, but again, he can't do it into turn 4, and then he just loses 2 kart lengths on the exit of the corner. It is so close pace-wise between these three. 45.4s from all 3 of them. The next quickest driver, 45.6, Oskaras Pitkovas, who is 2/10 behind Gustavs Narvaez. And well, Marcus Yoke, he did have a lot of time, but that time is starting to run out. Less than 4 minutes remaining in this race. And Marcus Yoke, well, not only does he need to overtake Jozaitis, but he then needs to close into Collinson and then overtake Collinson. And Jack Collinson is probably harder to overtake than Jarno Trulli at Monaco. Through turn 10, into 11 and 12. It's a little sequence of corners. Through 13 and onto the start-finish straight once again. Marcus Yoke is running out of time. He's on the back once again of Emilius Jozaitis, but he needs to make sure he gets turns 1 and 2 right. But again, he's too far back through 3 to be able to get the move into 4 or 5. And Emilius Jozaitis isn't closing into Collinson. Collinson is doing a perfect job of just keeping this gap at about 0.4 of a second. He did lose a tenth on that last lap, but, well, fast lap of the race was Marcus Yoke that time round, 45.289, but it's not fast lap that Marcus Yoke wants, that's for sure. He wants that race win, and there's 2 drivers, I say standing, but they're sitting in between himself and that top spot. For a second I thought the rear end of Jack Collinson had just gone around. It's just the chicane, it was just the light shining off the visor. Two minutes on the clock. Marcus Yoke, he needs to do it on this next lap. He has to go for something. Otherwise this is going to be an incredibly frustrating 3rd place for Marcus Yoke, who has clearly had the pace to challenge for the win. I mean, he's technically challenging for the win, but once again, Marcus Yoke with this incredible pace, just not finding himself at the front of the field to convert the pace, really. Look over the shoulder from both of the top 2. Marcus Yoke is right there. Is this the run for Yoke? He's close, he's really close this time, but again, he just drops that 1 kart length through turn 4. He cannot stick to the back of Jozaitis. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the move. He had a sniff, but he didn't like the smell of the insides of Emilius Jozaitis, and he backed out of the move. Just over a minute now remaining in this race. They might get 3 more laps. It's going to be nip and tuck with it being 3 laps or 2 laps. Can they complete this lap in 15 seconds? Surely they can. Marcus Yoke is going to have one last opportunity to overtake Jozaitis and then to hunt down Jack Collinson. It needs to be now for Marcus Yoke. This is the closest that he's been through this sequence of corners. But no, he just drops too far back through 5 once again. And that's it. Marcus Yoke winning this race is next to impossible now. And I think that might mean that Jack Collinson almost has this race in the bag. Yes, there's a lap and a half to go, but he just needs to do what he's been doing for, well, the last 10 minutes really, which is driving his kart around, driving his Junior Max around the Madona circuit near on flawlessly. He has responded to the pressure of this Super Final phenomenally. As Jack Collinson, he's come close to wins before, but this time there isn't anything in the way of him. And now it's just half a lap remaining as he heads through turn 7. Emilius Jozaitis and Marcus Yoke are going to turn into a bit of a parade for him. They're the bridesmaids behind him for Jack Collinson's coronation. Through turns 10 and 11 we go. It's been a moment coming for a couple of months, this. Jack Collinson rounds turn 13 and takes the super final victory ahead of Emilis Jozaitis and Marcus Jauch. Patrikas Josias in a bit of a lonely fourth place. Klavtans in fifth ahead of Gustav Narvaez, who actually gets pipped by Pitkovas and Rudolf Alexis on the last lap. So Oskaras Pitkovas, Rudolf Alexis in 6th and 7th respectively. Gustav Narvaez in 8th. Max Kononovs in 9th. Then comes Armand Mednis in 10th. Peter Spike in 11th. Juris Bluxna in 12th. Matvey Ponomarev in 13th ahead of Otilia Kranberger in 14th. Adam 6th in 15th. Then it's Hugo Kimont in 16th, Remy Rubin in 17th, Joris Zigemanta Stankevicius in 18th, Timur Agajiev in 19th, and our one DNF, Sebastian Lindemeyer. And once again, fastest lap of the race goes to Marcus Jauch. But fastest lap is not what Marcus Jauch wanted. And he did that on the last lap of the race as well. Well, an excellent super final for our juniors. Next up will be our DD2s. Stay tuned. We are green for the start of this race. Edgar Zillikans and Martin Janowskis on the front row of the grid. Joel Kasper Juepere and Tonis Johannes Tomingas are on row 2. Row 3, Roman Rodionos and Andreas Opkap are on row number 3. Row 4, Roland Juris Bluder and Noyes Garolaitis. And on to row 5 is Ricard Kansims and Paul Ecke Bethlehem. So we're pretty much ready to go. Edgars Vilkans and Martin Janowskis. Let's see what they can pull off. Joel Kasper Juepere starting from third. He'll be hoping to be ahead of Janowskis and give some payback to Edgars Vilkans for what happened in heat number 1. So Vilkans centered up the inside of him on the opening lap, took the lead. Juepere ended up dropping down to third and wasn't really able to fight back after that point. Roman Rodionovs, who started the heats down in 10th, is now starting the super final down in 5th place. Here we go, out of the final corner, we are green. The flag has been dropped. There's a couple of drivers who've had slow starts, but I think we should still be okay for this race start, as everyone gets through the first few corners cleanly without any big issues, or any issues at all. But Vilkan to lead from, I think, Janowskis, with Juepere in third, Rodionos up into 4th position, as they navigate their way through turn 7 and 8. Now in through 9. On the short run to 10, a little look over the shoulder that from, I think that was Juepere. I'm not sure if it's Juepere or Janowskis who is in second. We will confirm this when they come over the line. Here comes the move up the inside. Edgars Vilkans drops down into second place. That is big. Over the line, nose to tail. Edgars Vilkans, Martin Janowskis. Janowskis takes the lead of the race. Roman Rodionovs up to third. And that's a move up the inside from Tony Johannes Dormingas up the inside of Juepere. So Juepere drops down into 5th position. And Dormingas once again finds himself ahead of his Estonian compatriot. And Juepere is going to be kicking himself because once again he's got a lot of work to do. Great send up the inside from, I'm not sure who that was, but it was a brilliant move up the inside into turn 7 further down the field. Really late on the brakes and got it stopped right at the apex. But leading the race, Martin Janowskis is ahead of Edgars Vilkans. And now a little bit defensive going in to the final corner as well. This from Martin Janowskis. We've got a race on our hands. And actually it's Vilkans who is back ahead of Janowskis. So maybe it was Vilkans who sent it up the inside of Janowskis into the final corner to reclaim the lead. But either way, some great battling on the last couple of laps. And Rodionovs getting a bit of a push from Dormingas, saying, come on, hurry up. And let's battle with the top two for this race win. Juepere just behind Dormingas, and then comes Opkalp. Vilkans is starting to stretch ahead just by a little bit. So Janowskis right on the back of Vilkans. Rodionovs there as well. Rodionovs had to start both finals in last. Now finds himself on the precipice of the top step to the super final. Edgars Vilkans not able to pull away as he was in the finals. Look at that drive Janowskis is getting, heading down towards turn 7. And, a bit of bumping and barging further down the field. I think that is Andreas Opkalp trying to keep Roland Jurisprudde and Ricard Skanseems at bay. The Vilkans still leading from Janowskis. One nose to tail through the final corner. It looks over the shoulders. Juepere sees no one behind him really for quite a while. He's got himself a 1 second buffer to Ricard Skanseems, who has just overtaken Roland Jurisprudde. And is now behind Andreas Opkalp, who is in turn a second behind Joel Kasper Juepere. And that is a move. That is Juepere ahead of Dormingas. So Juepere up into 4th, Dormingas down into 5th place. And Juepere can now try to hunt down the Latvian trio of Vilkans, Janowskis and Rodionovs. As they head into 13, still nose to tail, but Rodionovs looks like he's the quickest of the 3. He's right on the back of Janowskis as they head through turns 1 and 2, through 3 and into 4. Just a little bit of bumper to bumper as they get on the brakes. Vilkans looks quite susceptible compared to how dominant he looked in the two finals. But here in the super finals, Janovskis, Rodionov, Juepere look to be that little bit quicker. Domingas as well. Is Vilkens just biding his time, potentially? We'll have to wait and see. 9.5 minutes left in this race as they round the final corner to start lap number 7. Fast lap from Juepere, then beaten quite promptly by Opgal, 44.1. Vilkens, though, while he might be struggling for pace, he doesn't look like he's struggling out on circuit. He's just doing what he needs to do. Just putting in the laps, covering off the inside. Janovskis right behind him. I can't imagine the pressure that Vilkens is feeling. He's been so dominant in two finals, and now in the super final, you're having to defend, you're having to white line it a little bit. But Edgars Vilkens is an incredibly good driver. He knows how to break away from a pack, he knows how to defend, and he showed the former of those in the first two finals, and now he's showing the latter of them how to defend here in this super final. Juepere is just about a kart length behind this trio for the lead. Vilkens not even looking behind him. He just knows where to place the car. He can probably just hear the carts behind him and know, right, now I defend, now I don't. Maybe a little look over the shoulder on the start-finish straight just to get a gauge of where Janovskis is. Vilkens just happy to defend wherever he needs to. Driving as if he's got mirrors on the car, but he doesn't. A little bit of intuition even there, not taking the defensive line, knows that Janovskis can't go for the move into the final corner. .44.2s from our drivers. They'd probably be in the 43s if they weren't defending. We didn't mention that lap record earlier, 42.02. So we're only about 2 seconds off that. I doubt we're going to be beating that today. Not with Edgars Vilkens on defensive duties at the front of this field. Rodionov's looking a bit closer to Janovskis than he has on previous laps. Now the top four starting to break clear of Domingas and Opgal. Vilkens 43.9, he started to up the pace a little bit, starting to feel confident just to stretch his legs. And he's pulled nearly a tenth on Janovskis behind him. Over the line we go to start lap number 11 of this race. Still 6.5 minutes left, 43.7 from your race leader, Edgars Vilkens. Fast lap of the race, now nearly 3 tenths ahead. He's had enough of defending, it's time to push. Pushing here is pushing, Janovskis isn't because he can't get onto the back of Vilkens to push him anymore. But he is there, he's staying within about 1 to 2 kart lengths of the driver in front. So Vilkens stretching out the lead, is now nearly 4 tenths of a second. He's gaining it by, well, nearly a tenth a lap. And, well, you can visibly see he's continuing to pull clear. Rodionov falling back into the clutches of Juepere. because Vilken's doing all he needs to, as there is Stormingas ahead of Spruder. Great shot of the drivers coming to the final corner. Vilken's now, what is that, half a second? It is indeed. That time round though, Janovskis was able to match Vilken's. So Juepere can't find a way through on Rodionovs at the moment. 4 minutes on the clock. Vilken 4/10 still ahead of Janovskis. Three minutes on the clock. Vilkens, Janovskis a pull clear of Rodionovs and Juepere. Janovskis staying in touch, keeping Vilkens honest. And he's pulled 1.5 tenths out of Vilkens on that last lap. This has got to be it for Rodionovs. Juepere is through on Rodionovs. He's finally made the overtake. And I thought those two were close together. They were close together because Juepere had just passed Rodionovs. Rodionovs looks for a move. Juepere covers off the inside. He does what Marcus Jalk didn't in Jalk's super final, which is after the move, making sure that Rodionovs cannot fight back before getting his head down to try to hunt down the leading two. It might look like a huge gap, but if those two start fighting, Juepere can get involved in it. Juepere now has a kart length or two, actually maybe 3 kart lengths as he comes over the line. Let's see what kind of pace Juepere has available to him as we start another lap number 17 of this race. Down into 13 they go. Vilken still leading Janovskis by 0.3 of a second. 44.1 for Juepere, not able to match the pace of the leading two, who are doing 43.8s, 43.9s. .43.8 that time from Juepere, matching the top two, but not going to be enough to catch them. And he's 2.6 seconds back anyway. We are going to be starting the penultimate lap of the race. 8 seconds on the clock. It's going to be very close as to whether we get 2 laps or 1 lap remaining. I think we're on to the final lap of the race. I couldn't tell. I couldn't see if they were holding out a last lap board or not, but I think it's 1 lap remaining. for Martin Janowskis. So here at Madona, Edgars Vilkans is making his way into the final couple of corners. He's got the hand in the air. He's ready to celebrate already. Vilkans wins. Janowskis in second. Juepere in third. Rodionovs in fourth place. And Vilkans had to fight hard for that. I think that's the most he's been pushed in quite a while. Stormingas in fifth. Rude in sixth, ahead of Kantins in seventh. Opkap in eighth, ahead of Gerolaitis, with Paul Ecke Bethlehem in 10th. And that brings an end to our DD2s. An excellent super final and a very good win for Edgars Vilkans. He makes it 3 out of 3 on the day. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time with our Rotax Max Senior Maxes. So out of the pits we go to start our Rotax Max Senior final, super final. Dovidas Skudilevicius, Fernando Paimba on the front row of the grid. Then it's Rodrigo Kakers and Linas Volungevicius on row number 2. Row number 3 is Artyom Sestakovs and Alice Stolstermane. And row number 4 is Rafael Zernask and Matas Balshus. Row number 5 is Adrian Stions and Karlis Kirikovs. And row number 6, Hendrik Pietz and Marias Karshauskas. Ilya Sheremeta and Kaspar Kiskuela are on row number 7. Martin Valls and Hans Markus Narost are on row 8. And row number 9 is Jonas Liokauskas and Kate Grobiseva. Completing the top 20, Ricard Kekulis and Kaur Jesper Thormet. Marcus Spike and Kevin Leinas make up row 11. Row 12 is Ginas Rimkus and Laurinas Karlevicius. 25th is Christian Huvayen and 26th is Rens Smits. Row number 14, Maya Gomberga and Sara Tabo. Thomas Karlevicius completes our 29 kart field. Here we go then. We are green and away we go. Dovydas Gudulevicius leads the field away. Fernando Paimbre dropping down into 4th position from the start. So good start for Rodrigo Cakers in 3rd, and I think Artyom Sesnikov's down in 5th. We'll see how Alisa Stolzermane has done. She's been fighting her way through the field over the 2 finals and potentially in this super final as well. The Gudulevicius has been largely untouchable today. Will he be able to just streak clear in this super final too? We know Linas Volungavicius likes to really show up in these super finals, but he's actually dropped down a bit. He's in 6th place behind Alisa Stolzermane. So Stolzermane has had an excellent getaway up into 5th place. Volungavicius down into 6th, having started in 4th position. We start lap number 2. Gudulevicius ahead of Cakers and Sesnikov. So Cakers started 3rd, Sesnikov started 5th. They're up into 2nd and 3rd respectively. Then it's Paimre, Stolzermane and Volungavicius as we got the 317 going backwards along with the 399. It's almost like they were hiding in the trees, kissing each other away from the cameras. But they are back on to the circuit and back racing again. That was Maja Gomberga, I think, and maybe Saratabo. I'm not sure entirely. But 12.5 minutes to go in this super final, and Dovydas Gudulevicius has been having a super day. But Rodrigo Cakers is keeping him honest at the moment. Half a second between them, and it's down to 3/10 as they come over the line this time around. And he's bringing along 2 French with him, Artyom Sesnikov and Fernando Paimbre. I'm sure when they're battling out on circuit, he definitely won't be friends. Here we go. That is, is that Karlis Kidikov's? I think, potentially. There's a big cluster of karts heading into turn number 9 and now down into turn number 10. There's Alisa Stolzermane, who has dropped back quite a bit, down to 7th. That's a 307, which is, I can just find it, Martinsveld. So Martinsveld has effectively DNF'd from this race. Dovydas Gudulevicius continues to lead. He's pulled out another 2/10 over Rodrigo Cakers on the last lap. And you can visibly see he's continuing to gap the rest of the field. Linas Volungavicius closing in onto Paimbre. Long way to go still in this race. Fastest lap goes the way of Linas Volungavicius, 45.1. We said Volungavicius shows up in super finals, and he is doing, or trying to do exactly that. The issue is he's got quite a few karts in between himself and the race leader. .8 from your race leader, Dovydas Gudulevicius, now nearly a second clear at the front of the field. There is the gap, and there are the 4 karts trying to hunt him down, but at this point, they're not trying to hunt him down anymore. They're trying to stem the bleeding, and Sesnikov says, you know what, Cakers, you're too slow, I'm going for this. Paimbre says, thank you very much, I'll follow both of you through. So Paimbre to the front of this group of karts. Linas Volungavicius hangs around the outside of Cakers. So, well, it's now Paimbre who will lead the charge. And Volungavicius has been re-overtaken, and he's going to drop behind not only Stolzermane as well, but Zernaska too. Actually, I think he's held on to the position ahead of Zernaska. So Volungavicius went up to 4th and then dropped down to 7th place. Well, this is looking feisty as anything. As up the inside, tries Naskon Volungavicius. Volungavicius fighting as hard as he can, but Zerna sends it straight back up the inside of him. Gudalevicius continues to lead. The question is, what kind of times can Paimre do in clean air? Well, he's lost 2/10 to Gudalevicius. This is just a masterclass and a half from Gudalevicius. Absolutely incredible performance. Well, Fernando Paimre has not won a race this year. He's come close on a number of occasions, but him battling with Tom Strel has seen the pair of them. Neither of them actually win around this year, if I remember rightly. We've seen Marcus Papp win one. We saw Artyom Sestakov win the other round. At least that's what I remember. Gudalevicius has been up there. We saw Linas come second or third one time. This time Paimre, we'll see whether he can hold on to second, because he's got Rodrigo Caicas right behind him. The pair of them, they're just falling back from Gudalevicius. They're just going to be praying that Gudalevicius, his tyres drop off a cliff or something, because he's just on a different planet right now, is Dovydas Gudalevicius. The SM Racing driver is, wow, absolutely incredible. I tell you what, Ilya Cheremeta, Keita Robiseva will be all over his telemetry after this. All three of them teammates in SM Racing. How is Dovydas pulling off this kind of pace? Absolutely insane. I think I remember last year Dovydas Gudalevicius, Fernando Paimre had a contact on the last lap of the race. I forget where it was. It might have been Charlet. And it was then Alisa Stolzenmane. No, it wasn't. It was Lizzie Mentia who ended up winning that race. So remember at the top of the hill, turn 3, those two coming together. Volungavicius, it wasn't, I think Gudalevicius then cut through half of the circuit to not lose out after the spin. So Gudalevicius is just clear. 3 seconds already. He's still pulling, well, over 2/10 a lap on the Paimre. Paimre's Cake is right behind him. This is just about the battle for second place. There is no working together. There's no catching Gudalevicius. It's just try your best to hold on to the position you have at the moment. Stolzenmane doing well, up into 5th place. Linus Volungavicius down to 8th. He's got a bit of work to do. He started this race much higher up the field. Alisa Stolzenmane now ahead of Artyom Sestakov. And we'll try to be hunting down Rodrigo Caicas up ahead, and in turn Fernando Paimre. 44.3 at the front of the field from Gudalevicius. Caicas also dipping into the 44.3s on that last lap, if he tries to hunt down Fernando Paimre. Lap number 14 started, 4 minutes on the clock. move up the inside. Bit of a bold move as well, that. Rafał Zernask up the inside of Karlis Kirikovs. And Elisa Solstad-Mane in fourth now, as we mentioned, ahead of Sestakovs. 44.2 from Gudulevicius at the front of the field. The pace is ridiculous. Well, 2.5 minutes left in this race. Just under 4 seconds is the lead that Gudulevicius has built over Paimre, who's in turn 2/10 ahead of Rodrigo Cakers. And there is Alice Solstad-Mane behind the aforementioned Cakers. Cakers has dropped back a little bit on this lap to Paimre. I wonder if there's been a bit of defending maybe from Cakers on this lap. Or did Kirikovs get past Solstad-Mane? Yes, Kirikovs has got past Solstad-Mane. That's why there is a gap. So Solstad-Mane has dropped back. Paimre has been overtaken by Cakers. So Cakers is up into second. That's happened off screen. And Kirikovs has gotten through on Solstad-Mane. And the gap at the front is now 4.3 seconds. So Gudulevicius continues to extend this gap now, 4.4 seconds. Solstad-Mane sticking with Kirikovs. Less than 1 minute to go. So we're going to have 2 more laps in this race before moving on to our final 2 races of the day. Dovydas Gudulevicius continuing to lead from Rodrigo Cakers. The gap's come down by a tiny bit, only a tenth. A 4.3 second gap now. The Paimre a further 6/10 behind. And then after Paimre comes Karlis Kirikovs. Well, here comes Dovydas Gudulevicius to begin his final lap of this race. What a drive. What a set of drives this has been for Dovydas Gudulevicius. I don't think I've ever seen such an inspired drive in the senior category before. Such a dominant drive in the senior category. It has been inch-perfect masterclass from Dovydas Gudulevicius in both finals, in the super final, in qualifying as well. He pulled it by a substantial amount for what we're used to seeing in the Rotax Max senior class. This has been a drive and a half. Dovydas Gudulevicius rounds the final corner. He makes it 3 from 3. What an emphatic victory for Dovydas Gudulevicius. Rodrigo Cakers is absolutely excited and jubilant with second place ahead of Fernando Paimre. Karlis Kirikov takes fourth ahead of Elise Stolzermane. Artyom Sestakov is in sixth ahead of Rafael Zernask. Linas Volungeviches is in eighth ahead of Kaspar Kiskuela, with Adrian Stiont completing the top 10. Isten Matas Balchus in 11th ahead of Marius Karshauskas. Kauri Jesper Somets in 13th ahead of Endrik Pietz. Then comes Ilya Sheremeta and Kate Drobiseva. Laurinas Karolevicius, Thomas Karolevicius in 17th and 18th. Joni Jutkauskas and Marta Spike complete your top 20. Then is Hans Markus Narusk in 21st ahead of Kristen Hjovaen. Kevin Lanus in 23rd ahead of Rikard Skeikulis in 24th. Ginas Rimkus in 25th ahead of Rem Smith, Maja Gomberga and Sara Tabo. And Martins Valtz was our one DNF from our 29-car field. And with that, we're going to take a well-deserved break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with our amateur heavy and master DD2s. We are green in the pit lane for our DD2 Masters Amateur and Heavyweight Super Final. And let's run you through the grid for the race at hand. Ivazus and Mikolas Mazhinev on the front row of the grid. Rikard Kalantins and Rudis Klavins are on row number 2. Then it's Karlis Prisisa and Yuris Zalitis on row number 3. With Edmund Zusevics and Armand Kanks on row number 4. Row number 5 sees our first heavyweight driver, Marcus Speakers, in 10th. He's starting just behind Jan Victor in 9th place. Row number 6 is Kristaps Smiltniks and Valters Dreimanis. And row number 7 is Endais Vaznis and Antonevics Dimitris. Row number 8, Artur Zenis and Argo Tam, with Yuris Spikis completing the 17-car field. So, Iverzus, Mikolas Amaginas on the front row of the grid. Iverzus had an incredible drive in final 2. We'll see whether Mikolas Amaginas can fight back in this super final. He did win the first final. Keep your eyes out as well for Khan. Seems he's been very quick as well today. I think the top 3 have just been in a bit of their own world relative to everyone else. Just had that extra bit of pace available to them. Here we go, over the line to get this race started, and an accident straight away. That is bad. Hopefully that car can stop as it almost hits the car that was on the infield. As I think the engine was just permanently on it. They couldn't get off the throttle. That almost ended very badly. But it doesn't look like there's a full course yellow. We are green, we are away. Iverzus is ahead of Mikolas Maginas as they navigate their way down the hill and into turn number 9. And now into the final few corners to complete the opening lap. And there is the red flag. I was thinking the accident did look a bit nasty. Hopefully both drivers are okay. Carts are well off to the infield, which means we'll have a single, actually it might be a full race restart because a lap hasn't been completed yet. Well, the driver's out of the car. That looks to be the 530, I can't see the final number, 533, so Endais Vaznis. So thankfully he's okay, he's out, his helmet's off, he looks to be alright. And the other driver, I don't know where the other cart's gone because they were right next to each other. Thankfully it didn't hit the car, because that could have been ended very badly for the drivers and the owner of the car as well, for that matter. I think there's an ambulance out on circuit, so maybe a quick checkup on the other driver. Again, hopefully they're not too badly hurt, because I think they were somewhat trapped underneath the other cart as it just kind of went off through the grass, and neither driver had any control over what was happening. They were both just passengers in that incident. So just a reminder, after this race, we have our Tillotson T4 Super Final. That will be the final race of the day from the 3rd round of the RMC Latvia Championship here at Madona. I think this red flag might be taking a few minutes, so we're going to go silent on the comms until we are ready to go racing once again. We are, well, green to get this race restarted. Now, it was a red flag on the opening lap, but because it was a red flag, I think we're going to be starting in single file formation. We'll see it whether at the end of the lap they get into 2x2, but I don't think they will, because then we would have had to go back to the starting grid order, and that doesn't appear to be happening. So we'll keep our eyes on how things progress. And it looks like they are getting into 2x2 order. But it looks like they don't really know what they're going for. Some of them are 2x2. Yes, they are 2x2. So we are ready to go racing. Attempt number 2 for a race start. The green flag has not been dropped, so they've gone too early. And I think there'll be yellow flags being waved. Indeed, there are. So we'll have to go for start number 3. Ivar Zus and Nicolas Maginas just a bit too early on the throttle. And the field not quite bunched up enough for the organisers' liking. The field are experienced enough to know exactly what went wrong. And start number 2 will hopefully be much smoother, much cleaner. So it looks like we are pretty much ready to get going again. And here we go. A good start from your race leader, Nicolas Maginas, tucks in to second position. Make our way at the top of the hill and now back down through 4 and 5. Nicolas Maginas was ahead of Ivar Zus over the timing line, but Ivar Zus is leading the field, so he won't really care too much about that. Nicolas Maginas may be under a little bit of pressure here from Rudis Klavins in 3rd place. But no incidents on this race start, no race restart, so 3rd time is the charm for us. And Ivar Zus has Nicolas Maginas right on his hiney. We head through turn 4 and into 5. No overtaking attempt from Maginas on this particular lap. Those are our big overtaking opportunities into turn 5 and turn 6. Into turn 4 is a little bit more difficult. And that's a big move going up the inside and very cleanly done from Kallensteins up the inside of Rudis Klavin. So Ricards Kallensteins up into 3rd position. Look over the shoulder from Nicolas Maginas and you'll see that it's Kallensteins behind him now. Rudis Elisi is in 5th. Carlos Brice is leading in the amateur class. Jan Victor in 8th place, just a second or so behind, actually. He's 2 seconds behind Carlos Brisis, so Carlos Brisis will be quite happy with where he is. Marcus Speak is leading in the heavyweight class. He's actually ahead of Jan Victor. So Ivar Zus still leading from Nicolas Maginas. Majinas will go for the move up the inside. Iversus has to take avoiding action. Majinas went a little bit wide as well, so Us had to go extra wide, and that's opened up the door now for Ricard Scanseams. Iversus will hold on to the position. Now, Iversus has to get his head down and try to hunt down Nicolas Majinas. He's lost, well, probably the best part of half a second to his DD2 Masters rival. That was a move back up the inside. That's actually invited Rudis Klavins to get involved as well. This could end badly. Bit of a lunge, didn't make the move. And is that Scanseams who has lost the position? They both have very similar suits and helmets. So it is the Sodi cart behind. So Iversus has been overtaken by Ricard Scanseams. Scanseams is in the Birol ART chassis, which is a slightly darker color. The red Sodi is the more orangey color behind. So Scanseams back up into second place. This is all working beautifully for Nicolas Majinas. So Scanseams now try to hunt down Majinas. 45-2 for Nicolas Majinas at the front of the field. Taking 4/10 out of Scanseams on that lap, courtesy of Scanseams battling with Iversus. Less than 10 minutes to go in this race. Now, penultimate race of the day for round number 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia here at Madona. The gap that time around, well, a 10th and a half was gained by Scanseams. 45.0, fast lap of the race. Iversus was also a little bit quicker than Nicolas Majinas, her too. There are Scanseams and Us, and just in the corner of your shot you can see Nicolas Majinas with his just over 1 second lead. It might drop just under a second this time round. So through turn 10, or through turn 9 they go, heading towards turn 10. Last time round, 2/10 was gained by Ricard Scanseams, the gap down to 0.8 of a second. And the gap continues to drop, it continues to dwindle. We are setting up for what is going to be a very good end to this race. The gap is down by another 1/10 of a second. Just under 7/10 now between these two. The gap is down to 0.3 of a second, a 44.5 from both Scanseams and Us. 1 second between your top three. In fact, really good pace as well from Rudis Klavins, who's only a further half a second behind. He did a 44.6. In fact, most of the top 6 have been faster than Mikolas Martinas on that last lap. Through turn 10, again we go. 7 tenths between the top 3 when they cross the line on the last lap. And as we get ready to start lap number 12, 11 laps completed, just under 6 minutes remaining. What are the gaps looking like? Well, only 6 tenths now separating the top 3. 44.9 from Martinas, 44.8 from the 3 drivers behind. And there you can see that gap. It doesn't look like 3 tenths anymore. Ricard count seems right onto the back of Mikolas Martinas. They approach the apex. There's less than a kart length between them. And as the gap extends on the straight, maybe it's 2 kart lengths separating the pair of them. If even that. Count seems with a 44.541 fastest lap of the race. Shout out to Marcus Spikis. He's the quickest heavyweight out there, 45.1. And has a bit of a buffer to second place in the heavyweight class, Antonevic Dimitris. And also Carlos Brisis with a little gap over Jan Victor, about 5 seconds. Martinas still ahead of Count Seams, and the gap is 6 tenths between the top 3 still. But I think the gap might have extended this time round. Count Seams doesn't look to be 2 tenths away on this particular occasion. .45 from Martinas, new personal best from him, and almost a fast lap of the race, which is why Count Seams has dropped back by a tiny bit. 3.5 on the clock. This time round, 44.6 from all of the top 3. 44.5 though from Rudis Klavins. Klavins is now half a second behind us. 1.3 seconds separating the top 4. Count Seams now 2.5 tenths behind Martinas. There's a gap this time round. 44.7 from the top 2, 44.5 from us, 44.6 from Klavins. So 1.1 seconds separating the top 4. Look over the shoulder from Martinas and Count Seams with 2 minutes remaining. 44.7s, 44.6s, 1 second separating the top 4. Quickest driver out of your leading 4. Still Klavins, who put in that 44.559. Quickest lap from all of the top 5. All of the top 4 are 44.5s. But it is Count Seams who has the fastest lap by 1/100th of a second. over Klavins. Through 4, down into 5. So through 4 and now down in. Mažinas has spun. Nicholas Mažinas has spun from the lead of the race. Well, that is not something I thought I would be seeing or saying. Nicholas Mažinas, well, he was getting put under pressure. Was there contact? I don't think there was contact. I don't know if we can get a quick replay of that from production. It might be a bit too early to ask for it, but Nicholas Mažinas, I think, on his own, has spun out of the lead of the race. Kalnstein leads from Us. Wait, no. What happened to Kalnstein? There must have been contact between Mažinas and Kalnstein. So Mažinas and Kalnstein with contact. Mažinas drops down to 5th. Kalnstein down to 8th, and Us now leads from Klavins on the penultimate lap of this race. Well, oh dear, oh dear. Mažinas and Kalnstein, the two who are looking to be favourites to win this. This race isn't over yet. Klavins has been looking quick. He might be able to make a move on Us here. These two are coming together. Zalitis might win it. Too far back is Klavins to have a go through 5, or indeed into 6. It looks like Ivers has this one. Can't wait to look through the highlights of this and see exactly what happened between Mažinas and Kalnstein. Kalnstein continues to drop down the field. Well, he's just put in a 44.6. That was his last lap. And now I think he's out of this race. So, round the final corner and taking the checkered flag is Ivers. Rudis Klavins takes 2nd. Zalitis is in 3rd, and Brisis 4th overall and wins in the amateur category. Mažinas will be absolutely distraught without 5th place. Marcus Spikis wins in the heavyweight class. Jan Viktor in 7th and 2nd in the amateur category. Dennis Armand Kangs. Antonevics Dimitris is 10th and is 9th and 2nd in the heavyweight class. Then it comes Edmund Sisevics, who's 3rd in the amateur class. Artis Zenis is 3rd in the heavyweight and 11th overall. Then we've got Yuri Spikis, Rikard Kansims, Kristaps Smiltniks dropping down to 14th. I'm sure he'll be gutted with that. Actually, he's had a DNF, so Smiltniks DNFing. So did Kansims. Draimanis also with a DNF, as did Vaznis. So I think Vaznis and Draimanis had that incident on the first lap. Actually, no, it was Vaznis and Argotam. Fast lap of the race, Rikard Kansims with that 44.541. Well, that's almost rubbing salt into the wound, isn't it? Here is the move. So that was a move for the lead from Mažinas that initially got him ahead of Ivers Us. And he was able to build that gap. What happened there? Well, that was interesting. That's some weaving on the straight. That was the move. Well, there wasn't anything Mažinas could do from that. I think, looking at that, that was entirely, and I hate to say it, but that was on the driver behind. I'm sure the stewards will have a good look at that themselves, but Mažinas looked to be well ahead, and it was a late attempted lunge which sent Mažinas out. But we'll leave the stewards to determine everything. We're going to take a minute break maybe before heading out onto circuit. Will be our Tillotson and T-Force. It's going to be a bit more than a minute because there's a few carts that need to be recovered. Our Tillertsons exit the pit lane for the final time today. Daniels Petteris Berzins starts on pole with Ralph Leyens alongside. Edvards Bidzan starts in third with Edvards Jimenez in fourth place. Kirill Dimitriev is in fifth ahead of Marco Kruzniks in sixth. Then comes Christophers Lakis and Maris Lazdans on row 4. Rudolf Toms Berzins is in ninth with Christian Lazdans in 10th. Then comes Miroslav Novik and Kirill Savins on row 6. Ingus Just and Ralf Igals are on row 7 with Dasik Rosberger and Ores Maris Revals on row 8. Arturs Gorenko completes the field. Now, in final 2, the race before this, Daniels Petteris Berzins was struggling with his car for some reason. Something was off. He was having to defend like crazy. I don't know if he's fixed the issue. If he hasn't fixed the issue, this super final is going to be crazy. If he has fixed the issue, then he'll probably just drive off into the distance, because that is what we tend to see from Daniels Petteris Berzins. Keep your eyes out for Edvards Jimenez in fourth. He's been, well, the second quickest driver on circuit in pretty much every race, but every time he tries to go forward, something happens that causes him to go backwards. So Edvards Jimenez will keep an eye out for him. If Berzins is struggling, Jimenez might be your favorite to win this race. Kirill Dimitriev and Bidzans, they've also been quick. Same for Ralph Leyens. There's a reason why Leyens is starting in second place, but Jimenez has been quick. He's had bad luck, I guess you could say, in his races so far. That's why he's starting further down the order. So do keep your eyes out for that. But Daniels Petteris Berzins, this first lap will be interesting. Can Berzins get his head down to try to gap the field, or does he have to defend? And that will determine how this race is going to unfold. Round turn 13 we go to start our T4 super final. And it is being led by Berzins. It's not a good start from the outside of the grid. And once again, Edvards Jimenez getting eaten up alive and dropping a number of places. He's going to hang around the outside of turn 4. Edvards Jimenez, the driver in the green helmet. I think he's dropped down to maybe 6th place. Good move up the inside, actually almost gaining 2 positions. Goes wide, loses the position to the driver in the red suit with a black helmet. They make their way through 7 and into turn 8. And there is Daniels Petteris Berzins ahead of, is that Dimitrievs maybe in second, or is it Ralph Leyens? I'm not sure, but it looks like Berzins is actually defending, so maybe he hasn't been able to sort out the issues. Bidzan's behind him, then it's Dimitrievs, then it's Lakis, Leyens, Jimenez, and the other Berzins a bit further down. Good move up the inside from Jimenez, but again, every time Jimenez goes for a move, it never works out and he loses out. This time he's unable to find a way through on Ralph Leyens. It's just the Jimenez curse at this point. I feel so bad for Edvards Jimenez. Nothing seems to be going right for him today. So your top 2 in a bit of a group, and then we've got this 4-kart battle from 3rd down to 6th place, which has Jimenez in 6th. Jimenez now looking to the outside through turn 10. He's looking inside, outside. He's actually made the outside work as Jimenez. So Jimenez giving the old finger wag forward. He's saying, come on, let's go. Let's hunt the drivers up ahead. And it looks like Lakis is being compliant to that. 51.1 is at the front of the field. Now we know that it was a 50.5 that was set as the fastest lap by Berzins. The fact that he's done a 51.1 this early on would suggest that he's somewhat got those issues fixed. As Jimenez makes the move, and the driver on the outside goes very wide. Jimenez searching for switchback after switchback, but now he's going to be on the outside heading into turn number 9, which might not bode very well for him. He's on the outside, he's got the switchback again though, he's through, and Jimenez is certainly in a rush. You can see the kind of agitation as he finger wags forward as one of our drivers goes well onto the grass, rejoins the circuit and manages to hold on to a few places. That looks to be I think that is the dark helmet of Dimitriev's. Or actually, I think it was Christopher's Lakis. So Lakis dropping down a few places. But you can already see the gap that has been pulled by Edvards Kimenis at the front of the field. 10 minutes on the clock. And Peteris Berzins leading 50.9, also 50.9 from the driver behind. Let's see what Kimenis can do now that Kimenis is in to clear air. But this is really good pace from Edvards Bidzans, who's definitely stepping up the pace coming into this final. But how much more pace does Berzins have in that car? Wow, the gap that Kimenis has pulled is huge. 50.9, 51.0, 50.5 from Edvards Kimenis. He is on a charge and a half. Knew he had the pace, didn't know he had this much pace. There's the other Berzins searching for a way through. Rudolf Toms Berzins behind Kirill Dimitrievs. He does get the switchback coming out of turn 6. Now Dimitrievs has Ralph Leyens to contest with. So Edvards Kimenis up into third. We'll see what this next lap is. It was 50.9, 51.0 from the leading two on the last lap. They had a 1.7 second gap to Edvards Kimenis. And what is that gap looking like now? They cross the line, 50.7, 50.8, another 50.5 from Kimenis. The gap continues to drop. Berzins now leading this charge in 4th place as well. So Berzins 1, Berzins 4. Great to see this P4 grid continuing to expand. Before, I remember last year, I think it was Berzin first, Berzin second, fairly constantly. So great to see that there's more competition, and hopefully the Tillotson T4 grid continues to grow. And indeed, this new BSR X5 grid that we've seen today. Excellent electric carts out on track. Putting in some very quick laps. Saw, what was it, 45 zeros, 45 ones. Matching the pace of the Rotax Junior Maxes. Side by side, that's the 9.65 of Kirill Dimitrievs. Trying to search for a way through. Or, sorry, trying to defend the position. From Christian Lazdans directly behind him. Lazdans been trying to work his way up through the field. Overtook Maris Lazdans on the previous lap. Now the gap at the front of the field is actually extended. It's now 1.8 seconds. So 50.8 from Daniel Peteris Berzins. And he's extended his gap by nearly 2/10 to Bidzan. So it's now 7/10 of a second. And then it is a further nearly 2 seconds back to Edvards Kimenis, who has just done a 50.9. So unable to hold that 50.5 consistency. There is your race leader. With 6.5 minutes remaining in this race. There's Edvards Kimenis, that time around 50.8 for Kimenis. Barely catching to Bidzins, and just about losing to Daniel Peteris Berzins. So it's all about this battle, really, between Rudolf Toms Berzins and Ralph Leyens. That's Leyens ahead of Berzins now. Ralph Leyens up into 4th place. Can Berzins fight this one back? see what the pace of the pair of them is. They've been lapping in the low 51s. 50.6 from Rudolf Toms Pedersens, also 50.6 from Edvards Jimenez. Leyens on that lap, 51.3. So the top three, roughly similar pace. Edvards Jimenez might still be able to close in onto Bidsens. It will be a bit of an ask. Still a close fight for fourth place. Ralph Leyens ahead of Pedersens, and there's Lasdans closing in as well. Just a couple of tenths, half second separating them. Great send up the inside from Lasdans, up the inside of Pedersens and up into fifth place. Pedersens not going to give this one up though, looking for the switchback, forcing Lasdans to go defensive into turn number 9. And now we've got to force Lasdans to go a bit defensive into turn 10, but Lasdans is through. Also, the gap for second now is 1.2 seconds. Half a second has just been gained again by Jimenez. So Jimenez now 7/10 shy of second place, which is Edvards Bidsens. And now we're already seeing Lasdans having latched on to Ralph Leyens, searching for a way through in the final 3 minutes of this race. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, the gap is now 0.2 of a second for second place. Jimenez right behind Bidsens, and Lasdans right behind Leyens. We're seeing Lasdans on the back of Leyens. He's got a good run through turn 4. Can he go up the inside into 5? No. He's going to take the wider line, try to get the drive, and maybe go for the move into 6. He's so close. Surely up the inside he goes. Christian Lasdans up into 4th position. Great overtake on Ralph Leyens. You could see him setting that one up, but Leyens not going to let that one go. He's actually got up the inside of Lasdans, as we now see Jimenez on the back of Bidsens. We might see in the corner of our shot. No, they're so far ahead of that battle for 4th position. So Edvards Jimenez searching for a way through on Edvards Bidsens. Edvards versus Edvards. 2 minutes on the clock as they come over the line. Jimenez, he's had to fight so hard to pull himself back up onto the back of Edvards Bidsens. No send into turn 5, but he's got a good run. Bidsens is going to go defensive. Jimenez round the outside. He brakes so late, sweeps round the outside before he even reaches the apex of the corner. Edvards Jimenez is up into 3rd place. Christian Lasdans is also back behind Ralph Leyens. So Leyens sent it back up the inside of Lasdans into turn 7. We just saw the start of that overtake. So, well, Jimenez up into 2nd. And Lasdans still searching for a way through on Ralph Leyens for 4th position. Edvards Jimenez holding on to 2nd, starting to stretch out a bit of a buffer. Lasdans has also overtaken Leyens on the last lap. We're going to have 3 laps to go, or 2 laps to go once we come over the line. Daniel Pedersen's leading by 4 seconds now. This is the kind of performance that we expect to see from Pedersen's. 50.0 fastest lap. Well, whatever issues he had with his car in final 2, those are all sorted. Pedersen 50.3. Well, it's good pace. Sorry, not Pedersen, Edvards Jimenez 50.3. Good pace from him. Again, he's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. You know, I'm sure he'll be happy to take second in this race. But again, it's another case of if only he was a bit closer. As Daniel Pedersen gets ready to start the final lap of this race. Here is Pedersen. Through turn 5 and 6 for the final time. It's halfway around the lap, give or take. And there's Edvards Jimenez, who has really had to fight his way through in this race. Fantastic drive from Edvards Jimenez. Daniel Pedersen again showing to be pretty much unstoppable in the Tillotson T4 series. He's won this championship so many times at this point. I think he's won it about 4 or 5 times. Here comes Daniel Pedersen. He's already cheering. He's already celebrating. It's another super final victory for Daniel Pedersen. Edvards Jimenez, a fantastic second place. And Edvards Bidzand will come home in 3rd position. Christian Zlastans in 4th place, having overtaken Ralph Leyens in the final stages of this race. Then it's Kyrillos Dimitriev ahead of Amaris Zlastans. Christopher Zalakis in 8th ahead of Ingus Jus. Then comes Miroslav Novik, Marko Pritniks, Kirill Savins and Artur Gorenko. Orest Maris Revald in 14th ahead of Dace Rosberga and Ralf Igals. Rudolf Toms Berzin's DNF. So the second Berzins, who was running in, what was it, 5th place, 4th position at one point, has had a DNF in the final stages of the race. That is gutting. Faster lap of the race goes to Daniel Pedersen, a 50.098. He's clearly slacking. He should have got a 49.9. Well, it's been some excellent racing here at Madona for the 3rd round of the Rotax Max Latvian Championship, the 2nd round of the Latvian Championship. And here are your final highlights of that Tillotson T4 race. Some great overtaking on display in our final super final of the day. I've been your commentator, Yusuf bin Sahel, also known as Milky Cereal online. And it's been a pleasure to call and bring this race to you, whether you've been watching at the circuit or online. Thank you all very, very much for tuning in. And, of course, a big thank you to our drivers and our wonderful production team, all of the marshals and the stewards who make this race possible. And we will see you all in a couple of weeks' time on the 24th and 25th of July for round number 4 of the championship at Šiauliai. We'll see you all then. Goodbye.
Back